It's a bit boring compared to thanks to keeping.
Yeah.
It's getting into it.
It's been a shock.
Welcome to Loton Park on this slightly chilly Sunday morning. Happy Easter to all those here at trackside, and happy Easter to everyone on the live stream who is joining us worldwide via HillClimb.TV. We've got a packed day of hill climb action ahead of us here at Loton Park, so very pleased everyone who can join in, catch some of the action, especially those who have made the trip to be trackside. Come and support the venue. It's always very important, although great that we get people worldwide watching on HillClimb.TV. It's brilliant that we get people coming to the track to see the cars in person, and it's such a great place to be. Come and chat with the drivers and natter with us, the commentators, and see all the different angles that you can along the hill. So welcome to everyone. We are just joining the action practices this morning. We've got a few practice runs first up the hill before we kick off with some timed competition. We've got Midland Hillclimb Runoff just before lunch, and then we'll have some more time competition after lunch and another set of runoffs to end the day. So loads of interesting stuff to come. An absolutely jam-packed grid of cars. We're pretty much at capacity here at Loton in terms of competitors, and the usual wide range of machines, and we've got everything from the road-going hot hatchers through to the big single-seaters. And of course with us this weekend also we have motorbikes, sidecars, trikes and some more good three-wheelers we're knocking around as well. So a whole selection of interesting things to entertain us, such as Graham Manton and his Westfield, who you'll see on track right now. Now a lot of these drivers, it's an early start for us here. They had to be ready to go by 8:30, so a lot of early risers. These guys out there feeling conditions. Yesterday started wet, dried up in the afternoon. This morning it's dry, but it's a bit chilly, so they need to start to dial their cars in, ready for competition runs soon. So we'll see whether they're straight on it. Graham Manton there going quick up with his 64.76 than he did yesterday, but hopefully those times will continue to drop as the day goes on. Robin Nicholson's Mallock there seems to be coasting up Cedar Straight, so perhaps a bit of an issue there in the Mallock. Hopefully nothing too serious. We've got a few cars joining us today that weren't with us yesterday. A couple of people who had issues and had to fix their cars or couldn't make the practice day, but are here for competition. So we've got a couple of extras over what we saw in yesterday's competition runs. And if anybody saw the live stream, we had a top 10 runoff for the bikes that was incredibly exciting. Times tumbling and absolutely on it, all of them. So it was an incredible end to the day, and we expect a bit more along those lines. Oliver Meek there in his Honda. His time's a little bit down maybe on yesterday, so he's just feeling out conditions first thing. This is the first run up the hill for everybody this morning, so nobody has any idea of what will meet them out there on the hill. So some will take it relatively easy. Robin Holden in this Mazda Roadster yesterday was doing it anything but easy, and you can see he's already starting to push, tail sliding out a bit through triangle there. This was one of the stars of yesterday, but I think he just clipped one of the barriers. Yeah, I think he'll get a penalty on his time for taking out one of those corner markers. It is just practice, so won't affect him too much, but you've got to be careful. Those corner markers, they come with a second penalty, and that's the way of trying to stop people from cutting the corners and trying to gain time in places where they shouldn't. So Robin Holden, he does a 63.51, which is a good time for him, but not going to be great. Because as you see in this replay, he just takes out one of those markers. Quite precise of him. Well done, Robin, for being almost surgical with his removal of that marker. And our wonderful marshals there get it back up. Thank you very much to the marshals for heading out. They look a bit cold this morning. It started well, but it seems to have chilled off a bit. But thank you to all those marshals who are out there in their orange. They're letting us get go early and keeping motorsport running. They had a relatively quiet day yesterday, so we'll hope for the same today, but I may have just doomed it with commentator's curse there. We shall see. So now they've cleared that loose corner marker. The flags and whistles indicate that the track is clear, and the next car will be able to line up ready for its run. Now, thank you. We've got about 177 people, I think, currently watching the live stream. So well done to all of those who have tuned in early. It's great to see people coming in at the very beginning. Let's see if you can manage the whole day with us. There's probably quite a bit of motorsport out there to grab your attention, so we do appreciate that you're willing to spend some time with us at the very least, and it's great that you can do that. HillClimb.TV is offering great service, so don't forget your whole like, subscribe and share the links with all your friends and family. David Garnett coming through in his Fiat Abarth. We've got a couple of these with us over this weekend, and they're entertaining little machines. They always make some great little racing, little hot hatches, things like these Fiat Abarths or the Renault Clios. And you can see these are road-going production cars, so road legal cars. These all still drive on the road. Their interior is fully there pretty much, and they're very limited in what they can modify on that car over a road-going car. So it is basically taking your daily car for a very fast drive through the country lanes, and great fun it is too. Ian Richards there in that Renault Clio. Clios being some very popular hot hatches. And we do have Michael Thompson on the hill in his gorgeous Lotus Exige, but I think he had a bit of a moment. We'll just take a couple of minutes as the marshals go and sort out the corner markers that he seems to have dislodged. Maybe we'll see a bit of a replay of that at some point. Michael, driving that Lotus yesterday, did some good times, but first thing this morning, it's obviously caught him out, and he's had to clip a few of those markers on the inside there of Fletcher's Dello. And the marshals will have to replace those before things get going again. It's not particularly easy to see, but just on the inside of that corner, it does sort of drop away quite severely. So if you cut that corner too much, you would probably get dragged down the hill, and there are plenty of places you don't want to end up. So again, it's not always obvious, but there's a couple of ponds and all sorts of trees and things lining this bottom end of the circuit, which can make it a bit of a tricky area. Right, so I think track is clear once more, and we've got Rob Wilson's Lotus Elise on the line. It's a black machine, and one of the early Series 1 Elises. Again, popular cars for these road-going production vehicle categories, because they punch well above their weight in terms of handling. Maybe not the most powerful machines, but because they're so lightweight, even though they are under 2 litres, they get a good speed, and boy are they good fun little cars. You can see the little gold trim on this car, sort of harking back to those John Player Special Lotuses of the 70s and 80s. Wilson heading up there onto Cedar Straight, as we have another Lotus Elise of John Langmead following him. And here he comes. This is one of the Series 2 machines, sort of that silvery grey with the white stripes. Looks very smart. Hard top on for extra aerodynamic efficiency. So you can see that Rob Wilson's time there of 59.28. That's a good run, good practice run, certainly under the 60-second mark. That's put him at the top. John Langmead's currently got a 60.37 on the board, so he's very close to that as well. As we also pick up Tim Elmer's Renault Alpine down here at Triangle. John Langmead crossing the line, 60.59. Very good run, just shy of his quickest time from yesterday. Tim Elmer's Alpine there. Very smart looking car, this. I'm surprised we don't see more of these, but these they have a slightly larger engine, so you can see we're in the category up, road-going production cars over 2 litres. Tim sort of midfield with this car. Maybe more to come from it. 63.19. He's certainly done faster times, so we'll expect to see a bit of an improvement from him as the day goes on. Steve Atkins in one of 2 BMW M2s that are here today. You've got the silver one of Steve Atkins, black one coming up in a bit. Quick little machines these, and very easy to get some high figures of horsepower out of those engines, and they sorted little chassis as well. 60.06 for Steve, very neat, and not quite his quickest run, but certainly competitive nonetheless. These guys you'd expect in the late 50s. You get some of these much more powerful machines like Richard Andrews' GT4 RS Porsche. Here he is coming up to the line. He'll finish his run again, 60. These are about what you'd expect, but I will expect to see a lot of these guys tumble down into the 58s as the day goes on, track warms up, and we get better conditions. Richard York in that 718 GT4 Club Sport. Beautiful cars, but these modern Porsches are quite physically quite large compared to some of the older designs, so they need the extra power to keep them going. So you see a lot of these guys not quite as quick on this early morning. Seb Cartwright in this awesome olive drab Mini almost. It's sort of matte paintwork, and he's slightly outclassed against some of the Porsches, but for budget, I suspect this cost a fraction of what those Porsches did. And Seb's out there having a whale of a time in it. Another amazing machine is this Morgan Plus 8, huge, great, I think 5-litre Rover V8 in that, and it really does rumble, shakes the commentary boxes as it passes. Mike Meredith behind the wheel of that, and it's an amazing machine. Mike does a 63.39. So you see times are close to what they were at the best point of yesterday, so we're certainly starting off on a better footing. Tony Adams in a relatively standard Porsche Cayman, but he manages to do some alright times. He'll cross the line now, just a shade over 60, yeah, 62.08. So a good run for him. As we see John Maycock now. Yesterday, John was one of the most exciting drivers in that little MX-5. It's a great little machine, that. There's a couple of these, and yeah, they are exciting little things to watch. So John did a good time yesterday with a 58.01. Today he does a 58.34, so really close. So as I was saying, conditions this morning pretty much where they were at the end of the day yesterday, so that's a good indication as cars start to come out where the drivers will be and what they can expect in terms of times. Richard Snow's Porsche GT4 was quickest yesterday in practice. 57.13 is a good run. And I'd say he was on for a quick run again now. There we are, 58.18, so not bad at all. Another Porsche came in here, Robbie Birrell in that machine. Line with a 58.39. That's a good time actually. Robbie jumps up the tables with that. As we change class once again, we're now in four-wheel drive production vehicles, and we have a brace of these little Toyota Yaris. These are amazing little Yaris GRs, four-wheel drive. Only got a 3-cylinder engine, but about 300 horsepower, so really do go quite well. And nice little competition amongst themselves. So 3 of these, I think 2 red and 1 white. Tony Hawkins there having run through, and then Roger Stocks also on track with his white with the yellow flashes, reminiscent of the Brawn GP cars back when Jenson Button won the title in, I think, 2010-ish. 2009. Oh, I can't remember. It's around there somewhere. Somebody will correct me, no doubt. So a handful of these. Alan Mansfield again in a GR Yaris. Running through, and if you get close to these on trackside, you can sort of hear the turbos on these things sucking and releasing from the wastegate. So you can hear them working quite well. Peter Richings here in his Golf R, four-wheel drive Golf. Much more power than the Yaris, but a slightly heavier car, but it's the power that really makes a difference. I believe Peter used to have a Yaris, but he's sort of gone a step up with this Golf, and his times are pretty good. He ends up using that extra power normally to beat out the Yaris's in terms of outright pace. There you go, Peter Richings, top of the tree with that, 16.03. Very close to dropping into the 59s, so good run for him. Rob Lloyd of this MK Cup. This is Specialist Production Cars. Group of Lotus are very, very close in terms of times. Quite competitive category, this. Right, so Marshall's dealing with things on the track. There you can see intrepid Marshall with shovel in hand going out to deal with whatever the incident is. A bit of possibly we needed a warning on this live footage. I feel the need to apologise to people all over the world for what they've just witnessed. Loton Park takes place in this beautiful setting. It is a deer park and sort of a bit of a wildlife haven for most of the time. Every now and again we come and play with cars and bikes within its grounds. So unfortunately there is some wildlife that we occasionally have to contend with. Usually we're able to usher them off quite safely and happily and keep the track safe both for the animals and for the competitors. All right, so whistles blown, flags waved, track is clear once more. Malcolm Hickey had to abort his run, so he's had to go round and join the back of the line in the paddock, but we'll get another try. Richard Price there on the line, waiting to go in his Caterham 7. And Richard did the best time in category B yesterday, 57.1. Away he goes. You see the rear tyres struggling for grip a bit there off the line. Plenty of problems with hill climbing is to get that grip in the tyres. No tyre warmers allowed, so the rubber is relatively cold. Means it doesn't have a chance really to get to that really grippy stage. Tight corners like here at Triangle do help a bit with that, but it's not a long enough run to build up any serious heat. So that's what the competitors are often struggling with, grip from those tyres. And I suspect tyres will be a topic we return to quite a bit this year. The Midland Hillclimb Championship and the British Hillclimb Championship and various top levels of motorsport are struggling to find tyre supplies. So we'll see how that plays out over the year with who runs what rubber and how that affects what sort of things they are able to achieve. So Richard Price there, 58.27 was his run. Malcolm Hickey on the way up, a bit of tyre smoke as he enters into fallow up round Museum. It's on to be around a 60-second run, and he crossed the line 59.24, so nice run there for Malcolm, puts him second currently in practice. We now have the Clark the course going up in that course car. Just to check conditions or attend to something. And now the cars will return back down to the paddock. Some hill climbs, some venues are lucky enough to have a return track, meaning that the cars don't have to wait at the top. Here at Loton we've got a one-way system. Cars go up and they're held in the top paddock, and then the batch all come back down again in one. And this turns out it's quite an efficient way of doing it when you're limited to only having the one track to run on. Other places can have a sort of a round robin system where the batches don't really need to have that break in between. So in this brief pause, I'll just give you a rough rundown of what we expect to be happening today. We're currently in what's classed as practice 4. Yesterday they had practice runs as well. So this morning we have practice 4 for the Midland Hillclimb Championship, followed by practice for today's Interclub event, and then practice for the motorbikes and Morgans. So that'll all happen by about 11 AM. So practice this morning running up to about 11, when we have a brief break for the local church service on this Easter Sunday. After that we move into Midland Hillclimb competition run number 1. So that'll be timed event competition runs, followed by practice again for the Interclub and bikes. So they'll get their second run of practices. Those who watched the stream yesterday might wonder why we're still practicing. Well, the Interclub and the bike championships had a competition day yesterday, so they had to have 2 practice runs and their competition runs yesterday, and they have to have the same again, 2 practice runs and a competition run. So their competition runs won't be until this afternoon. We end the morning with the Midland Hillclimb Championship. So just before lunch we'll have the runoff for them. That'll be the fastest people getting to put in their final times, and that'll be the actual competition of the day to keep an eye on. And then we have our lunch break. After lunch we have the Interclub and then motorbikes competition runs, followed by the second competition run of the Midland Hillclimb Championship. Interclub and bikes then have their second run before we round off the day with a second runoff. Midland Hillclimb Championship runoff number 2 will be the last thing on our playbill. Hopefully with minimal delays, that won't be too late to finish, but it's a full grid, so a packed day's activity ahead of us. So this morning we have mostly practice up until the church run, church break, and then after the church break we will have Midland Hillclimb competition runs, and then round off the morning before lunch with that runoff. After lunch it's all competition, all timed competition of runs with a second runoff to round off the day. I hope that all makes sense to people. The timetable is rather packed, so we'll try and keep on it as best we can. We've had quite an early start to try and get everything in. So as I said, thank you to people who have managed to make it either online or in person to come and see this early running, these practice runs. Hopefully it'll pick up a bit later on, just before lunch, with those top 10 runoffs for the Midland Championship. And then after lunch, all competition, so that'll be well worth watching. And yesterday's bike runoff was incredibly exciting, so it's definitely worth hanging around for some of those runoffs later on in the day, because they can be really good. But on track, we have Steve Morgan in his Empire Evo. We've got a good selection of these single-seat race cars with us this weekend for the Midland Championship. Steve Morgan, the first on track in one of these this morning, finding the grip in those slick tyres. As I said, it is still quite cold, so that rubber probably struggling to find as much heat as it can. We'll see, no doubt, those times tumble as it goes on. So Steve Morgan heading up to the line as we get Richard Weaver coming through. If you watched yesterday, you would have seen online we had some onboard footage with the Weavers, which was excellent. There's more onboard footage planned for today. So YouTube TV bringing us some excellent coverage of really quick runs. With any luck, they'll be strapping that camera to some really quick cars. Richard Weaver heading up to the line. Richard Weaver does a 55.8 as we switch to Paul Jones's Force TA. Very popular cars, these Forces. One of the group manufacturers who designed the cars specifically for hill climbs. We get a mixture of those and then repurpose single-seaters that are circuit race cars. Tricia Davies now coming through. Her Force TA. In the back of that, however, is a V8 engine that her husband makes from the basis of 2 motorcycle 4-cylinder engines, sort of bolted together in effect to make a V8. It's much more complicated than that. The hand machines new blocks for them, but it's the internals of the bike engine. So this motorbike V8 powering Trisha Davis, she'll cross the line 54.96, so not far off yesterday's best time, but certainly pretty quick nonetheless. Jamie Chalmers in this Rolt F3. Now, instead of being designed for hill climbs, this Rolt was originally a Formula 3 circuit racer. It's now been developed to run on the hills. Both ways of attacking hill climbing in these single-seaters is seen as very valid. Ooh, bit of a sneak preview there. Here we go. Onboard footage as we go around the track. Now, if you're on HillClimb.TV, this is a treat. We're running with Kelvin Broad's Force TA. We'll see how much of the track we can run on board with him. It seems to have caught up again, down into triangle there. Powering his way now through keepers, sort of right, left, and then onto Cedar Straight. You'll see this is the straight. It's not straight at all. There's a right-hand turn, a left-hand turn, a dip, a crest, and then heavy braking at the top into Fallow. Fallow is a tight corner, a short squirt up a very sharp hill into Museum, a blind right-hander, which is odd cambers as well. And then Kelvin will be heading over the line. He does a 52.48. You see that some of the connection to that camera was a bit difficult due to the terrain. So HillClimb.TV working on this, is still in experimental stage, so those onboard footages will get better and better. Bernard Kevill now coming up in his OMS. He's at the top of the track. See the bodywork shaking a bit as he hits some of the bumps on the inside of the corner there. Heading up towards the finishing line. You see the finishing line is actually just past a bit of a bend, so it's not even an easy run to the finish. 53.34 for Bernard Kevill there. So these are racing cars over 2 litres, Class L. This is the top class in the Midland Hillclimb Championship. And Sean Gould in this machine. The Gould GR59J. Now, Sean Gould owns the company that make these machines. He shares this machine with last year's British champion. So you'll see this car come out a couple of times. Hopefully done no serious damage to the tyres. 113 through the speed trap for Sean as he winds his way around the top of the circuit. And we see Joseph Mackerel's Tiga coming through now. Sean Gould's going to cross the line with a 48.33. Solid run for him. Joseph Mackerel's Tiga. Now this is an older machine. This is in the category of race cars of a vintage, produced before 1990, and it's the only machine here with us today. However, there's 2 drivers, so Joseph Mackerel and Robin Johnson share this car, so it's a competition between the pair of them as to who can pedal it the fastest. So Martin Rutter's Fiat X19 just passed me in the commentary box. Heading out onto the Cedar Straight. This is modified production cars up to 1400cc, so smaller engines like in this Fiat, but because you can modify the chassis, the suspension, brakes, bodywork, all that sort of thing, you're able to produce a much quicker machine perhaps than standard, even though it's only got that smaller engine. So Martin Rutter crossing the line, see where he finishes, 68.47, so a bit of time there to find. As we switch to Nigel Elliott's TR7 V8, huge monster machine this, great big V8, twin turbos, lots of power, and Nigel's been developing this car for quite some while, and it keeps getting quicker and quicker. Nigel Elliott being chased up the hill by Paul Howell's green and yellow Porsche 911, and these two have regular on-track battles. same category, so it's great to see them out on the hill. The Porsche tends to have the legs of it. I think better handling over the TR7, although the TR's got extra grunt, so times are actually quite similar at the end of the day. Paul Howells there heading up round Museum, about to finish the lap as Stephen Moore's Mitsubishi Evo comes through. Well known for rallying these Mitsubishis. Yesterday I was watching cars on the start line, and the Mitsubishi was noticeably quicker away from the line due to its four-wheel drive. It could get that extra grip, whereas the rear drive machines struggled to put the power down due to the slippery conditions yesterday morning. So real benefit for Stephen Moore's Mitsubishi having that four-wheel drive. He'll cross the line now, 58.67, so not quite as quick as yesterday's best run. Steve Garner's Westfield now making its way up the hill. He's followed by Becky Manton in another Westfield. Another little selection of these Caterham style modified production, specialist production vehicles. So Steve Garner does a 59.53. Becky Manton now charging her way up the hill through the speed trap, almost 80 miles an hour there, as Phil Goff's green machine heads down into triangle. Phil was yesterday's pace setter, so keep an eye on him as the day goes. As I said, this is practice for the Interclub, I believe, so not competition runs yet. Phil Goff at the top of the hill, where David Bickley is at the bottom in his Radical SR1. Great little sports cars. These machines originally designed for circuit racing, but the Radicals have proved themselves on hill climbs all over Europe. Now, some of the bigger Radicals find it hard on British hills because they're so narrow. However, these SR1s, they're quite small machines, so they still have that room to play despite the limitations of the track. David Bickley mid-pack yesterday with a 57.94. We'll see what he can manage today. There's another Radical, SR3 of Matthew Price. Car 64 there. He comes into view down at the bottom of the track. So David Bickley goes across the line. He'll finish in a 58.79. Matthew Price following up very quickly. 100 miles an hour through the speed trap at the top. Bike engined Radicals, so smaller capacity perhaps, certainly, than Nigel Hinton's NG. This has a great big whopping V8 engine in, huge amounts of power. The rumble as it heads through to the hill, trying to put all that power down. Then we have Graham Lokes's Lola, beautiful little machine this with the Porsche engine in the rear. And these are Sports Libre cars over 2 litres. So Sports Libre means pretty much free rein on the choice of machine and what you can do to it. The only real stipulation being the engine. So Graham Lokes heading up towards the finishing line, 57.88 for him, a good run in that Porsche powered Lola. There we go, 57.85 is his time today, so quicker than yesterday. Maybe an indication that the track is starting to warm up a bit, but the sun's being a bit reluctant to show its face right now. With any luck, things will get nicer as the morning goes on. I believe we have end of batch, so those cars at the top will be sent back down again, and we'll get a chance to see them again as they come on down, and we'll get ready for the next group very shortly. So just hello to all those people joining us on HillClimb.TV. Nice to see you from around the world. I noticed there was a bit of a question there about Loton Park. So Loton Park is on the west side of England, very close to the Welsh border. In fact, almost a stone's throw from the Welsh border. And it's a course length of about 1.35 kilometres, or 1,475 yards. So it's one of the longer ones in the UK, and it's one of the more complex hills as well. Some tracks are much simpler in their layout, whereas Loton has a good mixture of right, left. It also has down sections. Not all hills in this country manage to have a section that goes back down again before climbing once more. So here in Loton Park you start and you go up to Hall and Loggerheads, which is a bit of a climb, then you drop right down again to Triangle, which is one of the lowest points of the track, before then climbing back up again all the way to the top, with the climb up to Museum being particularly a steep rise. So it's a real technical circuit for the drivers and a test of vehicles. One of the reasons it's a longer run here. Our outright record is 40 seconds compared to some courses in this country where the outright records is down in the 20-second mark. So you can see it's a longer and more complex course than some. Of course, each holds their own charms and challenges. Loton is definitely one of the drivers' favourites, just due to its complexity, and getting a perfect run here has a high satisfaction level, because there's so much that can go wrong in so many different places. We don't seem to get to the outright speeds, perhaps, of places like Shrewsbury Walsh, but we certainly get exciting action, and we get a whole variety. So, you know, Triangle, very, very, very slow and tight corner, which comes after a downhill straight. So heavy braking going on into that. The Cedar Straight, which isn't straight at all, that creates quite a problem for many of the drivers. Some of the cars barely even notice the kinks in that straight. The slower machines tend to just power their way through it, whereas the big single-seaters, well, they often have to lift off, and if they get it wrong, maybe even have to try and slow down a bit for some of those. It turns what is a gentle corner into a bit of a tighter bend. So real difficult layout to Loton Park, but I certainly think one of the best hills in Great Britain. So we're still running through our practices. We've had some of the Midland Hillclimb Championship runs, plus some inter-club runs. We'll have some motorcycles, sidecars, trikes, and Morgan three-wheelers to come very shortly as well. So a whole variety of machines, as always. Loton is always good to have a good mix. Stuart Bickley off the line in his Force TA. Stuart is one of the most exciting drivers currently competing, I think, in British hill climbing, because he does everything at 100%, even these practice runs, and you can't really miss him in that day-glow yellow car, locking up his wheels a little bit into Triangle, throwing it there around the corners at Keepers and up onto the straight. And always expect Stuart to be pushing hard and doing good runs. Yesterday he was by far quickest in this category, so no surprise really to see that he's pushing hard once again. Coming up to the finishing line, Stuart manages a 50.04, so a few seconds slower than yesterday, but certainly expect to see more from him as the day goes on. Now these are racing cars over 600 cc's but under 1100, so that means most of them are bike engined. So Stuart Bickley's car has, bike engine in the back, but it's a proper HillClimb bred race machine. We then jump now, Lizzie Weaver in this Van Diemen, the Formula Ford racing cars produced before 1994. Now they all have pretty much the same Ford engine in the back, however the chassis are different, so you'll see some very different design styles. Lizzie Weaver in one of the later Formula Ford machines there from the 1990s, and she's been followed up the hill by Carol Nichols in a 1960s designed machine, actually designed and built by her father back then, and Carol's still competing this machine now today, and she's out most weekends in that car. And it is that Nike is an older machine certainly, but Carol still enjoys taking it up all of the different hills around the country. Les Buck in an older one as well, in that Pringat Mistral, another small 1960s style machine, and Carolyn Nichols does a 66.58. Oh no, not quite finished, my mistake, sorry. I'm going to say that was a good run. There we go, 77.4 for Carol Nichols, and we then have Les Buck following up as Caroline Ryder launches off the line in her Van Diemen RF86. Now with Van Diemen's, you can tell what year they came from. The 86 is its build year, but problem for Caroline as she gets up to Hall. Seems to have lost drive or something. Not sure why she stopped. It's a shame. Caroline Ryder quickest yesterday in this Formula Ford class, but not this morning. Hopefully whatever issue is can be sorted quickly and she can join us later on in the day. Now I'm joined here in the commentary box by my good friend Benoit. Hello Benoit, nice to see you.
Hello Alex. Nice to be back.
Yes, excellent. So this is your second weekend at Loton, I believe. You were here a couple of weekends ago.
Yes, we were.
To start the season.
Just to start the season on practice and the first inter-club meeting that we had a couple of weeks here at Loton Park. So a fantastic weekend. It was really sunny, and I think all the drivers were very happy with the track. So different conditions this morning and yesterday. We had a bit of rain through the week, so the track is still a bit greasy in places, and a lot of the drivers that I've been speaking to this morning in Paddock were still telling me that they were probably a second slower than they were a couple of weeks ago, but we hope that the track will be warming up through the day, so that when we get to Runoff later today, we can have really good conditions for those drivers to really push the cars and have the confidence to really push the performance of the machines that they're driving.
Yeah, so slight break currently while track is being cleared. I'm now thinking it's not Caroline Ryder's problem, that it might have been a problem somewhere else. Caroline Ryder, oh no, she's listed on our timing screen as a fail, which is I always think it's quite a harsh one, but it means that their run was the problem basically. If they get flagged, that means they were waved off for somebody else's mistake, but a fail means it's their problem. So Caroline Ryder, maybe an issue with the car. I can't see what else it would be. We sometimes get issues as they launch off the line, damage to drivetrain or something like that, and if they're not comfortable with the car in that first launch off the line, they sort of call it out by the first corner.
Yeah, it's true, and we'll probably look and go into the paddock and report on what's been happening with Caroline Ryder car. Tom Morgan is now lining up on the start line. Tom, a young gun here in the paddock and in that bright blue car, and Tommy is really one who has been really pushing that car. He's always been very competitive in that car, so he launches off the line through and onto the first left-hander. This is a tricky corner. There's quite a few drivers over the years, and especially in the cold conditions, it's really hard to really get the tyre temperature up in that first corner. Into triangle.
Yeah, so Tom Morgan, we're back with the racing cars between 600 and 1100, so those smaller bike engine machines, and Tom Morgan, another one who really, we've got a sort of a good group in this of competitive drivers, Tom being one of them, followed by Tom Weaver, another one who's a competitive driver. So lots of these guys coming through, and really great competition in this class.
Yeah, and whilst this machine are not the most powerful, I'm still amazed at the speed that they carry through the top of the Cedar Straight. 103 miles an hour is for Tom Morgan, and then Tom Weaver now, really one of the drivers who's really competing with Stuart, and those two are having a great battle. Let's see what Tom can do. He was telling me this morning that the Pirelli tyres that he's running in those cold conditions are not optimum. They get some time to really fire in those quick conditions and really give him the grip and the confidence to push the car. He's still practice, so he's not going to try hard in that run, but Tom's through the finish line at 50.51.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, tyres is going to be one of those words you hear a lot of this year in hill climbing. We've got a few tyre supply issues, so people searching around for different manufacturers, so it will be interesting to see how that develops. John Stockley coming through now in that Force, you can see, and very smart looking machine this, and certainly a lot of potential there. You can see on the times from yesterday's, we had several of these guys all pretty close in their timings. John was fourth quickest of the class, but we can expect to see him get quicker as today goes on and the conditions improve.
Yeah, John, and also fantastic drive in that Force, and he goes through the timeline in 56.59. Here's Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59. This is what the small Gould GR59, all carbon turbine. This machine, very advanced chassis designed by the Gould factory, and Alan is one of those drivers that will be really getting up to the top. This is running just under 600 cc of capacity, and a great machine to see on the track.
Yeah, it does look very smart, well turned out machine that. So Alan Warburton up there through Museum towards the end, as we expect to see Darren Gumbley any moment down here at the bottom end as he comes round in his red machine. Here he is entering down towards Triangle.
Yeah, both Darren and Paul sharing this car, and they were really having a good run a couple of weeks ago. They were still sorting a few handling issues throughout the weekend, but it seems like this weekend they've really been able to dive the car, and you can see how that car is handling now. It works really well for them now, so hopefully they'll be able to put some good times. He was the quickest so far, so good run for him. Darren, let's see what time he can put on the board as he goes through the finish line. Just a 49.21.
Yeah, good run for Darren. That gives him the quickest run in that class. We are in the racing cars between 1100 and 1600, so quite often still bike engine, these machines, but bigger capacity. But leaning now, you can also get into some more car or specific race engines in that size capacity. And we watch Ben Fisher in that Swallow, older designer machine but still competitive. It's a beautiful looking car, that. As we also see Terry Davies now, we saw this go through earlier. This is the one, Terry has built the engine for this himself. An amazing piece of manufacturing design and machining that he does to create these machines, and they are quick. He sells these engines to other people as well, but this is his own personal machine where he probably tries out little new ideas on that engine.
Yes, and it's an incredible engine. When you look at how low the engine is in the car, it gives him absolutely. But here's Jonathan Valley. This is the Midland Hillclimb Championship and the British Hillclimb Cup champion for the second year in a row. So John this year is going to try to snatch a third cup, but this will be a big ask because he will have basically probably to beat his own records on every single hill here around the UK. So John having a good run as well in that beautiful GWR Predator, running the V8 2 litre at the back of that car, and he goes through the finish line just a time of 50.18.
Yeah, again, expect those times to drop a bit as the day goes on. They were in the high 40s yesterday, but if the sun comes out later, as we have been promised it will, then we could see those sort of mid-40 runs potentially on the board. We'll hope to see something like that a bit later on. We see John Chalmers now on the line in his Ralt. This is a shared vehicle, so you see it going up the hill multiple times, but it's an impressive machine all the same. John's best time yesterday was a 53, so he really needs to try and drop that time down below that 52nd if he wants to be competitive with the rest in this class. These are big engine machines. These are the up to 2 litres, but allowing forced induction, so turbos, superchargers, that sort of thing allowed on these machines. So power levels are starting to get high. And oh, look at that, Benoit. On HillClimb.TV we have an in-car shot added to the screen alongside the main. There we go.
Yeah, this is Alex, one of the young guns here in that forced here Mistral, and he's running that supercharged machine. So into loggerheads, into the left-hander, you can see the gear just will be paddle gears, so onto loggerheads, into triangle now, down the gears, and into the right-hander, pushes out, and then burst acceleration into keepers, and onto the cedar straight. These guys will try to go almost flat through the kink, you can see in the middle of the track, and he'll get to the entry, follow hard on the brake. This is where they reach the top speed, 140 miles an hour for Alex calls. He goes into museum, you can see the blind entry onto here, into the right-hander, and up through the gears, best of power, through the gears, through the finish line, off he goes at a 47.36.
So a really good run there, and fantastic to be on board. That onboard footage will improve as the season goes on, as Rich Danby and the HillClimb.TV team work on the technology. Ian Tucker also heading up the hill in his OMS. Seems to be a bit slow as he got to the top of the hill there. I'm not sure whether he backed out on the straight.
Yeah, I think Ian just been nibbling a little bit of the grass on the middle of the cedar straight. So he'll go through in a 58.59, so that's not as quick as his previous practice times. Paul Crude in that beautiful Jaguar OMS 28, the 3 litre V6. Paul always here contender and regular contender at that beautiful OMS. So also taking a steady run, and that's practice, so you don't need to give it everything.
Yeah, one of the great things about hill climbing is that you're competing against your own times as much as other people. So people like Paul, he constantly improves on his own times. He knows he's not the fastest, both as a driver and the machine. That engine's not as powerful as others, but he always pushes hard, and it's great to see. Certainly when he does pull out some good performances and manages to squeak his way into a runoff or something, it's always a bit of a win. It's like seeing back in the day when Minardi did well at Formula One. You like to see these underdogs manage to make their way into the top sort of bracket.
Yeah, that's very true. And we've got Graham Wynn here lined up on the start lines. This is now moving to the Gorgia 59. So this is the top cars here. 4 litre V8 Judd at the back, about 600-700 horsepower, pushing him, and about just under 500 kilos. So a lot of power, and the power to weight ratio of those machines are absolutely amazing. Those machines are obviously purposefully built for the hill climb here in the UK. So they are not built for track racing. They have the minimum amount of cooling just for the run that they need, and obviously a lot of aero is allowed on those cars as well. So you can see big wings at the front and at the back, all carbon, and it gives you light weight. So Graham will be going through to the top. Let's see what speed he can get. 96 miles an hour, so not pushing that car, but still practice for Graham. So he'll be looking to improve through the day. And then we're going to have Will Hall already launching and into our view.
Yeah, now this is a beautiful looking machine, always well turned out with a great paint scheme on it. Will Hall's Gould is one of the nicest in the paddock, and Will Hall knows how to drive it. Yesterday he did a very quick run. He was fastest in this category with that 45.76. Let's see if he's able to improve today. I suspect his morning runs, because it's still practice, won't be as quick, but expect those times to get quicker as the day goes on. 40 seconds around Museum means he's on for a very good run, 46.85, so a good opener for Will, certainly.
Yeah, great opener for
of the year, and it was an exciting meeting to be at. Of course, Matt shares this car with Sean Gould, and so you see it multiple times. However, Matt is slightly quicker of the two drivers, and he's another one that gives it 100% every single time he gets in that machine. He's a nice gentle chap out of the car, but when he's in it, he's a bit of a maniac and really pushes that machine hard. So we'll see what sort of times he gets in this early practice runs. His split times are already looking pretty quick, so this is going to be a good opener for Matt, I think.
Yeah, 123 miles an hour at the top of the city straight in. Now already going through the finish line. It's a 44.50, so a good run for him this morning, given the track temperature. Andy Tippett now coming into our view in the beautiful Brabham V8, and fantastic machine, fantastic sound, and Andy regular here at Loton Park, and he's been driving that car beautifully as well. So now moving up to some of the historic classes, and we've got Robin Johnson as well that's just launched the line.
Yeah, so we wait for Robin. Here he comes in that yellow Tiga. As I said before, this is a shared machine, so competition between the two drivers in the same car. It's an older design, this from an early 80s design, so it's and I think, was it Peugeot engine, this one?
Yeah, this is running a Peugeot 1600 cc with the double overhead cam, so good amount of power behind on that machine. Obviously Robin is sharing that car with Joe, so that's a good amount of that's what you're allowed to do in hill climb. You can share the car, share the cost of running that car as well. So a good run for Robin, going through the finish line in a few seconds, but I think we've got a red flag on the hill.
Yeah, I think Robin may have had a problem right at the end at Museum, because it's the clock's still ticking. I've not seen his time come up for Museum itself, so he's possibly had a bit of a moment, and so we'll get back to running when Robin has been sorted out. That means Stephen Hill's Clio had to abandon that run, and he'll go round to rejoin the paddock. So yes, a bit of a moment for the Tiga of Robin Johnson. He's gone straight off at the top of the hill at fallow, so missed his braking point and ended up in the grass. Luckily, there's lots of grass there to use. Hopefully no damage to the car, because that would be a shame, but it looks all right to me. What do you think, Benoit?
Yeah, I think unless there's a little bank outside of that corner that would potentially damage the front wing, but it doesn't look like it. We're just looking at the camera footage that we can get, and it's great that we've got a cameraman here at the top of fallow who will probably give us a good eye on this as well. So yeah, probably just a little bit of a moment for Robin at the top, but doesn't need to have too much damage to the car, so I'm sure they'll be able to run back down the hill and swap drivers. Obviously that'll be a fail for Robin, so a bit unfortunate, but it's still practice, so no real impact to the running for those guys, and I think they were running really well as well yesterday. So hopefully they can get that car back up and running.
Yes, they had a good run yesterday. The pair of them sort of run it between the two of them, and so it's a nice friendly affair, and they always have a nice little competition between the pair of them. So it's always good to see them when they're here at Loton. Now, I'll apologise to people who were watching on HillClimb.TV. There's a bit of a problem with the network connection, so it may come and go a little bit. Hopefully that'll be sorted before long. Rich Danby and his crew, there's a couple of them here this weekend with the HillClimb.TV, and they're always working hard to provide such top quality coverage. It's important that if you are able to, like the live feed, like the channel, subscribe and share it widely, because it's such a bonus for British hill climbing to have Rich and his team out there providing this coverage. So we seem to have Robin Johnson coming back down the hill in the Tiga. That's good news, because it means it at least still moves under its own steam. It doesn't need to be recovered on a truck. With any luck, it was just a momentary missing of a braking point, or if you brake at the wrong point, there's a bit of a crest of a hill up there. If you brake on the top of the crest, it's when the car is lightest, and so it actually unsettles the car an awful lot. You can lock up the tyres, and you can lose a whole load of braking distance. You need to brake either just before or just after the crest, depending on how fast your car is or how brave you are.
How brave you are, and and sometimes it's especially so if you're at the top and here and on the hill, do walk the track. Just follow the fence to the right. If you've come here at the bottom of the track at Triangle, just follow the track, keep the fence to your right, and you'll get to see all the action through the Cedar Straight. It's a very good spot to watch the cars, and you can see how much braking and how late the drivers, or how brave those drivers are on the brake at the top. And I think also the entry of Valleys has a little bit of a camber, reverse camber, so it makes it a little bit tricky, and a few of the drivers have been trying to cut that corner by running onto a little bit of concrete on the inside that we have. So we're back up and running. The whistle and the red flags are going down, so that means we are good to go. So you can see who on the start line as well, our marshals just lining up the cars. So in hill climb we've got timing struts, and on all the cars that breaks the beam for the timing, and then as soon as the green go lights, then the drivers will launch the cars. And Martin Water just running these about 500 little pocket rockets, those machines, 1400cc turbocharged engine, about 160 horsepower at the front, and really entertaining machines to climb. They always make a fantastic sound as well. So, and a big thank you as well to all the Barts Club here this weekend for providing a lot of Easter eggs to our marshals and commentators. So a big thank you to you all for being so generous over the years as well. It's nice to be recognised for all the efforts that all our volunteers here are making. And Martin having a good run, really pushing that 500 really, and hard on the brake, 82 miles an hour, and really throws the car into the entry of Fallow, into the blind entry right under museum. Tricky corner to navigate, and then it's just being patient and trying to navigate that corner and carry as much momentum as possible as he goes through the finish straight to 63.44.
Yeah, that car makes a big noise for such a little machine, but it's quite good fun to watch, and great run there. Hugh Elliott next up in the Arbus Spider, so slightly more powerful in this sports-like chassis, designed and built basically like an MX-5. So a really good little machine, and Hugh is usually one of the pace setters in this road-going production car class.
Yeah, Stephen Hill in one of the popular Clio Aris in this class, the under 2 litre. These are still really affordable cars that you can start hill climbing with, especially in this class, and still relatively lightweight and competitive in this class. Those cars are now probably about 20 years old, but very effective on the track. Small chassis, very good handling from the Runoff factory, and Stephen Hill just through the finish line. He'll be pushing that car to a time of 66.65, so good improvement on those previous runs.
Yeah, so I think time's starting now to improve, certainly, and we're seeing things as they warm up get better and better. This is still practice, so not quite as important as it will be very shortly. We'll be getting competition runs for the Midland Hillclimb Championship after our slight break. So that'll be about 11:30ish. We hope to get going with the Midland Hillclimb competition runs. However, the interclubs, they're practicing all morning, so they won't get competition until after lunch. However, plenty of interesting things to keep an eye on between now and then. We have an end of batch, so cars will be coming back down from the top paddock to join us here at the bottom, and gives us a chance to see them once more as they pass through.
Yeah, it was a good run for all those drivers. It was interesting what you were saying about the tyre situation here running in the UK. I would say that the tyres are here. Whether you can find them in the right size is a bit more tricky, and it usually comes down to currently the diameter size. I think previously all our drivers have been running Avon tyres here, produced in the UK, and the Hoosiers, you'll hear a lot about those tyres, but for many in the sizes, the diameter of those tyres that are a little bit different, and therefore it just completely changes the profile of the cars. Usually those Avons have been 600 millimeters of diameter, and the Hoosiers are 575, so you can quickly understand that this will automatically drop the car. So it's the right diameter for the rim, but the size of the tyre is smaller, and therefore you have to adjust. And I was speaking to Jonathan Varley, and he's like, well, if I were to switch to those tyres, then the rear suspension would just hit the floor, and he would have to do a cut out into the floor, probably have a little bit of a bump to accommodate for that change, and you would have to obviously do a lot of change to the back of the floor.
Yes, it also affects things like the gearing ratios. So if your wheel size changes, your gearing, how it applies to the final drive onto the tarmac, that changes as well. And once you start changing ride height, that affects your aerodynamics and the balance of the car. So even just a simple loss of whatever that was, 25 millimeters of diameter, even that can throw these cars into needing completely new setups. And of course, a lot of these guys who've been competing for years, if they've been developing those setups time and time again, they can call on those setups from last event that they did at this venue. If something like the wheel diameter changes, then obviously that needs all trying again. So it could really throw a lot of people off, and you might see some of the top runners struggling as they try and work these new things out, and maybe that'll give a chance for other cars, other drivers to step into that. So it could really mix up, and it's certainly the big boys in the British Hillclimb Championship. They all certainly feel these tyre issues the hardest, I fear. Right, so cars coming back down from the top. We've run through our first practice time of the morning, I think, pretty much. We've gone through most, so it must be we're into interclub practice now, and then motorcycles coming along very shortly afterwards, and then that'll bring us up to our brief break for the church service on this Easter Sunday. Did you have Easter eggs this morning, Benoit?
I did, yes.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I'm not sure if that's recommended for breakfast, but this is the Sunday, so it doesn't count.
On Easter, I think chocolate for breakfast is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
We're joined this weekend, myself, Alex Burnham here in the commentary with Benoit alongside me, and we've just been joined by our friend Chris Ponsford. Hello, Chris. You've been snooping around the paddock this morning. Have you got anything interesting to tell us?
Good morning all. Yes, well, of course I have interesting stuff. I've been prowling around the paddock actually, in my new trilby actually, and I was also told by somebody who shall remain nameless, he said, I hope you're not wearing that today. I said, well, unfortunately, because you said that, I am definitely wearing that today. So there we go. There's a Ford RS Focus, Jeff Kershaw. That wasn't here yesterday. 560 brake, time attack car, 4-wheel drive, and of course he is part of Mr. Turbo Technics at Northampton. So you see, so it's got all the right bits on it. Volvo's back in town. The oil leak is fixed. Yes, they only live at Craven Arms, so it was the Volvo that I remember that he told me came from Leicester Car Auction with the old lady. It was about 750 quid's worth at the time. And anyway, he fitted a bigger turbo. He's got a standalone ECU, he was telling me. And I said, what's the difference between a standalone ECU and a normal ECU? And I don't think there's a lot of difference, but be a new one, a replacement. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, that's all good. Yes, I spoke to Caroline.
Was there a problem with the car?
With which one?
Formula Ford.
The Formula Ford. No, I think it's okay. Well, she didn't suggest it was. Oh, did she? Oh, I didn't realise that. I don't know. I was chatting to her on the fence, actually. She'd just come up to have a look at Matthew and Sean. But didn't know there was a problem, but I'm sure she'll be back out very shortly. So we're still in practice, folks. Welcome aboard to HillClimb.TV. This is an early start for HillClimb.TV today, isn't it? It's all Rich is on the ball from the word go today. Are you guys on? You've been very generously doing the commentary earlier doors there. Very good.
We have, yes, and it's been a great start for the morning. Yeah, we'll definitely check on Caroline Ryder. I'm sure one of us will be able to wander in the paddock
back
and find
and have
out.
a look in a bit. Yeah.
She might be back out again before we get to lunchtime, hopefully. So yeah, Kevin Dunn just lining now on the starting line. So we're now moving up to the Interclub. So Kevin Dunn in the Rover Mini Cooper. This is one of the latest Rover and the classic and wonderful car to watch, and great looking classic Mini. The 4 headlights at the front, and really good looking machines, I think. I wouldn't say no to having one in the garage.
No, there's a group of Minis with us this weekend, and they are all brilliant. Lots of classic Minis, and yesterday the Mini Clubman with that squared off nose, it was looking awesome. So some really quick Minis, then some modern Minis as well were around. So it was a good, the Downton Championship has joined us, and it's a good mix of Minis. Now, we often say, don't we, Benoit? In fact, last year one of our regular sayings was it's not a meeting unless there's a Mini on the grid. Well, we've got probably about 5 or 6 classic Minis and a similar number of newer ones. So we're full of Minis this weekend.
Yeah, it's great to see the Rover Mini still really showing what they can do, because they are still very competitive when they run. And Kevin just spun a little bit at museum. It's very unusual for Kevin. I've seen Kevin last meeting, and he just the car just overturned on him. I think just on the entry of museum that can be unsettling a bit for the car, and he goes through the finish line. So an 89.75, that'll compromise Alex Smith's run, who is running that beautiful MX-5 just after him, so we'll get a rerun. And then Murray as well has just been waved back to the paddock as well, just behind us. So Warner Marshall will just give him the instruction. I'm sure he'll be waved back to the paddock. He may be asked to join the top paddock, but usually would be try to fit him into the gap, or you might just have to join the next batch of cars, usually when the cars go past those. So let's see what we'll do for Alex.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it's unusual for a Mini to go around like that. they're normally quite well planted.
I've never seen. Usually they just
go everywhere, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah, they just have their 4 wheels on the ground, and you just see a little go-kart running around the museum.
Yeah.
Very unusual. But it's you were talking about those Mini. I think they're very interesting. Like the what we call the BMW after the ownership of the BMW at the start of the century, and they provide really good value for money now. So a lot of the Mini Coopers and the Cooper S's are very affordable now. So they're all about 20-25 years, and there's that nice time period where those cars become quite affordable. So you don't feel like you're taking something very special on track. So if you were to have any sort of oopsies, well, you can still fix them. And because there's so many around, it is a great success, which has just revived the brand. I think they provide really good value for money. And the very early ones of the BMW Mini are now being very collectible. There's just I think there's a run from 1999 to early 2000, and those cars, the very first cars, are very collectible.
Well, they were purposely designed to have a very good handling chassis, because they knew that was one of the benefits of the original Mini. So BMW purposely made it handle possibly, well beyond what you would expect of a budget small family car. So chassis-wise, the Mini is pretty good, and certainly if you can find one of the Coopers or the supercharged ones, the power in them is reasonable as well. So they make, like you say, quite a good entry into hill climbing, as does things like these Renault Clio Cups. However, the Cup editions or the sporty editions of these Clios, they've always been quite popular, so finding a good one of these is probably a bit harder these days.
Yeah, they are, and it's very been the UK, it's very been like probably one of the first markets in and around Europe and the world for those cars. The British always love the hot hatch, and it's great to see the 197 as the Mark III, so that's the last of the naturally aspirated 6-speed gearbox, so one more than the previous generation. Those cars are a little bit bigger, slightly heavier, but the 6-speed is giving a good amount of power and a good choice of gear, especially on the hill. So you'll see a few of those cars in that class, and very competitive car, very good chassis. French engineers working their wonders with what they can on those cars.
Yeah, now you see we're in Class 1B, road-going production cars between 1400 and 2 litre, and this is a very competitive class, always has a good turnout of numbers. These hot hatches tend to be the favourites in this category because they are relatively cheap, good handling, and have the right engine capacities, and so you see a whole variety of hot hatches. We get a lot of the French ones here, don't we, Benoit, which always seems to entertain you.
It is, yeah. It's good, good machines, I think. And Simon going through the top of museum, and we're now catching up David Fickins, regular here at Loton Park. David competing here in the Loton Park Championship, and he'll be looking to try and get into the runoff towards the end of the day as well. So David running that Clio 182, so pretty much a standard car with a few suspension modifications. So really not a lot done to it. That keeps the car into the road going series production car. And David Fickins is 66.41.
Yeah, so good run there. And currently Martin Walters is top of this class with that 63.44. We'll see how it pans out over the day as we get quicker and quicker. Marie Fletcher there going through the finish line with her Fiat 500. Does a 65.78. Good run there in that little red Fiat, as we switch now to see Alex Smith's Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, Alex Smith on his rear end, so a regular contender here in the MX-5, and also a great popular car. So really, basically, this car is very much the entry onto hill climb. If you want to, if you have a road car, you can pretty much bring it to the track, drive the car to the track, like many of the drivers here will do, and you can really have a little bit of fun. And basically in HillClimb, the first competition is yourself, so you just have to try and improve on every single run. And we got Mary Elliott, who is a regular contender as well. Mary, an artist during a free time as well, so she'll be painting a lot of nice drawings and having a good time here at Loton Park at the weekend. She competes as well with Hugh Elliott, who I would expect probably to try and get to the very top of the order through the day.
Yeah, Hugh is usually one of the pace setters in this category in that Fiat Abarth Spider, so definitely want to keep an eye on. Mary's not normally far behind, but now we have one of the cars I've been looking forward to all weekend. This is Andrew Hollis in that Volvo 940 Turbo. Brilliant machine this. Love to see this on the hill, and I've always got a soft spot for big Volvos. This one, this is what Chris Ponsford was talking about. He bought this at a car auction. One lady owner from New. He paid about 750 quid for it and has since developed the engine, given it lots of power, and done all sorts of work. Yesterday he had to pull out because of an oil leak, but today he's fixed that. The turbo kicking out a bit of smoke there as he goes up to museum, but yes, the turbo is twice the size as normal, gives him lots of power, and across the line he goes 65.5. Great run there.
That's a good run for Andrew, and Aaron Parrott in the Aston Martin Vantage follows him as well in that supercharged Aston Martin Vantage, and great to see the Aston Martin, and this is one that gets driven and used as it should, so proper sports car for Aaron behind the wheel. And Aaron so far a 66.73, so good running for him. Rats Museum are going to try and improve on that previous time. He's through the finish line, and that's a time 67.19, the first time on the board for him this morning.
Yeah, great run there. We've also got Paul Bealey in this Audi A1. Small little machine, but with quite a bit of power. We're in road-going production cars over 2 litres, so big old engine in that tiny little Audi. And Paul heading up now round museum, as we also see Philip Steele's Porsche 911 Carrera. You can see how this over 2 litre category gets a whole mixture of machines, really, from that little Audi up to this big Porsche.
Yeah, so we are now into the four-wheel drive, and this is one of the 996 with the four-wheel drive. And interesting story about Philip Steele and that 911 that is new to him this weekend. He actually just bought a few tickets for a giveaway, and where you can win a car or take the cash. He won and actually took the cash. And he just purchased a 911 for less than 13k, I think. So it's basically free motoring for Philip, and he's put the rest of the cash in the bank, and he has a bit of money to run on hill climbs here throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, great way of doing it if you're able to win. Andrew Coleman there, crossing the line with a 58.55, as we see John Sharples in that Mach 1 tiny little specialist production car. John Sharples in a category of his own today. He'll cross the line very shortly. Looks like it's going to be a good run. 61.41 for John.
Yeah, good run. And Tony always one of the try in that Peugeot 205. Great to see the great one here out running. So this is the 2-litre car, and Tony always having a good run in this car. Absolutely loves the car, but actually just goes out and hit the wall at museum. Doesn't seem to have hit the wall too hard, but he just got caught onto the entry of museum. He's just now reversing. Looks okay to me, but the marshal will have to put that tyre back all together. And he looks like he's just out of the car, so yeah, looks okay for Tony. Tony always a try here, and hopefully not too much damage to the car, so he can run for the rest of the day. So the marshals are now attending to the car and checking on Tony, and we'll have to put that tyre wall back together.
Yeah, Tony is an all-or-nothing type driver. He had a big incident here last year, which wrote off a car because he was pushing his way up the Cedar Straight, and so yeah, always pushing hard. Usually he's fine, and just one of the pace setters today, it's got the better of him. Not normally going off at Museum or around there, is he? He knows this course pretty well, so that's not normally a weakness of his, but obviously something caught him out this morning.
Yeah, I haven't seen it probably looks like he may have understeered just on the entry of Museum, I feel, and just hit the tyre wall. Didn't seem to have too much damage to the car, so we'll see. This is going to take a bit of time as we have to put the tyres back together, and that tyre wall just did the job to absorb a little bit of the impact, so good to see that being in place as well. And Museum always a corner that will catch our drivers. As you may have seen if you have been following so far this morning on the inboard, it's just a blind entry, and if for some of our drivers that really haven't driven the course, it will catch you out because it's straight right after the hill and the little bump, and it will catch the drivers. Yeah,
we had a couple of Morgans yesterday who perhaps didn't realise it turned right at the top of that hill, and luckily they weren't going too quick, so no major issue, but it does catch people out. I think they need to have some big boards up there which say don't forget the right turn, because certainly people who are new to Loton Park, they always seem to forget that final corner. They're climbing up towards Museum, and because you can't really see it, your brain, I think, is moving on to, I've almost finished this run, and actually there's a little bit left, and you've got to be aware of that. And it can catch even the best out, though, can't it? We've seen some pretty good drivers have incidents up there, so it's not just a rookie mistake. Sometimes it's a tricky enough corner to catch even the best people out.
It's the fact that it's just the top of the hill, and sometimes you'll just unsettle the car, and you can't get the car. And usually drivers will start to try to brake a little bit earlier, just to put the nose of the car onto the ground, so that they make sure they have that weight transfer onto the front of the car to make the car turn. And especially for those front-wheel drive car, it can be a little bit tricky, because then that Museum corner really goes on forever, so you're just trying to fight a bit of the understeer that is just inherent to those front-wheel drive car, and it's a little bit tricky. I've just seen the recovery track just going up to probably recover Tony's car, so we'll have a look. We'll probably see that car going down the hill just in front of us in the commentary box, so we'll be able to give you a visual update as to what we can see, and we'll have our reporters as well in the paddock give us a bit of an update on that as well.
Yeah, so it might be that something's broken on Tony's car, which means it can't come down the hill under its own steam, or even just coast down. If there's an issue with suspension or one of the wheels or something, it can't roll, so it might need to be trailered down. So the recovery truck will go and pick it up and bring it back down with us, and we'll get going once that's been returned. Now, the weather's not particularly improved this morning. I was hoping it was going to get nicer. It was a nice morning, and then it seems to have gone a bit cold, but thank you to all those brave souls who are sitting trackside. I can see a handful down here with us, and various people wandering their way up the course to the various vantage points. So well done to all of you. I hope you're keeping warm, getting good views, taking nice photographs. Don't forget, if you're here at the circuit, we have the burger van offering refreshments, food, drink and the rest of it. We have the regalia shop, which this year has new stock. We've got hoodies, and especially this year's must-have colour is the orange hoodie. It means that you can pretend to be a marshal. You can look like your favourite marshal wearing your Loton Park orange hoodie, and so they are definitely worth looking at. Certainly on a cooler day like this, that hoodie would be very welcome. There are, of course, a few gilets as well. Again, for a cooler day like today, perfect to throw on over whatever you're wearing just to keep you warm. And then we also have the normal t-shirts, hats, coats, both the bad weather coats, which are some of the warmest in the business, and the slightly lighter shell coats, which are great for those chilly mornings like today, and all the rest of the goodies. So please do head to the regalia shop. Make sure you buy something if you're able, because all of that money helps keep this venue running, keeps us being able to provide great motorsport action from here at Loton Park. It is very important that we support these grassroots venues and championships, because this is what props up the rest of motorsport. It keeps everything going, and so your hard-earned pennies on the gate and in the regalia shop are always very welcome. And we see now cars coming back down to the paddock. They're taking this chance to return the batch whilst they recover Tony Feakin's Peugeot. It didn't look too badly damaged on the camera footage that we could see. With any luck, Tony will be able to get it sorted and back out again later. But we'll wait and see whether he's able to do so. It's they're pretty tough little cars, those Peugeots, although Tony sometimes really pushes them beyond their limits. So it's hopefully not too bad. We'll wait and see when he comes back down.
Yeah, we can definitely say he has tested them over the year, and crash tested them as well. But,
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully that's not the end of the day for Tony. He's always a trier, and he's great to watch on the track. So really hoping for him to be back on track, and hopefully that tyre was done the job for him to really giving some get back and onto the track. As you said, if it's your first time here at Loton Park, or if you're watching online, well, welcome to HillClimb.TV and welcome to Loton Park. Great to have you on this Easter weekend. Bank holidays here in the UK always tend to not give us great weather, isn't it? And it was fantastic 2 weeks ago. It felt like summer here at Loton Park. Still, it looks fantastic out there, and I think we still have a lot of action coming up, so we want to carry on this. Hopefully we can have a little bit of blue skies this afternoon, and we'll be having some good running. If it's your first time here at Loton Park, make sure you wander around the paddock. Feel free to speak to any other competitors. They'll be happy to take some time, show you around their cars. And I would also encourage you to get to the start line, so just push on towards the paddock and go and watch the track, and you can see the cars launching off the start line. It'll be a fantastic way to look at this part of the track, and if you haven't already, just make sure you wait all your way to the top. Great views. We've got sitting areas as well at the top of museum, just on the outside of that corner. You might try have a little bit of the action as well happening there. Hopefully all the action that you can have will be the cars just going around and nothing going wrong, but sometimes those things happen, and we've got just the 205 just coming into our view now. So let's see if we've got anything obvious that we can catch. It was the left corner. A little bit of bruising onto the headlight, but nothing too bad, but we don't know what may have
well, hopefully
happened.
Roving reporter Chris Ponsford will be on the spot to chat to Tony and find out what happened. So Chris will be back with us in a little while, but at the moment he's nosing his way around the paddock, finding all the interesting stories, so we can keep you updated as best we can. But yeah, hopefully with Tony's car recovered, we should be back into action very, very quickly. So we have Chris Scrivens on the line in that Renault Clio. This is quite heavily modified, this car. Chris has been doing lots of work to develop this over the years, and I think it's one of those, there are quite a few competitors actually who every year you look at the car and something new's been tweaked or changed. They're always chasing some little improvement. So it's great to see as they go how people just put their time and effort into developing something interesting, and great to see these sorts of machines. And Chris, there are not many in this modified production cars over 2 litres today. Sometimes it's a bigger field than this, but yeah, Chris yesterday did some nice times, so hopefully he'll be able to pick up where he left off, give us a good run. You can sometimes see the difference. Certainly if you're here, go and have a look in the window of one of the road-going Clios, then go and have a look at Chris's, and you can just see how much has changed internally. So all the seating, the carpet, everything's out. There's a roll cage, there's race seats, there's all the instruments changed, and the bodywork's lighter, and lots of effort goes into making these cars quicker when possible. So Chris on the hill, away he goes around now, heading down towards Triangle, and nice through there.
Yeah, it's a great illustration to what you can do in this modified series cars. Obviously, usually you'll try and lighten the car as much as possible, and then Chris here is running a 2-litre turbocharged engine, so about probably close to 250 horsepower, probably a bit more into this car, and it's all going through the front wheel, so it's a bit of a challenge to go sometimes and find the traction, but in the dry conditions he's really sorted that car, and it works really well to run Chris all the way through to the finish, and I'll be going through the finish line. It's 65.94, so thereabouts where we would expect Chris, and Lee Fagan really excellent driving that Porsche box that he's been running now for a few years. Andy currently leading the class in this beautiful machine. Andy competing here in the Loton Championship and also the Midland, so really driver that's out there every weekend, really driving that car beautifully, and Andy having a good run as well. He's also developed that car over the years, and he goes through the finish line. So 59.12, good time.
Yeah, really good run there. And then this is new today, wasn't with us yesterday, so this is the first time on the hill this weekend for Jeff Forshaw in this Ford Focus. It's a time attack machine, and it's a very well developed car. Yeah, Jeff, unfamiliar, I think, with this venue, so don't expect it to be the quickest run out of the box as he learns his way around the track. But yeah, I expect this car will get quicker and quicker as the day goes on. It looks amazing, really well put together machine, this. I was looking around it in the paddock, and I think it's got something silly, 400-500 horsepower, it weighs almost nothing. Possibly four-wheel drive. We were unable to get to the bottom of that, were we?
Yeah, I think this is running four-wheel drive, and about 540 horsepower, and yeah, it's the first time for Jeff, so he's getting familiar with the track, and fantastic machine. This is the Turbo Technics cars. This is a bit of a development car, Jeff being a Turbo Technics man actually, and so he's doing the right thing, going through the course at the pace that he should be running. And it was quite interesting because he probably managed to just have the four-wheel spinning off the ground. Don't know if that's a little bit of oil that we have
he's
on the start line.
Yeah, that's not a good place to be dropping oil. So if that was from that Focus, that might explain why he was a bit slower. Maybe things weren't quite right. Hopefully, I can't see anything on the rest of the track. I don't know. There's a bit of a line coming down from Fletcher's Dello there. Hopefully that is just a bit of dirt rather than actually anything on the circuit. We'll keep an eye on that Focus as the day goes on. Gary Hull, however, in this little Jedi, one of my favourite cars. Gary is here pretty much every single event, and it's great to see, and he gets quicker and quicker in this little Jedi. Little motorbike engines, tiny little race car chassis, and hard on the brakes there, sliding a bit for Gary, but always spectacular, always trying. And these Jedis, I think they're brilliant machines.
Yeah, they're fantastic. They're such a small and narrow car, very short wheelbase, so make them very agile. And Gary's having a good run. He was second yesterday in practice, just behind the mighty Nigel, who's always very competitive in that OMS that will follow. But great cars to see, and there's a few around in the country. You can find them also in the 1000cc unique series on track as well, but they make for wonderful hill climb cars. Nigel Pitt now coming into our view. Nigel having a good run as well in that OMS 3000. He's improved that car, especially last year. He really sorted the handling, and he was really putting some down really good times throughout the last season. So I'm looking forward to
good run
see Nigel.
All purples on the board. Yesterday he and Gary were having a really close battle between the two. Very different machines, but in the same class. And Nigel seems to have woken up with the bit between his teeth, because he's got some speed on him. Let's see if he can beat Gary's 55.89 as he heads up to the line. It's going to be close, 55.29. Well, brilliant. I think keep an eye on that category for the day. That's going to be a close fight.
Yeah, now moving up to our classic cars. This is Michael Crotchley in the Alfa Romeo Giulia in the 1600. This is an ex-rally car from Ireland, and Michael running this car. Very regular contender here. That beautiful Alfa Romeo Giulia's pretty much the start of what we would call like the very sports saloon cars, really. They really started to have a little bit of power under the bonnet, and about 100 horsepower, quite advanced for the time, 5-speed gearbox and fantastic handling. And this car was designed with a bit of aero, so this is a bit of a Camtel, as you can see from the boot. And then Richard Jones in the Mini as well, really competitive in this car.
Yeah, so Michael Crutchley and Richard Jones in this class of classic saloons manufactured before 1971, and Richard in this Mini was quite spectacular at times yesterday, doing a great job taking his way up the hill. Now the Mini ever so slightly quicker, I think, than the Alfa Romeo, but we'll see as it goes over the weekend. We then shift to another Mini. Now this looks amazing, this one, Stuart Sampson's Mini with that intercooler out the front. It's only got a little engine, but it's producing quite a bit of power from it, and great handling little car. It looks amazing.
I'm glad they has entered the car, adding the CT name, which was like a sort of a special series through the 80s for that Austin Mini, and it's great to see this car. You can see how much it squats, and it's running, I think it's running 10-inch wheels, isn't it? On that car, so it really squats the car down, and it's great to see. We're now going to have a few Minis, so we're going to try and see if we can find any alternative words for those, but great to see Wayne Black as well in the Cooper S. This is a supercharged car, 1600 cc, about 160 horsepower from the factory, and great handling machines, and make from very good competitive car on the hill.
Yeah, so this is the Downton Championship for Minis. There's a whole range. There's these more modern BMW produced Minis. However, the pace setter yesterday was a classic Mini, so it really shows that it's a bit open, this category, but it's good to see. We like to see the difference in Minis, and yes, here we see so Steve Jarrett up the top of the hill, Zach Cobb down the bottom with us, and off the line Nigel Sampson in that Austin Mini Clubman, the old one, and already he's quickest off the line. Now he was the pace setter yesterday in that Mini Clubman, and it is a fantastic machine, so we'll keep an eye when he comes round into view. Nigel Sampson already quickest through that first section of the track. Looks like he's already on it. Great looking machine, that really tight through triangle, makes a bit of a mistake, and that'll cost him a little bit of time. Let's see whether he can recover, or whether that's ruined his run. It is, however, only practice, so still doesn't actually count for anything. Still quickest, however. Nigel Sampson really on it. Yeah,
it was just really trying through triangle, and those cars are just go-karts, as you see, and it goes into the entry of Fallow now. Great run through the second part of the hill onto Museum, turns the cars around, no problem, pushes through to the finish line, and that'll be a good time. I think he'll be probably a 65.77, so that's a good run for him. That's where we would expect him to be following that second run yesterday.
Yeah, so that time, little mistake down at Museum probably cost him a little, but he's right on the pace still. As we now move into the motorcycles, this is solo motorcycles under 500cc, so usually 125s, maybe 450s, but a whole range of motorbikes to go through, and we've got a good chunk of under 500s, and then a similar number of over 500s, And yesterday's runoff with these guys was super exciting, so keep an eye as the day goes on. These motorbikes really do put on a good show. There's a variety of style of bike and a variety of style of riding, so it's interesting to see how the differences, how different riders and machines go up the hill. We're with Mark Stafford here on his KTM for this first one. You'll notice it because it's a bit more of a trial style bike. It's foot down as he goes around the corners, that slightly more upright way of riding rather than the superbike style of heavy leaning. But there we see Mark heading up towards the line. 68.45 means he's quicker than yesterday, so that's a good start for the bikes. We'll see whether perhaps their times will start to tumble.
Yeah, and always put some great show, those bikes, and it's great to have them here at Loton Park. So this is the National Hill Climb Championship that we have running. I can hear the whistle just going up. That'll be probably an end of batch because I can't see anything being lined up on the start line. So we'll probably be releasing some of the cars back onto the paddock.
Yeah, so as we wait for this batch to return, we'll just take this opportunity to say hello to everyone from around the world who's joining us on HillClimb.TV. I know we've got Australia, we've got France, we've got Germany, I think, and we often get people from Canada and all sorts of places. So hello to all of you, and hello to the steadily growing crowd of people we have trackside. It is brilliant to see people here alongside the track as well, and hopefully you're having a good day here at Loton Park. We will do our best to keep you entertained and informed as much as we can, and of course we have this amazing selection of vehicles to watch on the hill at one of the UK's prettiest motorsport venues, in my opinion. Certainly head up the hill, there are some amazing places where you can sit amongst the trees and watch the cars go by. You can get very close to the action here, opposed to, I don't know, if you go to places like Silverstone Race Circuit, you're a good country mile from the actual action as you sit in the grandstands. So being able to be this close to the action is a real privilege. So enjoy your time here at Loton Park.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that, Alex. It's a fantastic venue, and if you are here in person, you can also watch and follow the live stream. So we're trying to cater for both our audiences, both here and online. But if you want to watch as well some of the action, sometimes watch some of the replays. So if you're at the bottom of the hill, you just have to tune onto YouTube and look for HillClimb.TV, and you'll find the live stream. So you can follow the actions through the day, and if you have missed anything or you have to go back home a little bit earlier, then all you have to do is watch the actions when you get back home later today or in the next coming weeks. You can also watch a lot of the actions and the previous actions from the previous weekends in the last year season, and you could be able to follow the rest of the season through from the Midland Hillclimb Championship and the British Hillclimb Championship as well. So a lot of actions coming up. It's only the start of the season really, so we're just warming up and getting into gears.
Yes,
from 2 wheels we're going from 3 wheels
to 3. Yeah, with a bit of everything again this weekend. You're mentioning it's just the start of the season. I should say now, in about a month's time, on the 17th and 18th of May, that weekend, we have another interclub meeting here. So if you are able to join us for that here trackside, that would be brilliant to see people come and join us for more hill climb action next month, sort of similar time, mid next month. And by then the weather will be scorching hot and wonderful, won't it, Benoit?
It will.
Yeah, excellent. Right, so first of our Morgans. So we have a Morgan with both driver and passenger here. So Ian Stewart and Gracia Cardosa Stewart. It's a bit of a mouthful. I think Ian Stewart is the driver. Gracia will be the passenger alongside, who you can see there. And these Morgans when they run under motorcycle rules, they have to run a passenger. Or they have to have ballast in alongside the driver. When they run as a car, they don't. So it's a technical difference, but it's quite good to have a real person, because they can slide themselves down into the footwell and they can sometimes lean with the corners. So here we see car 16, Daniel Hodgson. He has ballast alongside rather than a person. So it's a fixed amount of weight strapped into the passenger seat, effectively, rather than a second person.
I guess very much depends on what the relation you have with that passenger. Whether you call it a passenger or just a ballast. Yeah,
and they are only small, so you've got to be quite close to your passenger. There's not a lot of space in these Morgans. And there we are, Ian Stewart and Gracie Stewart crossing the line, 95.17. They're in a class of their own. There's a whole variety of different types of Morgan, so it's a little bit confusing as to who's competing with who, or whom. My English let me down there. So please, just enjoy the spectacle, I think, unless you're particularly keen, because it's often hard to follow all the different classes. And the range of Morgans is huge. As we see Catherine Quinn, coming through in her Morgan F2. That's a very old machine. I think that one's probably close to 100 years old. So it's amazing to see it still competing on the hills.
Yeah, this is indeed nearly 100 years old, from 1937, and still great to see. And we have three type of cars and three wheelers here, all divided into three classes: the touring modified, and the racing class. The racing class being the where we have the largest number of entries, and Catherine currently competing in the touring modified, and great little machines, as you can see, to compete. And they are extremely quick for the amount of power they have. They're very lightweight, so they have great amount of traction, I found, but very, very good and entertaining to watch.
Yeah, so you see Hamish Bibby just went through there. Now, if you're very eagle-eyed, you'll have seen Mia Simons-Weston alongside. Mia being probably quite a young child, but that's the favourite for ballast, because they are small, they can get themselves right down into the footwell, and it's a good, so you can just see the second helmet there alongside, really pushing through there. Hamish going very quick. He's going to set a good time in that Morgan, going across the line, 66.72. Excellent run there as we switch to Anthony Quinn's Super Sports. Beautiful old Morgan, this one.
Yeah, beautiful machine from Anthony. This machine straight from 1934, so this car has been running. There's a lot of history behind those machines. They have been switching hands. Sometimes they've been passed on from family as well, so those people absolutely love those cars, and usually you'll see them traveling as well and touring, and some will be driving the machines here to the venues as well, so it's very impressive.
Yeah, so we have Anthony Quinn just coming up toward the line. Yeah, as Benoit said, built in the 1930s, so coming up to 100 years. It won't be long till that reaches that milestone. We'll see whether it's still on the hill in about 10 years' time. 81.99 for Anthony, as Tanya Pearson with Charlene Pearson. They will be the last of the Morgans as they head up the hill, and we switch to the motorbikes once more. Tony Pearson now getting close to the top. Red flag, however. So, problem, I think. Oh, one of the bikes has gone off, and no harm, no foul by the looks of it. Slides across the grass. Luckily, the grass is relatively soft and slippy at this time of year, so mostly just pride hurt there. Mike Tilley, he was really going for it as well. His times were looking great. Shame for him. We'll see whether Mike's able to get back going again for later on. He's certainly learnt something on this practice run, and he's learned not to go off at the top of the hill.
Yeah, Mike was in the top three and posting real good time, so first on early on. He's really been pushing, but he's learned the lesson quite hard on this one. He all looks okay, just stood up and all looks okay. So he'll be just standing there. Not sure about the damage to the bike, if there's much. I can't see much body left onto that bike, unfortunately, but he'll probably be able to run again. We're getting now a replay. Let's see what happened.
So he was going up the hill, good speed. I think he was leaning over as he bridged that crest at the top of the Cedar Straight. Just the bike went a bit loose, lost a bit of traction, and over it went. That is a fast part of the course, so luckily, despite the speed, he doesn't seem to have caused himself or the bike major issue. There he is up and about, which is good to see. Mike Tilley yesterday was one of the quickest of the riders, so it was he was certainly one to be watching today, and he would have been able to get his way into the top 10 runoff, I suspect, for the bikes. So we'll see whether he's able to get himself sorted by later on this afternoon.
Alex, I've just been having a wander around the Paddock, old boy.
Oh yes, what have you found out this time?
Caroline Ryder has got a poorly car at the moment.
Yes.
It's on 2 cylinders. It's the plugs, 2 plugs were sooted right up. The rocker cover was off at the time. It had issues at Prescott recently, or was it Chelsea? But either way, they might not be back into action.
Okay.
The Joe Mackerel car, the Tigger.
Yep.
That looks to be okay.
Good.
I reckon that'd be back out. I couldn't find them, but the car looks absolutely fine. I think
it was a relatively gentle off.
Bit of grass cutting, perhaps. And what else did we have down there? What else were we looking at? Oh yeah, and I had a chat with Ian Tucker, the OMS.
Yeah.
And he had his moment after the finish line yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Well, believe it or not, and you'll say this is bizarre, at the front, his front wing had a cone stuck under it.
Oh, okay, so he picked up a corner marker.
It meant his front wheels, when he tried to turn right, they weren't working very well.
So he got the plastic corner marker stuck under the wing, which then got under the wheel, and so he lost all traction on the steering.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
So when he tried to turn right, it didn't happen.
No.
That was up on the return.
Yeah, that's when he couldn't make that turn after the finish line, could he? And found the bank.
Yeah,
so,
but the car's fine. Everything's good.
Yes. Okay.
So we're back in the game, really. So I think we're stopping at 11, aren't we, for the church service?
Yes, we're hoping to get through these final few bikes. That'll take us up to the church service very well. So if they can clear this stoppage, hopefully we're good.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to leave you boys to finish off till 11, and then I'll come in. What we got there? Tony Feekins. Oh
yes, Tony.
Young Tony. Well, yes. Did you see he had an off? Was it?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Tony had a problem up at the museum. He sort of found the tyre wall, but we weren't sure why and whether he was all right, because the car didn't look
too bad. It was back on the trailer, it was back on the lorry, wasn't it?
Yes.
So I guess that's not great.
No, so we wondered whether there was something underneath that we couldn't see, a suspension or a steering arm or something like that might have got.
Tony is not a big fan of Fallow, is he? Oh, he was museum
this time. It was up at museum.
Was it? So we went another corner on?
Yeah, so...
okay.
We were saying it's unusual for him to have a trouble there, so we weren't sure what the issue was.
Yeah, so we just had some Morgans going up, have we?
Yeah, now I think... Although Mike Tilley came off his bike, I think actually it was the Morgan that brought out the red flag, because I think it came out before the bike had his moment. So I'm not sure exactly what was going on there.
Well, I'm going to hand back to Benoit, and you can finish off these here bikes.
Lovely. Well, hopefully we'll clear things now, and we'll get through the last of the bikes, and that'll take us up to the break for the church service. Now, if you visit Loton, or if you're happy to be here now, if you sort of look over the road from where the paddock is, there is a church right about there somewhere, and they have their Sunday morning service. So we respectfully stop all the loud noises long enough for them to sing a couple of hymns, and then we get going again. So that's we sort of try and work in cooperation with the locals as much as we can, because we like being here and running cars and bikes up the hill. And here we have Adam Bentley and his beautiful Honda. This is one of the best looking bikes in the paddock, I think, this weekend.
Yeah, it's a great little NSR, this two-stroke engine machine, and fantastic to see on the hill. There's 250 cc, so lots of rev. Smells amazing from the two-stroke, and you can see Adam having a good run, and he's pushing through to the top of the hill. And we're going to have as well Rob Mercer in the Suzuki RM, so different style of bikes, and this is more of a super motorbike, and he's pushing that little machine. Adam as well running the NSR, is 250 cc bike, so he's through the finish line, and we have Rob through the second part of the hill. We're now catching up Patrick Evans in one of the KTM. This is now a two-stroke engine, so you'll hear the different note of the engine between two strokes and the four strokes engines, and you'll hear the single cylinder 450 cc bikes going up the hill as well.
Yeah, now down here at Triangle, all of a sudden the sun's come out, there are shadows on the track, it's warming up. Oh, that's a good sign, isn't it? With any luck, this will continue, and we'll get better and better as the day goes on. Patrick Evans in his on his KTM, he's just heading up now towards the finishing line. He's going to do a time mid-60s by the look of things. It's going to be slightly later, 69.26 for Patrick there. That's sort of a mid-table in this motorbikes under 500 cc's with Mick Lovelock on that KTM setting fastest times as he heads up the course so far. Those on HillClimb.TV will see the purple sectors mean fastest of all, green means fastest you've done, so personally fastest. Mick Lovelock, purple across the board. This is going to be a quick one for him as he exits Cedar Straight. Let's see where he gets to. 67 at Museum. That means it will be a bit of a slower end. Oh, hang on, he's on a class of his own.
He's on a class of his own.
Yeah. Why is he? This is the class of his own. He shouldn't be. Slightly odd timing going on there. Something wrong with the timing screen. But Mick Lovelock does a 78.7 in the end. So very slow. He had a very bad tail end to that run for some reason. Anyway, Guy Ursel was pace setter yesterday, and definitely a one to watch throughout the day. 61.94 for him, and then Doug Parnell's Yamaha making its way through.
Yeah, Doug, really good running as well. We're still in the class up to 500 cc, so this is now moving to the single cylinders. That's one of the first of the four stroke bike engine. There you can see the leaning of those riders, and it's a bit of a tricky track for all those guys to navigate, but they have done this before, when most of those riders are very experienced, and some of those machines will have received a bit of modification, maybe onto the brakes and to the engine, and they'll have a little bit more power from the factory. The important bit that they try to do as well is try to lighten as much as possible, so those supermoto chassis and frames are really lightweight, mostly aluminium frames, so very effective, and these varnas as well that we can see from Stephen Butler coming into our view now.
Yeah, the big issue that the motorbikes have, as most people do on hill climbs, is heat in the tyres. They don't have really any time to build up any grip from that rubber, so it really does come down to a balancing act for them, and how well they can hold on to their bike through those twisty sections when there's limited rubber contact and not hugely grippy. Bike 590 there, Keith Haynes going through, showing a nice clean line. He's one of the foot down brigade as he goes up through the left-right section up onto Cedar Straight, and he's making a good run of it, and times in the mid-60s for most of these guys.
Yeah, a really good time. I think we're looking at good improvement as well from the previous riders onto their previous time, so they've been waiting to go all morning, and they're having a really good run, good turn of speed for Paul Jarrett here in the KTM. This is one of the first of the over 500cc solo bike, so really good turn of speed and really pushing that bike. He was yesterday, I think I remember Paul being an excellent rider, so he'll be at the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, so Guy Ursel was quickest in the up to 500s in that practice session this morning. We're now into the over 500s, and we have some really quick guys here. Now Paul Jarrett dips into the 58.77. Well, that's an amazing run there for Paul. He was really quick yesterday, spectacular to watch, and he's setting a blistering pace early on. That's going to be hard to catch up, isn't it? He's already a good chunk ahead of everyone else with that.
Yeah, that's about 7/10 quicker than his best time yesterday. So don't know what he had for breakfast, but he definitely worked for him. And the nice Yamaha XS from Bob Turnedin having a good run through that. This is not one of the modern bikes that we have, so we will be setting the pace and at the top of the leaderboard. But fantastic to see something different on the hill.
Yeah, so coming past us now, bike number 9 is Dave Norris, and he accelerates hard out of triangle, and he's leaning that bike heavily around those fast left-right sections, and on his way onto Cedar Straight, heading up now. Dave Norris setting a good time through the middle part of that track, but he might improve on his time, but will he get anywhere near Paul Jarrett's time?
Yeah, Dave Norris, the quickest in practice yesterday, so definitely one to watch how he can improve today. Let's see how he can close. If he can get to Paul Jarrett to 61.49, so Paul Jarrett really setting up the time here. Yeah,
Dave Norris, a slight improvement over yesterday, which is good to see. However, yeah, Paul Jarrett's got a good couple of seconds over everyone, really, hasn't he? Stuart Mills will be next through on that Aprilia. He's making his way around to the top of Museum and heading up towards the finish line. Stuart is sort of mid-pack currently with his time, but he climbs slightly with that 63.18.
Yeah, good run at 63.18, and Matthew in the Suzuki having a good run as well, and I think he was really pushing yesterday. I'm just looking at the time from yesterday, but I believe he's on a class of his own as well, so don't get fooled by the
not sure why
purple time. He's having a good run, he's really pushing that bike, and then we can have Mark Williams now through keepers already and onto the second part of the hill. Mark Ridge 63.86, Mark Williams already on the hill and onto the second part. Down the gears, settles the bike into the corner, no problem, and he'll be pushing that bike all the way through to the finish.
Yeah, so I think slight issue with the timing somewhere, because a couple of these guys are coming up in a separate category, whereas I don't think they should be. It should all be the same over 500cc category. So some of the timing on the screen might not be quite correct, but we'll try and keep you as updated as we can. Dave Norris there still, he's put in some good times, and yeah, I'm not sure where the timing screen's going wrong, but anyway, Josh Williams at the top of the course. He's heading towards the finish line now. His time will just dip into the 70s, 70.26, as we see Dave Peat out on the KTM, who had a good start there to this run and is posting some nice times.
Yeah, Dave Peat was second in practice yesterday, so good one. Let's see what he can do on this one. He was setting personal best so far on that run, so really good to see those time. And David all the way through to the finish line, and he'll be probably dipping just under the 62 second, 61.44.
Yeah, then we have John Warren and Mark Stafford in that Suzuki trike. John Warren riding one-armed, so impressive work from them. You can see the rider on the back really working hard, as we also see Simon and Jane Foster coming down towards us in their Honda-powered sidecar. This is an amazing machine, very, very quick, and you can see just how hard both of them have to work at getting the best out of that machine.
Yeah, they were dipping in the early 60s yesterday, the two, Simon, Jane Foster, 600cc, so this is the F2 specialist chassis on those things, and those two have really been doing this over the years, for many years. The current champion as well in this championship. And Simon taking an interesting line through the top museum, but going through the finish line, and he will be posting a good time to get started. A 63.22. Track temperature, I think, is not quite there for those guys.
No, they'll be slightly disappointed with 63. They were dipping down close to that 60-second mark yesterday, so certainly time to find. Yesterday we had another Foster sidecar, a BMW powered machine, which doesn't seem to have made it out today. We'll try and find out whether there is an issue with it or whether they were only ever doing one day of this weekend. But it was nice to see, older machine but with the big BMW engine. However, that I think will be time for our break. We're almost on time. Look at that. That's unusual, isn't it, Benoit? We're at about the 11 o'clock mark when we were going to have our break for the church service. So I suspect that will be the end of running for now. We'll have a short pause of on-track action and then pick up again. The plan is at about 11:30 they will start running again with the timed competition runs for the Midland Hillclimb Championship. So please, do make sure you're around about 11:30. Midland Hillclimb Championship will be getting on for competition runs rather than practice. So that will definitely be worth joining us for then. As you've seen already this morning, the Midland Hillclimb Championship's got a huge range of cars from those little hot hatches right the way through, and we've got some of the big boys in their single-seaters running with us today. So all sorts of cool stuff coming out after our church break.
Yes, and it'll be a very important run for all those Midland Hillclimb Championship contenders, because that will be deciding for the order on the runoff just before lunch break. So don't leave us just yet, because we've got some really good actions, and obviously runoff is where points are awarded. So this is where the money is, and we're going to have second practice as well for our interclubs and the Morgan and the bikes that we've just seen. So fantastic to see all the action on track and to see all those boys and girls coming back down the hill in those wonderful machines.
Yeah, so everyone heading back into the pack. It's like a big old motorcycle rally when they all come through together. And so yes, a slight break now, which will give the marshals a chance to get a cup of tea, and that'll be a welcome little break for them when we start running again after the church break. I'm hoping the sun will come out even more and it'll start to warm up. We've been promised good weather by the afternoon, so let's hope. Then with any luck it'll warm up and the poor photographers won't have to wear silly woolen hats all the time. So we'll see if that improves. I don't think he heard me.
And if you're here at Loton Park, just head down to the paddock as well. It'll be a good time for you to take a look at the cars, as everyone will be around in the paddock and not on the track. So make sure you can make your way back down to the paddock. We'll see you in a minute.
Everything stops. Yeah.
Right, we'll be stopping, and we'll be back at 11:30.
Everything stops for tea.
I don't think they will. But I can remember my second login. I'll show you some photos that I took from the touring club on Tuesday. I've definitely been on the camera. But I don't always take it. So. Right, tell you a video.
Hi and welcome to Loton Park. We're currently on lunch break, so we're going to have a quick stroll around the paddock and see if we can find any unsuspecting drivers to have a chat to. I'm here with my trusty cameraman Archie, who's absolutely loving this role. This looks like our first person we want a quick chat to. Bernie, are you available to a quick talk?
Yes,
yeah,
of course.
So,
a mine of information.
So how's it going today in the OMS?
It was really cold. There was no grip whatsoever. But we got to the top of the hill and I was appalled at my time, and then I looked at everybody else's and I cheered up a little. So but hopefully now track will warm up a bit.
Yep. So have you done anything to it over winter?
Put a new floor on it, but otherwise it's good to go. Yeah, she started. This is the first time out this weekend for us both, so we're just trying to get our heads around the speed again and see if we can actually get in front of the car rather than it driving us.
I said people don't really appreciate just how fast it is to drive a 400 brake horsepower single seater.
No, I mean it is. You know, it's about 1,000 brake horsepower per ton. So it's yeah. And I'm not in the first flush of youth. So although I got 20/20 vision, the issue is the processing that goes on. You know, and that's the guys that are driving these and getting 44 seconds like Matthew went and did that on that run. It just, there's real talent in this sport at the sharp end. It really is.
Cheers, Bernie. Thank you very much. I'll let you get on for your lunch. Might be a bit of a stroll now down into the paddock to find somebody else. The weather's much better today than it was yesterday. It was nice and sunny now. This looks like an ideal situation. We'll find all of the Clarks. No, don't go anywhere, Sam. We thought we'd introduce you to the 3 Clarks of the courses we've got today.
All doing nothing.
Oh yeah. So we've got Steve Harriman, Sam Walker and Paul Richardson, and they are...
That's efficient, we have nothing else to do.
So how's it been today then, Steve, so far?
So far it's been good, we're exactly on time where we wanted to be, given the keeping everybody happy with the local church and our little shutdown. So yes, it's going rather well. Yeah.
Fantastic. Sam, how have you found it here today?
Well, it was a bit twitchy because we had 20 minutes redundancy in the time schedule and we've used up all 20 minutes to finish bang on 11 o'clock for church service. So essentially, if everyone keeps on the back stuff, they'll get all of their runs that we've promised today. So, yeah.
I mean, it has been good so far having the fourth practice run this morning for the Midland guys.
Exactly, yeah.
I think all the competitors are absolutely
well, that was the intention. That was that we tried to do the fourth practice run, which we've achieved. So now we can get on at 11:30 with the meeting.
Fantastic. Well, I'll leave you to do your...
Nothing.
Yes. Right. Everybody seems to have just run away. Oh, I know we can find Rob Wilson. It's his birthday today. Rob, are you all right for a quick chat? Being it's your birthday.
Yeah, we can have a go.
So, Rob, you usually used to drive in a 205, but now you moved over to the Elise Series 1 now. Do you find this a much quicker car?
It's certainly a lot more effective, yes. We're sort of learning to love it. It's not quite as much character as the 205 had, and it's not trying to kill you everywhere. But it's a lovely thing to drive. Dad's worked really hard on the setup. It's set up really nice. Now handles really well, and is significantly quicker than the 205 was. Like, we did well to fight the Lotuses when we had the Peugeot, but we couldn't really beat them. And now we're sort of in amongst it. So yeah, it's really good.
Cool. You got any plans to make it any quicker at all?
It's quick enough at the moment, thanks. Yeah, it's it hasn't had much done over the winter. When we bought it, we had a fairly catastrophic engine blow up on the rollers to start with, so the development budget has gone on rebuilding the engine to be what it was. It's a really nice build. Again, Dad's built most of it, and yeah, it's really good. But yeah, we've spent the money, so it is what it is now.
Dave knows his way up here. Binns is one of the instructors here at the Loton Park driving school. How are you finding it in the Lotus? Are you loving it?
Yes, it's a very nice thing to drive. It's much easier to drive than the Peugeot was, certainly for me, because I spent so long on a rear-wheel drive car. So Rob's got the hang of it now. But yeah, it's a good car to drive. It's a nice thing. We're enjoying it.
That's the best way, isn't it? Really?
It is, yes, it is. Yeah. Hopefully we do okay. Hopefully we do okay this afternoon. We'll give it a go.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No problem.
Right then. Let's go and speak to Matt. Had a quick chat.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm all right, you?
Yeah. We're just on the live stream, so don't
Oh,
swear.
okay. Not that I do anyway.
No, not at all. No. So how you been finding it today?
Yeah, all right. It was a bit cold this morning, and I fluffed my start.
Yeah.
So I was just under a second off what I was doing yesterday. But yeah, no, it was okay. It was all right. The Hoosiers are working well in the cold as well, so that's quite encouraging, I think, for the big boys.
I was going to say I was going to come and chat to you about that because they're having the new Hoosiers on, and you've been testing them for quite a while now anyway.
Yeah, so last year I was on Hoosiers all last year because I couldn't get any Avons in my size. So I was on Super Softs, which is their track soft tyre, and they worked really well. Managed to clinch the championship last year in the class, obviously. And luckily enough, Hoosier have agreed to do some ultra softs, so good compound, and we tested them 2 weeks ago, and I knocked 3/4 of a second off my PB from last year, with other upgrades to the car as well to help the aero. But I think the tyres had a good chunk of that as well. Yeah. So starts, we've taken like 3/10 off the starts.
Oh, that's quite impressive, that, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. So to do we did a 2:01 start, which is with no traction control and launch control, is as quick as the big boys with launch control. So I'm quite happy with that. So yeah, so it was very successful testing. So yeah, I think the Hoosier is going to be good for a lot of people. I think.
I say you say you could run odd sizes, don't you? Because you've got a 15-inch front and a 16's rear. So does that make it generally a bit harder to find tyres in general?
Yeah. So I think obviously with the HillClimb spec of tyre, not a lot of people run that size, so they're all 13s. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I struggled last year to find some HillClimb tyres. Yeah. But the Super Softs were good. We were okay. It was just they wasn't quite as switched on as the HillClimb compound would be. So yeah, it was really good. So,
any plans to make it any faster, more brake horsepower?
Not this one.
Not this one.
Not this one. I currently have another car in the midst of being built and whatever else, and we're going to go turbo with that one. So,
cool. You're going to do that this year, next year?
Just depends on the development of it, really. I want to do it properly, so don't want to rush it. So we'll see how it comes along. It would be a nice thought to get it out towards the end of the season so we can do some testing, because it would be horrendous to get it built and then there'd be no race and you've got to sit and look at it for 6 months and you can't use it. So yeah, but we'll see. I'm not going to rush it. We've got this to race in this year, and you know it does really well anyway. So yeah.
Fantastic. Cheers, Matt.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
So you can have a quick spin of the. You can see the size of the wheels on this from you've got the 15s on the front and the 16s on the rear. They are quite substantially bigger than the usual 13s that you'll get on most race cars. So you can compare them to David Bickley's 13s on that. Right, let's see who else we can find. So everyone started running away. Let's see. Oh. Oh, it's like another Billy. No, you're not. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah. How's it going, Steve, today?
Really good, really good. We've just changed onto the Hoosier tyres, so we were having to take it steady a little bit, but so far, the cold run just now was really good. It's warming up now, so we'll try it again. So it is a bit trial and error, getting pressures right and everything else, but they're all right. Yeah.
Have you had much to the car over winter in the tyres?
No, a little bit of aero. We've had some wakeboards on the front and a geometry setup because the car hadn't been back to build for a couple of years. So it's feeling great. Yeah, it's first one of the year, so we're always a bit anxious and we need to get going.
You're on the Super L engine now, are you, the Suzuki one?
We're on the top secret Super L engine, yes, and it's doing really well. Daytuner have done a cracking job. Last year, as you know, was all about progression and ironing problems out, and fingers crossed, we're having a cracking weekend, and on to Prescott next weekend, all being good.
So you're going to stick with the Hoosiers for the foreseeable future, then?
So we'll see what they run like this afternoon. If they run well, we'll go into another set because we have to alter the geometry and the ride height every time we go back to the Avons, so we don't really want to be doing that. We don't want to do, say, practice on Avons and then alter everything for the Hoosiers. We want a stable car, as you know. Yeah. So I think we'll go on to, if they're good this afternoon, we'll go on to another set and say this is what we'll stick with. We just don't know what they'll do on long runs. Harewood might destroy them, but let's suck in and see.
Perfect. Thanks, Steve.
It's good to see you.
You too, mate.
Yeah,
right. I think the entire Weaver clan just ran off. Oh, hang on, like down the bottom. Let's see who we've got. Here we go. We'll have a chat with Alan. Alan, you got time for a quick chat for the live stream?
Of course, sir.
So, how's your weekend going so far?
I think I may have an issue with the starter motor. But other than that, it's going adequately for the temperature. It's a bit cold this morning for Pirellis.
Yeah.
But
I say you're one of the few that's still running on the Pirellis at the moment now, aren't you?
Yes, but I've had them 3 years. But we used them last week at Shelsley, and they were just as good as when they came off the car. But it was reasonably warm in the afternoon. Here, at 4 degrees C this morning, they weren't too happy.
Yeah. So are you going to stay with the Pirellis then?
Temporarily, until a better option turns up.
Is Hoosiers a better option for you?
We don't know yet, do we? Yeah. I'll let someone else put the money up and find out. But, they're round and black and they seem to work reasonably well. So if we've got to use them, we've got to use them. Yeah.
So have you done much of the car over winter at all? Or is it...
No, not at all. Yeah. Until Mr. Gould comes up with a very expensive improvement, then it stays as it is.
I say it works really well, doesn't it? I mean,
it does the business, especially with the number one driver in it. But luckily he's not here this weekend, so I moved one further up the pecking order.
So you'll definitely be in a runoff then later on?
Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah. There's a lot of time between now and then.
Thanks, Alan. Oh, there we go. And the man that's saying no is the person you want to speak to. So this Jonathan Varley, I'm sure everybody knows, lovingly called JV. So you're in the absolutely gorgeous Predator. So how's your weekend been going?
Not bad. Yeah, beginning of the season. Yeah. Very rusty. The driver, car's fine, but the driver's very rusty. So, yeah. No, it's going well.
Yeah. What tyres are you on at the moment then?
Avons. Avons. So now 2-year-old Avons. Yeah. So
sticking with those?
At the minute, yeah. To get the Hoosiers on, I've got to do a fair bit of carbon work on the floor to get the clearance. So,
is that because they've got a higher profile, or the Hoosiers, or
the Hoosiers are lower profile? So yeah,
so it brings the ride out too far down.
Yeah, so we've got to lift the car up, and then that means all the suspension hits the floor.
So not quite as straightforward as.
Yeah, it's not a straightforward swap. So it's a bit like, oh, okay then, but yeah. So I've got a set of Avons with BMTR for the rear, no fronts. So yeah, fronts are going to be a problem this year, I think.
So you do anything else to the car, or are you just going to drive it as is?
Drive it as is. I think we've got some electronic upgrades to go on, but that's just for data input for me, so I can find out what I'm doing wrong.
Well, not a lot, generally, looking at your times.
There's always gains to be had, so yeah, just little bits. So.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I'll see you in a bit.
Right, when are you coming out?
We won't talk about that. Oh, looks like loads of work going on here. There you go. There you go. I'll tell you what, we'll try and have a chat with Stu. I think, yeah, we do. Yeah, you doing?
Yeah, not bad, mate.
So Stu's is the, you can't miss it, it's the very fluorescent car, Force TA down the bottom.
Yeah.
Just about, yeah. So how's your weekend going?
Yeah, yesterday was good. Just chipping away, getting used to being back in the seat. Steady one this morning because it was freezing. Didn't take any risks, so hopefully the sun's out.
So it's quite warm when the sun comes actually out.
Yeah, should be nice now for the time runs.
So I'll be next to everybody else. What tyres are you running?
So we're on the Avons, so we've got enough stockpiled to get us through the year. I think Tom's just gone back on his Avons as well, so just be Tom Morgan on the Hoosiers to compare against.
Have you done much to the car at all, other than the...
Over the winter, yeah, so engine refresh, and we've put a new fuel injection system on because we had a lot of injector issues last year. So it's a sort of custom fuel rail, modified Pico injectors, which performed quite well on the dyno. The figures were promising, so should be a lot better.
I say, most people don't know you were in a different country less than like 48 hours ago, weren't you?
Yes.
So, what time did you get back in the UK?
So we landed, I think, about 5:30 on Friday. Taxi back from Birmingham Airport to home, and then quickly loaded up 2 cars, trailers, motorhome, and I think we ended up getting here about 9:15 on Friday night. So it was a long day Friday.
But when racing is life.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to make it work. But yeah, we all slept well Friday night.
Cool. Thanks, Stu.
No worries, mate.
Fine. Where is somebody else we can talk to then? Let's go and have a look at the really big cars. Who can we find? Oh, look, Matt gave me a look of I don't want to talk to you, but he's going to get it. Hey, Matt. So, not too bad. So, current British HillClimb champion, Matt Ryder, here in the amazing Gould 59. So, is this the first outing in it this year?
Second outing so far. We were here 2 weeks ago as well for it was a 2-day test meeting, so we had a bit of a go then. It's a proper competitive weekend.
So how's it feeling?
So far so good, yeah. I mean, the car is very similar to last year, to be honest. There's not much change. So it's really a rinse and repeat, have another go, get back up to speed after 6 months of not driving it. It always feels so quick after a few months off. So it's about getting up to speed really for me and for the car, making sure it's all set up properly, ready for the first British run at Prescott next week.
Yeah. Cool. I've noticed a couple of little aero upgrades. I see the stuff coming off the back of the floor. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see that on the other view.
On this one. So, is that just there to help seal the floor onto the rear wing?
Yeah, since we put this bigger wing on, trying to get the air to come out and stay on the undertray rather than losing it around the back of the rear wing. So,
is that quite a noticeable difference?
Not massive, no, but all the little bits make a difference. There's like tiny little winglets on the front wing that are slightly different as well. There's little tiny bits that hopefully all together make the difference overall.
Yeah. So, I'm asking everybody this. What tyres are you going to be running this year?
I have absolutely no idea. I think it's far too early to say. We've tried both the Hoosier and the Avon now this year. Setup's probably going to need to be different for either of them, but I honestly have no idea what we'll be able to get hold of for a start. So let's try and get some first and then work it out to set the car at best for those. Hopefully it's fair between everyone. I think that's all we can all hope for.
Yeah, bit of parity across the... Have you driven on both with the Hoosiers and the obviously driven the Avons?
Yeah, we had the Hoosiers on yesterday for just a couple of runs. Felt quite different, so we're back to the Avons today to do a back-to-back, so it's still very much a learning curve. But as I say, as long as each of the drivers get the same, have access to the same number of tyres of each type of whatever we want, and it feels fair, then we'll have to make the setup of the cars work, won't we? That's what we have to do, and hopefully we've got a good choice.
Cool. Cheers, Matt. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Right. Well, I think Will's done a runner. Let's see who else we can find. No. Hello. We'll have a chat with Nigel. Nigel's got he's very wild, well, we call it the wild thing, don't we? TR7 with V8 twin turbo under the bonnet, as it were. So how's your weekend gone so far?
It's good so far. Yeah, car's going well. I just need to get a bit braver, really. This is my nemesis track where I rolled it back in 2020. So I'm still just being a little bit careful up Cedar Straight, or Cedar Not Very Straight, as I call it. But no, car's going great. So just having some fun in it. So it's all right. I just need to get back on my old pace, really. But.
Have you made a power increase since changed it all?
It's all pretty much as it was. So I read, but the engine and box were undamaged, so they went back in. Rear axle was bent, so I had to put another axle in it. So, but other than that, it's pretty much as it was. It's just been getting through the teething troubles and getting it working right. But it seems to be running well now. It went well at Shrewsbury last week, and I managed to win the class at Shrewsbury, which was good. So yeah, we're getting back there now, I think.
How are you getting on in the class this weekend?
Oh, I'm third out of 3, but but we'll see what happens. I mean, obviously Stephen Moore's in the class with the 4-wheel drive, so we're not going to beat that. Paul Howes is playing with some different tyres, but the 911 is very quick here, so he's hard to beat here. Chelsea's the place for the car, really. It's a power hill, but I like Loton. It's a great track and it's good fun. So hopefully we can get back to where we used to be. That's what I'm planning to do anyway.
Fantastic. It's always great to see that. I think everybody loves watching it go up the hill, and we even put the onboard camera on it yesterday.
Yeah,
so
I don't know. I haven't seen any of that. How did it come out?
Oh yeah, it's really good. I mean, you'll be able to watch it back on YouTube, and but yeah.
I'll look at it, but I haven't had a chance yet. No, it was interesting because it popped along and asked me, did I mind? I said, oh no, put it on. I'd be curious to see how it comes out. So he tried it in a couple of positions, I think, in the car. So it'll be interesting to look at it. Oh, here we go. There's a gentleman there on the camera. So no, it's great. I'm glad it came out all right. Anyway, that's a result.
I think it's something we're going to try and do more going forward. Put some more onboards on, and just maybe do cover a class as well. I think it'd be quite nice to see the different driving styles and cars all together.
Absolutely, and it's been good today and yesterday. Loads of people coming up to me and just saying, oh, I love to hear your car, so which is always nice. So yeah, it does. There's nothing like a Rover V8. It does sound nice. So anyway, good.
Cheers, Nigel. Thank you very much. No worries.
Cheers.
Yeah. Here we are. We're gonna. Oh, there we go. I love it when people go, oh no, because it... So here's Lizzie Weaver, who absolutely loves being interviewed, don't you?
Absolutely love it. So happy to be here.
So this is your first full season in the Formula Ford?
It is, yeah. Saxo last year and now on to bigger and better.
Yeah. So are you loving the single seat life?
Yeah, I do already really prefer it. It's so much more fun, so much... You feel more when you're driving it. It's just a nicer car altogether. Yeah.
Well, you've been around hill climbing since...
Very little, yeah. And I never really thought I'd get in the seat myself. So the last couple of years have really surprised me. Yeah.
So what do you like most about hill climbing then?
It's so rewarding when you get to the top, even if you've done a bit of a, mid-time. You just feel so... It's an achievement to be up there. Yeah. Especially yesterday morning when it was so rainy and greasy and horrible, it was just, I got to the top and it was just a sigh of relief.
Well, usually you get to the top and your hands are shaking, aren't you? So you know you've done a good time.
100%. If you're not shaking, go again.
So I've been asking everybody else what tyres they're on, but of course it makes no difference for Formula Ford, does it?
Slicks, wets, inters, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, it's the same tyre all the time, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, they've been changing tyres all weekend. I've just checked the pressures and go.
The Formula Ford is probably one of the not easiest is the wrong word, isn't it? But I say the most straightforward of the cars to drive. Do you find it even more straightforward than the Saxo?
It's about the same, really. Just get out the trailer, pump the tyres up, and away you go. Simple.
That's the best form of motorsport, really. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you a bit later. Right, what time are we on? Oh, we've got another 5 minutes. Right, let's see. Let's go and find some saloon cars. How you doing? So, have a quick chat with you about your car. I mean, everybody loves a classic Mini, don't they?
They seem to be interested. I've been told earlier there's a lot of interest in the car. A lot of people looking at it, looking inside. So, yeah.
So, what's been done to this one in particular?
So supercharged is the main thing. So slightly overboard, low compression pistons, and then a stronger gearbox to deal with it.
But it's still an A-series engine.
Still an A-series engine, yeah. Nothing particularly changed there. Still standard suspension, everything to conform with this class.
Yep.
It's all that work's gone into it. It's a handful.
Do you know roughly what it weighs?
We're about 630 kilos now.
Pretty light, isn't it, for any kind of road car?
It's still light, but it's not the lightest Mini by a long stretch. There's a lot of extra weight being added, roll cage, things like that. We've lost a bit due to that. But
what kind of power is it putting out then with the supercharge on it?
It's only 135 horsepower,
yeah,
but it's got 110 foot-pound of torque all the time.
Yeah.
So that's why it's a handful.
It's quite entertaining to watch. I'm sure. Looking on it on the live stream, I was earlier going, "Oh yeah, that looks fun."
I need to watch some of that back and find out because it feels a bit different inside. Cool. That's for sure.
So you're going to be out in this all year now. You can do full Midland or British rounds, or
I'm going to miss one Midland, but I'm going to do the rest of them. Is the plan? Cool. All goes to plan. All goes well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
All right. Who else can we find? In about. No. How you doing? Not too bad. So, you out this weekend? You're not?
No, I broke the car, unfortunately.
Oh no.
So I've got to get it fixed, and then hopefully in the next couple of meetings, be out and about.
Yeah. So you can do all the Midlands in your TT still, or?
If I get it fixed and working properly, yes. So get it fixed and see if it works, and then decide where we go from there.
That's it. So have you still got in the road going class, isn't it, or was it?
It was modified last year, but we run it on road tyres because I drive it to the meetings. So I thought, well, this is counterproductive. I might as well put it back in road going as it's a road car.
Yeah.
So again, at the moment we don't know, but it'll probably be back in road going.
What tyres are you in the 888s or the Yokohamas?
No, I'm still on the Extremes, the R7s,
Oh, okay.
the road version.
The compound,
yeah. But once they don't make them anymore, or you can't get them in this country anymore. Once they run out, I have got a few sets. I will go onto the Yokohamas. They are the best tyre for road going classes. So,
well, hopefully we'll see you. You going to be at Prescott?
Hopefully, yes.
Cool. We'll try and catch up with you then.
Yeah.
Cheers. John, how you doing?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Too bad. Yeah. How's your weekend been going then?
Yeah, not bad. I think
you've done quite a lot of work on your MX-5, haven't you?
Yeah, it's not been out for 2 years, so it's first time back for a long time, and we did have the. It's just.
Oh no, sorry, it's not there. That's the wrong one, isn't it? Sorry, it's my fault. That is.
So we did have the record up until last September.
Yeah.
And then Duncan in his GT4 beat it.
Yeah.
And that kind of spurred me on to get back out. But done a few little tweaks on it, but.
So what's your engine size and everything on that then? So now.
So it's still an 1800 Mazda engine, turbocharged. So it's pushing out about 270 brake.
It's very light, isn't it?
It's a lighter car than your GT4s and what have you, but and probably a little bit more nimble. So it suits it here, but Shrewsbury probably not.
Yeah, just lose out and out power.
But Snowy's just ahead at the moment. Right. But I need to be a bit more gentle on the brakes because I've been locking up a bit.
I did notice that coming into Paddock. Yeah, it was a bit lively.
Yeah, so I've got new brakes on the front. And I think I've got a bit too much front bias.
Oh, right. You got a little knob you can twiddle.
I've twiddled. I've twiddled. I've twiddled already, but it's not enough.
Well,
we'll leave that alone. But a bit. I think we know how to sort it. But unfortunately, I've just flat spotted 2 brand new AO52. So the 200-mile drive home will be fun.
Oh, they're a little bit light.
Yeah, they've gone on the rear, so we'll try and do a bit of a burnout and straighten them out.
Do a real big tyre warm on the next run. Yeah,
that's the idea.
Cool.
But, nice to catch up.
You too. Right then, have we time-wise? Do we know? Are we good? We might have a see if there's anybody else left we could possibly chat to, but I think we're going to go back racing again at past. Actually, we'll have a quick chat with Tony. Last one, so you made a fatal error of saying hello to me. So, Tony's been racing as long as since Noah was a lad, haven't you? Really?
Yeah, it's quite a while. Quite a while. About 25 years. 25 years.
Yeah. So, and you now in the Cayman, is it?
Yeah, new car this weekend. Well, new to me. 2.5 turbo.
Yep.
Rather than all the old Lotus stuff. Slightly different thing, a lot heavier. But so far, so good.
Feels nice this one because you've had a few, haven't you, Caymans?
Yeah, I've had one Cayman before. Yeah, I had one before, but that was a more of a classic-y type one. This is more modern and got stuff on it, automatic, which I'm struggling with at the moment. But you know, it's
so it's not a PDK box. It's an actual.
PDK,
Oh, it's a PDK. Yeah.
And I'm told by all the experts to drive it in PDK.
Don't shift manually yourself.
No, I'm tempted to, but no. Hey, we're off now. I've got to go.
Yeah, we've got to go. Cheers, Tony. Thank you very much. I think.
And you may restart your engines.
Well, there you go then. I think that's it. We can go back to racing. We'll hand you back over to Rich Danby, who will put us on the start line.
Attention Paddock. Can all drivers in batch 3 make their way to the start line, please? That's all drivers in batch 3 to the start line.
Is that switched? Oh, there
you
is.
are on now. Hello, everybody. Welcome back after our short break for the church service. Hopefully everybody's had a nice little time to grab a cup of tea, and we got tea and Easter eggs, didn't we, Chris?
We did. Courtesy of Mary Elliott, the superstar in the paddock, driving that Fiat 124A Bath with her husband Hugh. She did it last year, you know, and the year before. What a fine lady.
Yeah, it's lovely, and we quite often have an event here at Easter, so it's always a pleasure to be here and to get our little chocolate Easter eggs.
I've become a chocoholic today.
I think you've had quite a bit already.
Do you know the first one I had? I've had two. The first one was one of those cream eggs.
Oh yes, yeah.
They're cheeky, aren't they?
Yeah, well that's giving you the energy to.
That's sugar and
lots of sugar.
Maxima no.
But it gets you through.
Oh, we got to shut up.
Oh right. Hold on, folks.
where that chalk is, there's some big spill.
Oh, right, okay.
We put chalk out and we put cement. You got the chap at the front, he's lining it up. So he's lining it up. Yeah, so this, the tall drive pub, it's got lights in it.
Yeah.
And they'll come,
So who's adjusting the road?
the bloke that's bending down is rolling on there, just rolling it back and forth. For whatever reason, the chap at the back, unless it's not working.
Okay then, folks, we are just waiting to get ready, going once again, and this will be into competition timed runs for the Midland Hillclimb Championship. So they're just setting up the first runners to go with that from the road going production car class. They'll be kicking us off. We've got Maggie Richards sitting on the line waiting for the green light in her Renault Clio. That's French Racing Blue machine, and she'll be the first to kick off competition on this, what's turning into a sunny Sunday.
Well, we love a sunny Sunday. What's not to love about it? Interesting little class this, road going cars up to 2 litres. We've got some quick runners and riders in here actually, to be fair. Maggie Richards in the little Clio will be the first one you see. These are becoming a very popular little competition car. Her version is called the RS Clio 182. The 182 denotes the BHP. That little car's turning out. So 180 odd brake horsepower and a little Clio is going to be entertaining. Front wheel drive.
Exactly that. And yeah, they're great little machines, these. They have quite a good little chassis, and they race these a lot in things like the Clio Cup and all sorts of motorsport ventures. So Renault had sort of over the years developed the Clio into quite a handy little hot hatch, and good to see. We get loads of them on the hill, and they're always quite entertaining. So here she comes down towards Triangle.
Yes, it does. Here she comes. Triangle, look, bathed in sunlight now. Isn't that a lovely sight? The colour on that car's look terrific, doesn't it? I like the black alloy wheels on it as well. They've got beautiful little high revving engines. You can buy it. You can buy one of these for probably a couple of £1,000, but a decent one, I've seen them fetching 12 grand. Linter.
Yeah. Well, they're good little cars, and there were various versions of the Clio hot hatch. So yeah, we see various different versions of it. As we also see Zoe Shearman in that gorgeous Lotus XE. It's an amazing looking machine, this, in a sort of day glow greeny yellow sort of thing. Now one of them, I forget, was it Zoe? It was one of them in this car had a bit of an issue earlier.
Well, Michael Thompson is
yes, so
married to her.
Maybe it was Michael who had.
Michael's very rapid too.
Yes,
actually.
It was quick all of yesterday, this car. Does look good, look at that. So yeah, great to see that back out on the hill. So Maggie Richards has done a 69.63. That's the first time, so that's what people will now be aiming for within this category.
Zoe Shearman heading up towards the finish. We'll give you that time. Dave Wilson, always extremely rapid as well. Zoe does a 67.62. Dave Wilson, well, he'll put the cat amongst the pigeons here, and he's in his little Lotus Lees. These are becoming immensely popular. They handle fantastically well. Little mid-engine car, got the Rover K-Series engine in it, and David can really drive that car. And he'll be followed by Mark Lawrence in that Porsche Cayman GTS. Now, that's an absolute beast, 500 horsepower.
Well, that's it. Now, this category is production cars under 2 litres. So you get those Lotuses and this Porsche sneaking in.
Porsche is only, it's a dual drive.
Oh, that's right.
So Robbie
right. So,
car,
yeah. But the Lotus is 1.8. So it's under that 2 litres, but it has a racing car chassis, so it is super quick and really does put, like you say, the cat amongst the pigeons amongst that category. No, you're right. Mark Lawrence is in shared drive, so he's in the over 2 litre category for that.
Yes.
Road-going production cars.
Yeah, that's Robbie Birrell's car, and as being a class record holder, extremely rapid 4-cylinder Porsche, that one. But that class will be coming up. That is a shared drive. In fact, we're going to have end of this little tiny batch because these are shared drives.
That's right. Just that first few to get them through on the shared drives, and then we'll get the running proper going in a second.
So.
Oh, there he goes.
Yes, it can't be a bit of sunshine. We've been hoping for this because it got a bit chilly earlier, didn't it?
Yeah, some of the marshals and photographers out around the track were feeling the cold.
And what about our spectators, our hardy spectators?
That's very
Don't
true.
forget, Jim Smith never brings enough clothes as Jim, and he's a fishing chum of mine. He's here, and he's only got his thin jacket on and his T-shirt, so... Anyway, the bar will be open soon, so Jim can have a pint. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, well, there's certainly the food and drink available down at the catering van. So go and buy a burger or a cup of coffee. And the regalia shop is open. And the bar, is the bar open, Chris? Did you
do you
see?
know what? I've just tried to...
There's the shed open next to it as well.
I can't really see, to be honest.
Yesterday we were trialling opening the building and showing the live stream up there for people to have their drink whilst watching.
That's absolutely right. Well, I don't know, because it's Sunday and the time that we're at the moment, you see.
Yeah.
It might be down to
pub on Sunday.
Pub on Sunday hours.
Don't know.
I'm not sure. But
hold fire. Go and buy a coffee first, and then maybe after lunch get your drink at the pub.
We'll have ice cream vans here. We've obviously got the catering facility there, haven't we? Just in the top of the paddock there.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good to see. But Easter Sunday, we've got a nice crowd here. Welcome everybody.
Yeah. Numbers are getting bigger, which is great to see. People coming out to watch some of this action live. And I know I've been keeping an eye on some of the chat on HillClimb.TV on YouTube. There are people trackside watching on the stream as well as... that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, I just want to say about that point, because yesterday you switched... Well, you had your phone on the live stream on the HillClimb.TV. And, of course, we don't see the comments on this screen in here, but you were catching them on your
That's
phone.
right, yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah, we can keep up to date with what people say, although we're busy a lot of the time because people like Graham Manton keep heading onto the hill in their cars. So, excellent. Graham Manton's Westfield. He's making his way around the first little section of the track, heading now down from Fletcher's Dello towards Triangle. And these are, like I said earlier, these are competition runs, I believe, now. So these guys will be pushing for a good time. And the sunshine has come out just at the right moment, because it'll bring a bit of warmth to the track and get some heat into those tyres. So we'll expect to see times get quicker and quicker.
Yeah, just looking, because Graham obviously in that little Westfield, so he's in the little class of the modified production, specialist production cars. So they're mix and matching here a bit at the moment.
Shared vehicles again, I believe.
Shared vehicles, you're quite right, yeah. And we've also got Oliver Meek in the Honda S2000 has just left us here at Triangle. The S2000 is... it could be not so popular on the hills, but I remember when Michael Thompson, who's driving the Exige, he held the class record in his S2000, but now he's sharing with his wife in her Lotus Exige.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any reason why an S2000 can't be competitive, because they're quick cars, as is this little Mazda Roadster with Robin Holden behind the wheel. Now, yesterday he was spectacular up at this hill. as he was pushing that little Mazda, smoke and all sorts billowing from the tyres. He went really quick, so we'll keep an eye on.
Did he get
Rob.
top 3? Was he top?
I can't remember where he was. We'll have to try and our computer expert.
Well, I tell you what,
not
talking
with
of Mazdas, John Maycock's here again. You remember how quick he was yesterday?
Yeah.
In amongst all those Porsches. We've got a real mixture of cars here at the moment. There's Seb Cartwright in the little Austin, the green Austin Mini, actually. We've got a few Minis here today. Are the Downton Minis still here today?
Yes, so we've got the Downton Championship, who have got both old and new Minis. They're excellent to watch, and we have a whole variety of things. So yeah, we've got these cars coming up the line at the moment are in road-going series production cars under 2 litres. Seb Cartwright's Mini a little bit outclassed in this category because it's mostly road legal, so there's not a whole lot of go in that little Mini. However, we've got people like David Garnett in this Fiat Bar. He should be able to put on a good time. Dave Wilson currently topping this category though. His 60-second run is probably going to be hard to beat, I would have thought. So we'll see whether anybody's got anything to combat Dave with.
I suspect young Michael Thompson, who'll be coming up shortly in the Exige, will have something to say about that 60-second run of Dave Wilson. And also John Langmead, who has been a class record holder in his Lotus Elise. So again, I think Dave Wilson may not get it all his own way.
No, well, hopefully not. We like it when there's a bit of competition in there. So we see there Ian Richards in that Renault Clio going up onto Cedar Straight. He'll be setting his first proper competition time, with Michael Thompson's Lotus Exige following round, just coming into our sight now, looking good in the sunshine.
And Michael, look, he's already in purple sectors. He's on a mission. He's on a mission to get top spot here from Dave Wilson. Now, Michael's a very talented driver. He's from Worksop. He was the guy that had that S2000 that blew up spectacularly at the top of Fallow one day.
Yes, yeah.
And the engine expired in lots of pieces.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's still in. He's gone into yellow sectors, so he's actually slightly down at the moment on Dave Wilson, and he will be followed by Rob Wilson, again in that Lotus Elise that Dave was driving.
Yeah, that older Lotus, the Series 1 Lotus, was actually, I think, fastest yesterday in this category in practice, so keep an eye on Rob Wilson. I suspect he's going to top the times. Michael Thompson goes second with a 60.88. You see how competitive this class can be. So we'll see now what Rob Wilson does. He and John Langmead are the final 2 runners in this, and they're both in Lotus Elises. We'll see which one of them has the quicker run.
Now listen, Rob Wilson, he's in purple sectors. He's going to have something to say. I think it's Dad who's Dave, and Rob is son.
You've said it now.
Yeah, I have. I've said it now. But look, he's going up towards that finish now. Come on then, what's he going to do? He's going to finish in a 58.07. He blasts into the lead, nearly 2 seconds quicker.
Yeah, he did this yesterday. Was significantly faster and in practice. So great run there for Rob Wilson. John Langmead now putting on a good turn of speed, but I don't think he's going to get up into that sub 60 seconds. It's going to be a good run though as he heads towards the finishing line. Let's see where he ends up. 58.83. He is sub 60 but just misses out. Wow, what a close competition we have in that category.
So John Langmead, he's the golf pro from North Devon. I told you he was a class record holder all over the place, actually, lots of hills. But so we have now, they've gone on from that on our live screen. We've just having a look here at Tim Elmer on the Alpine. He's just exiting Museum, heading up towards the finish. Steve Atkins has just gone by us in this fearsome BMW M2 competition. Now we're into a serious class now. We're going into the road-going series production cars over 2 litre. We have big Porsches. We have the world in here, don't we?
Yeah, there's some good machines in here, and we've got a couple of these BMWs, I think, this weekend, and a whole selection of very quick Porsches. We've just watched Richard Andrews coming very fast down the hill there. He almost overshot at Triangle. He was carrying so much speed. He's really on it and lighting up the boards as Steve Atkins is currently top 59.01 he's just done. Personal best for Steve there, so good run. Will Richard Andrews, it looks like he's on course to actually top that.
Yeah, Richard Andrews, he's from up by, I think, Wakefield in Yorkshire. He bought this car this year. He had another Porsche last year. We're just having a quick look at Richard. York there in his Porsche 718 GT4 Club Sport. Lovely, lovely car, that one. Richard Andrews does a 58.16, currently leading the class there quite comfortably, but we've got some very quick runners to come. Let's see how we go. Richard York heading up towards Fallow at the moment, and then we're going to be looking at Mike Meredith. Well, he's not left the line yet, so Richard's heading up towards Museum now, so we'll follow him to the finish. So Richard, he's from Great Missenden in Buckinghamshire. I was having a long chat with him earlier today. Mike Meredith stuck on the line there at the moment. They're just
problem with his headrest.
Thumbs up or thumbs down?
No, problem with his belts. I don't know. Mike Meredith's Morgan's brilliant. Richard York's just done a 63.12. So nice time for him. Puts him mid-table. Mike Meredith in this great big thundering 5-litre V8, and it really makes the ground shake as this thing comes through. Great looking little thing this. Yeah, always enjoyable to watch. And Mike's now left the line. Whatever the issue was sorted by some kind passerby. And here we go. Mike Meredith is now coming down towards us at Triangle. Big clouds of smoke from the tyres as he tries to slow down. Bit of a slide coming out of Triangle. Wow, he's really pushing it on this run.
Well, this has been in the family from 1975.
Excellent.
Isn't that great? And it started off life with the usual 3.5-litre Rover engine, built in Malvern, obviously. And now it's got a full race 5-litre fuel-injected engine. He smokes the tyres into fallow there. That's exciting stuff, isn't it? Tony Adams in the Porsche Cayman. This is new to him this year. He used to race Lotuses, Lotus Elises and Exesias. But anyway, Mike Meredith heading up towards the finish. There's a 61.35, Tony Adams.
Yeah, Tony Adams now at the top of the hill. He'll break the speed trap with 85 miles an hour. Now, this car is pretty much bog standard Porsche. Oh, and he's overcooked it slightly at fallow. Run onto the grass. That will have ruined this run for him, disappointingly. He was on a good run as we then see John Maycock's Mazda coming down towards Triangle.
John Maycock, extremely rapid. He's a doctor from, I think he said Hampshire to me earlier today. I think yesterday I said he was from the Isle of Wight. So close. From Hampshire anyway. But John is a class record holder. He's already in purple sectors. He's having a really smooth drive up the hill today. This is looking really, really good.
Watch for the puff of smoke as he climbs up towards Museum. This Mazda's been smoking a bit on the tyres. There he goes. And obviously pushing it hard into that final corner. That shot really shows the climb. Nice camera work there. Well done. So John Maycock, 57.58. What a run.
Well done to that man in his little turbocharged Mazda, putting it amongst the big boys there, isn't he?
Yeah.
270 brake against 500 in some of those boys.
Yeah, well, he's taken top spot by a good margin now, and I suspect it's going to be tough to beat, but Richard Snow is trying. He's pushing that Porsche GT4 RS to its limit. So far, 91 through the speed trap and purple sectors onto the grass again.
My goodness, they're having a go, aren't they? We're getting a real... This is such a great class to watch, isn't it? Richard Snow heading towards the finish, lost a bit of time. Robbie Birrell, class record holder too in some hills. He's absolutely on a mission, but actually 57.07 takes the class lead.
Running onto the grass up there at fallow. That seems to be a Porsche move as well. We might have to rename fallow to Porsche lawnmower corner. So 57.07, great run there.
Just outside the class record. So without that bit of grass,
he might have been on for a good run.
For a class record.
Well, Robbie Birrell also going quick, but he's going to really struggle to get down into those 57-second times. We'll see what he manages as he comes up towards the finishing line. Robbie Birrell crosses the line with a 69.36. Well done him. We don't seem to have Simon Hutchinson with us today, disappointingly. So we've moved on to the Toyota Yaris's of the four-wheel drive category.
Yes, we are. That Porsche, those Porsche, that class really, the road going over 2 litres, what a class that is. But now we're into four-wheel drive vehicles, which is road going four-wheel drives. The Yaris is a very popular model. This is the example of Rodney Isles has just finished in a 60.18. We've now got Tony Hawkins heading up towards the finish, and he'll be followed by Roger Stocks, and again the other is the white Yaris, and then he'll be followed by Alan Mansfield. So they're chucking them at the hill quick.
There's a lot of these, and Rodney Isles did a personal best. Tony Hawkins did a personal best, both in the 60-second mark. We'll see what Roger Stocks and Alan Mansfield can do. Roger Stocks there in his Brawn GP-inspired livery, looking very smart. All the others, I think, are in their standard road-going reds, sort of maroony red colour.
Yes, indeed. Well, we do enjoy the Yaris's. They're always a very close. Look at the times. There's a 60.18 for Rodney Isles. There's Tony Hawkins with that 60.67. Roger Stocks, 64.37. Alan Mansfield yet to finish and heading towards the finish. And here we'll be looking here at Pete Richards in the Golf R. Here he comes now, down into Triangle, comes from Coventry. His wife, Joy, is one of our photographers here today. Joy Richards, very good too. But look, that Golf, that could do something about this class, and looking at that, he's actually in yellow sectors.
Yeah, it's a quick car, but I think it's still relatively new to Peter, and he used to be in a Yaris, I think, didn't he? And
he had a Yaris, and before that he was in Clubman's.
Yeah,
Motorsport.
so he's upgraded to this Golf, but not quite got the hang of it yet. So we'll see. Looks like Rodney Isles may take this class win, or this class lead, certainly at this moment. We'll see as Peter Richards comes round the corner. It's going quick on the last section. Can he just sneak in ahead as he comes up to the line? Oh, 59.99. Well done, Peter.
Well done. He gets a cheeky little lead in the class.
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, Rob Lloyd has just gone by us in the MK Cup 200. We're now into the road going. We're now into the
specialist production cars.
Yeah, specialist production cars.
Handful of Lotuses, Westfields, Caterhams, that sort of thing.
Bit of all sorts. So Rob Lloyd is heading to the finish, posts a time of 59.54 to put a marker down. Stuart Hook is on his way up towards Fallow, and then we'll be getting to see Malcolm Hickey here at Triangle now in his Caterham 7. Beautifully turned out car, that one, isn't it?
Yes, and this category is always pretty close competition. These machines very, very similar in their power and their ability. So we'll keep an eye. So Rob Lloyd, 59.54, has set the benchmark. Stuart Hook does a 62.97. Won't be good enough to take the class lead, but Malcolm Hickey, as he smokes those tyres, is on a quick one. We'll see whether he can push to the end and keep that momentum going. I think he is going to be very close to Rob Lloyd. Let's see, 59.54 to beat.
Well, I tell you what, Richard Price is locking it up coming into Triangle. He's often the class leader and winner in this class. So Malcolm Hickey goes top with a 59.42, but Richard Price, he's in the purple sectors, as we say, which means that his times are faster thus far. He's already screaming up through the speed trap at the top, 80 miles an hour through the speed trap. Turns it in through Fallow there, heading up towards Museum. I'll take this to the finish, so he goes round Museum, a long sweeping right-hander, blasts to the finish now. He's got to beat 59.42, does have 56.28.
Blisteringly quick.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, that's actually a staggering time.
That's incredibly quick. Richard Price there, 56.28 in the road-going specialist production cars. Good turn of speed there. All of them were pretty quick, but that is an impressive run.
Yeah,
there.
good on him.
Well done there.
Yeah.
Now, those who are able to watch HillClimb TV can see the timings come up on screen. And they'll see sometimes it's purple, which means fastest of all. Sometimes it's green, which is fastest for their personal time. And the grey means slower. And that's separated into different classes and categories. So each time a different class is on track, you can keep an eye on how those times are sort of stacking up to each other, which is a nice little bonus you can get by watching it online.
Well, thanks to Rich Danby and HillClimb TV, they have transforming our hill climbing sport. They're bringing the audience to bringing the audience worldwide.
Exactly.
Right, yeah. and his graphics are incredible, because you've got to remember, this is like a one-man band here. He's not got the Goodwood multi-million-pound facilities and budgets and this and that and the other, and yet I think he brings a production that's better than anything they do.
I certainly think this stacks up against anything that's on TV in terms of motorsport. You don't watch this and go, oh, that was a cheap production. You watch this and go, well, that was as good as anything else out there. and sometimes even better. So as you say, well done, Rich, and those who help him out at HillClimb.TV.
Like and subscribe.
Yes.
Yeah, that helps Rich out. It helps everybody out. The more viewers, the more likes and subscribers, it's able to bring this fantastic coverage to us. And, well, of course, it's free. It's free to watch, isn't it? Now, last year, he did have the subscription part of it, but I don't think he's doing that this year.
I asked him, and he said it might come back, but it wasn't really on this year. But then I've seen several people subscribe to the club online during these shows. So I don't know whether the facility's still there or not. However, certainly follow the channel. Tune in, because most weekends he's out there, isn't he? With
he's amazing. He covers the British Hillclimb Championship, most of the venues.
So
he doesn't go to Crigantlet in Northern Ireland. He doesn't do the Channel Islands, but this year he's going to most of them.
Yeah,
British Hurston, I think.
Yeah, British and Midland get good coverage.
Yeah, brilliant.
So follow, and then along as a bonus, not only do you get the British Hillclimb and the Midland Hillclimb Championships, you get, like we have here, you get the additional inter-club meetings, you get the bikes, you get the minis, you get whatever else is on the bill.
What are we seeing on the comments? Are you getting any comments coming in?
Well, it's been, they've been having some nice chats on the comment. People from around the world, they often have very interesting questions, which we try and add to our commentary when we can. And sometimes there are knowledgeable people on there who add to it. So thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Currently, there's about 800 people watching.
Is there?
It usually gets a bit busier midday-ish,
Right.
so maybe there'll be 1,000 people around the world tuning in to HillClimb.TV, which is wonderful.
Well, of course, the thing today that is really a buzz is it's the Midland Hillclimb Championship, and we've got a runoff coming up before lunch.
We do.
Explain about the runoff, Alex.
Yes, so coming up in a little while, just before our lunch break, we do have a couple more. We've got some competition times currently, then some practice times, and then the runoff. So the fastest runners from these competition runs are asked to go and do one more run up the hill, and they run them in sort of reverse order. So the slowest of the 10 goes first, and then they get quicker and quicker and quicker, and it's exciting stuff, isn't it, Chris? Because you see people really pushing, because that's where the points really matter for the championship.
Points mean prizes. So top 10, and so. Bearing in mind who's registered this year for the Midland, I think Matthew Ryder's registered, isn't he?
Yes.
Now Matthew is our current British Hillclimb champion.
Yeah, and super quick. We've got some really quick drivers, actually, haven't we?
Graham Wynn, of course, is down there. Sponsors that top 10 challenge. The Win Developments sponsor that, don't they?
So it will be some of the fastest, as we've got coming onto the track now, Steve Morgan in that Empire Evo. It will be single-seaters like this, which will be showing us the way in that runoff a bit later on. Now, this is a shared car, which is why we're getting it a bit early. Steve Morgan behind the wheel currently, we'll be getting more and more of these single-seaters as the afternoon goes on.
Okay, so we've got Steve Morgan. This is the dad. Tom Morgan's his son will be driving the car shortly. They're from Ellesmere in Cheshire, so they're just up the road, actually. This is an Empire Evo 3. These are built by Bill Chaplin down at Taunton, Empire cars. They actually are brilliant with these little bike engines, aren't they?
They are. Now, this is for category I, which is racing cars between 600 and 1100, so tend to be motorcycle engines in them, and that lightweight racing car frame, and they do some good speeds. 50.9 by Steve Morgan. Great run.
Now, here comes another Dads and Lads. This is Richard Weaver. This is the father of Tom. And Richard's used to be our recovery truck driver here at one time. Yeah, I know.
So slower speeds.
But he's got bored with that, so he thought, I'm going to get into a single-seater racing car with my son. Lizzie Weaver, his daughter's driving the Formula Ford, and already Richard's doing very well indeed. And he'll be followed by Paul Jones, who's co-driving with Darren Gumbly in this little Force TA, which is actually in the next class up. It's 1600.
That's right. So as we said, shared drives, which is why these are coming now, but they're putting on some good times. So Steve Morgan is currently quickest in category I, but we'll watch some of the quicker guys come through in a bit. Category J here, which is the racing cars between 11 and 1600. We'll see now what Paul Jones does for that time as he comes up towards the finishing line. He set the benchmark at 50.09, so a good time for people to aim
aim for. Indeed, so we've got Phil Fisher now in the Swallow, another father and son combination. His lad Ben will be up later on in this car. This little Swallow runs a 2-litre engine in this one, and very hotly pursued by Trisha Davis in the little Force TA that she's sharing with her husband Terry. And Terry is the man that builds the engine in the back of this car, the Terry Davis V8, which is basically 2 Yamaha V4 engines shoved together.
That's right. I was saying earlier how it's more complicated than that, but yeah, it's effectively 2 bike engines working together, all the internals. He makes the actual block aluminium billet himself. He machines it himself. So amazing stuff by Terry. But Trisha going across the line, she did some really good runs earlier. 52.34. That's a good time to start us off. As we also have Jamie Chalmers in this Ralt F3 car. Now, I believe this is actually a forced induction car, this one, which is, so it's another category again.
Yes, reminds me of a silver Mercedes, actually. This is the son of John Chalmers, who will be up driving it later on. Jamie's, he drove a Mazda MX-5 last year, so now he's in the single-seater, and very quick it is, because there's about 400 brake horsepower in that car.
Yeah, you can see the air vent on the side pod there, which is the feed for the turbo. So as it comes past the camera, you'll see sticking up out of the side, there's that little air inlet. That's what's powering the thing. And 52.37 Jamie does. I think it's sensible, isn't it? A year in a Mazda to get his eye in.
Yeah, I think he had a couple of years actually, to be fair. The next car on the line you're going to be seeing is actually Kelvin Broad in his Force TA. Now this is a 1300cc Hayabusa Suzuki engine, but with a supercharger on this time, and he's actually sharing the car this year, as he did last year, with Alex Coles, our sensational young friend from Plymouth, who was ruffling the feathers of the big boys in the Runoff.
He was, yeah. He was one of those young guys who was punching well above his weight in terms of what category he was in, and upsetting some of the supposedly quicker runners. But yeah, excellent stuff. There we go, 792 Kelvin Broad just passing us in the commentary box, putting purple sectors, but don't forget not many people have run in this category yet.
But nevertheless, this is forced induction, so these cars are very rapid indeed, and this car has probably got pushing about 300 brake horsepower in a little very light carbon body. So Kelvin's from Exeter. He's a long-time competitor. And how we get a quick look at Bernie Cavill. He goes through the line in a 48.65. Bernard Cavill in the OMS 28. He's sharing this with Simon Andrews. This has got the V8 2.8 V8, it's the RML engine.
That's right, yeah. Yes, and he was really tight in on the apex of triangle and really neat up through keepers. So a good run here for Bernard Cavill. As you can see, he's heading towards the line now. It's going to be a good, just over 50.8 seconds. Nice start though.
Now here goes one of my favourites, Sean Gould, the builder of these Goulds. My goodness me, Gould Racing Cars. He's been at this game for many years. He's taken the business over from his father. He builds the cars for Formula One as well, and all the components, basically the components. And Sean Gould has been a Hill record holder here in the past, and at the moment he's going very well indeed. And of course Matthew Ryder will drive this car in a bit.
That's right. So on this car currently is the number 7, but it also wears the number 1 because it took the championship last year. 43.91 for Sean Gould. Great run for him.
That's a cracking run, isn't it? Here comes the Tigger. It's made another appearance. It had an off earlier, but it's back in the game. Joseph Mackerel in the Tigger. Bit smoky, isn't it?
Now it's an older car, so Joseph Mackerel and Robin Johnson share this car in the pre-1990 single-seater sort of category, and so it's just a fight between the pair of them in the same machine, so it's always quite interesting to watch. There's a little bit of an off where he's just passing now earlier, but he's all right going through this time. We'll keep an eye on that little battle between the two of them.
Yeah, this is in the historic class actually. This is made racing cars before 1990. Heads through the line in a 58.45. Now something a bit interesting coming towards us very shortly is Martin Rutter in the Fiat X19. Here he comes now. Now this little car, there's not many of these left because they did succumb fairly to the tin worms. But this nice little example has all been rebuilt, and actually he's done a lot of work on this car over the years, hasn't he?
Yeah, so these are modified production cars, so he can do a lot to make it more impressive. Those Fiats weren't particularly the fastest to begin with, but Martin has spent a lot of time trying to get this car to a competitive point. So excellent to see, as we also see Nigel Elliott in the much bigger and more powerful Triumph TR7, again modified well beyond the standard of these cars.
Twin turbo, no less. So can you imagine that? Great big Rover V8 with the twin turbo is going to give you a lot of horsepower. And Nigel, long-time competitor, he's had his moments in these TR7s. He wrote one off, didn't he? And up here, actually. So, but so far, so good. Going through Fallow. Here's Paul Howells in the Porsche 911. Isn't that sound spectacular, doesn't it? And doesn't it go well? Rear-wheel drive, 3 litres of power. Great, what a fabulous bit of kit. So,
yeah, that's a great-looking machine, that. And him and Nigel Elliott sort of have this little battle between the pair of them, and they're very different, the Triumph to the Porsche, in their design and build philosophies, but relatively close in times. Usually Paul has the edge though.
He is looking good to get the edge too. He's in purple sectors as he's heading up round Museum up towards the finish. He's got to beat a 61. He's going to do that. He does a 59.51. He leads that little class of 2. Now here comes young Stephen Moore, our farmer from Shrewsbury. He was telling me yesterday that all the crops are in now. He's even spraying to keep the bugs off at the moment. He's had a good year. He's a month ahead this year, so he's happy. He's got 3 of these, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's a great competitor. It's always nice to see an Evo on the hill. Yesterday in the damp, it was definitely to his advantage. In the dry, I don't know whether it still makes that much of a difference, whether he's but he's on his own in this category, so it's not really competition. It's just against his own times. We'll see what he posts as he heads towards the line.
55.04, excellent time on his own, as you say. We've got Stephen Garner's just gone by us. Okay, he comes all the way from Essex, and he's always very close to winning this class, isn't he?
Yes, yeah, Stephen Garner, excellent there, and these are specialist production cars, so again, lots of Caterham Westfield style machines, but with a bit more of development gone into them. So Steve Garner now, he's heading for a good, probably sub 60-second run as he's going towards the line. We also see Becky Manton out there in that grey Westfield. So 56.85 for Steve Garner. Good run.
Well, that is a good run, yes. So Graham Manton did a 60.99. We've got Phil Goff coming towards us now in the Caterham 7. This is a motorbike engine, a Hayabusa in there, so it's extremely quick. I suspect if he's, he's in that class, I think he's going to win this class.
It could well be. It's always competitive. This Becky goes, 59 dead. Great run for Becky in second in the standings currently. Let's see where Phil Goff ends the little quartet of Caterham type machines round Museum and heading towards the line. This is looking quick. Let's see what Phil puts on the board. 56 to beat. 56 dead. Oh, look at that. So excellent run by all 4 drivers in that class.
Now we got the battle of the radical cars. So this one is the advance of David Bickley, has already gone by us, heading up towards Fallow. He'll be followed by the sensational young Matthew Price in his only 2nd year of motorsport. He won a championship last year. This is a very well sorted radical. He's on the Hoosier tyres. He slides it out of triangle. There's about 280 brake horsepower in that car, so that's going to be rapid. Lot more than David Bickley's.
Yeah, so David Bickley puts a 56 dead on the board, which is a good time. But yes, let's see Matthew Price. It's in the bigger car. That Radical SR3 is physically bigger engine, more aero. It's a much quicker machine in potential. Let's see what Matthew does as he rounds Museum up towards the finish line. It looks like it's going to be a fast run. It is a fast run, 50.42.
Wow, 6 seconds quicker. All that extra power. There goes Nigel Hendon in the NGTDV V8. That's a bit of a beast. That's a big Rover engine in the front of that. He's rebuilt that car because he had quite a big off at Prescott last year. The car got pretty bent. So it's good to see him back out.
Yeah, and it is looking smart, isn't it? Now, this is in the Sports Libra cars over 2 litres, and it's a bit of an odd class. This NG is then followed by Graham Lokes' Lola, 2 very different machines, but great to see them both on the hill.
Now, Graham's car has got a Porsche engine in the back, which he rebuilt and put in there. It's quite a well-known car, and it's immaculate, isn't it? I mean, fair play to Graham. That car just looks the part. Very, very rapid indeed. He's in the class of the Sports Libre cars over 2 litres, so Graham will win this class because it's obviously substantially quicker than Nigel's car, but actually does a time of 57.66. So actually Nigel's time of 61.49, I think,
not awful.
Pretty blooming good.
No, not awful
for
at
a
all.
big front-engine car that it must weigh a lot too. It looks big, doesn't it?
Every now and again in hill climbing, you get caught out with the type of car you have, and you get placed in a category that isn't ideal. So sometimes, like we had earlier, we had that sort of matte green Mini, which is well outclassed in the category. But that's where it falls within the rules. So sometimes it can work against you. However, the flip side of that is you can turn up with anything and race. Literally, pretty much any car you could think of has a category that it could slip into. So, everything is catered for within hill climbing. Just not everything's going to be competitive.
Yes, well, we get a huge variety of cars to watch and commentate on, don't we? And of course, when they mix them up in the batches, it keeps us on our toes, doesn't it?
I
really?
just noticed that Nigel Hinton in that NG, that was his personal best up the hill.
It was a good run,
yeah.
But also Matthew Price a PB as well there.
Yes, yeah.
50.42, he'd be well happy with that.
Yeah.
And Becky Manton had a PB as well, didn't she, in Little Westfield? So
yes,
good
running.
To see.
Yeah.
Sun's out, it's great,
exactly,
isn't it?
yeah.
It's great. Welcome to Loton Park if you've not been to us before. As I say, it's warming up a little bit. We're going to have a fabulous day's racing. Just before lunch, we will have the runoff for the Midland Hillclimb Championship, the first one of the year, actually.
Exactly, yeah.
So how good is that? How good is that? There's Rob McDonald, one of our ace photographers there in yellow. He's getting some good snaps, no doubt. And no, he says, no. He's here with his wife Gail as well, Gail Knight. She's around Paddock somewhere. I saw her with Joy Richards just now. Actually, the girls have teamed up by the look of it.
Yeah.
Get away from the old man, I reckon.
That makes sense.
Don't blame them. Don't blame them.
Well, it's worth remembering we have some great photographers who come here and sort of take some wonderful pictures. And usually, if you find them on social media afterwards, you can find huge albums full of these amazing photographs that are taken at these events. So it's worth searching Instagram, Facebook and all the rest of it. A lot of these guys...
Facebook, Loton Park unofficial site.
Yes.
That's a good place to look, isn't it?
And the Loton Park Facebook and Instagram run by one of the marshals here, and always has some interesting stuff going on that. Lots of the photographers put it on their own, so if you search for the Loton Park hashtag or similar, you'll probably get all sorts of great pictures coming up, and it's definitely worthwhile following some of those photographers because they produce some great pictures, especially when we have interesting cars. So it's always nice to see.
Yes, we
Very
do.
rarely show pictures of the commentators, thankfully.
Well, thank goodness. Yes. Don't want to break the lens. Jeffrey did take pictures of us early because he was trying to get his camera tuned up, wasn't he? And I don't know if he got us in focus. We don't want to be too much in focus, do we, us two?
No, we don't want to be noticed.
We don't want to be too sharp, really.
No.
We don't want sharp photos of us because it kind of makes me look bad.
Exactly, yes, yeah.
But worse than I already am. So we're rattling through these now, aren't we? We're still looking on competition times here for the Midland Championship, and the fastest 10 will do the runoff. So I suspect we're mostly single-seaters. Be surprised if it's not.
Yes, yeah, I think we've got... occasionally we've had other cars sneak their way in, usually when the conditions are changeable. But, there you go, on screen at the moment, current qualifiers for the runoff. So Sean Gould at the top currently, with David Bickley down at the bottom end, looking like he might get in. So interesting, nice little graphic that, thank you, Rich.
Yeah, and just looking there, we've got actually Stephen Moore in a tin top. He's 55.04, so currently he's in 10th position for our top 12 runoff.
We haven't had all of the single-seaters through yet,
we absolutely haven't.
It will probably change.
Well, we haven't had Matthew Ryder for a start,
exactly so,
have we?
Yeah.
And who else have we got amongst the shared drives? Bernie Keviler's Simon Andrews share, don't they?
Yeah.
We haven't had.
We've not seen Paul Crute,
No,
Graham Wynn,
Tucker,
Will Hall,
Ian Tucker.
Yeah, Matt Ryder.
Oh, there's a
guys.
lot. I said Lindsay Summers then.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether.
I didn't think she was here today.
I'm not sure whether Lindsay's.
I don't think she's in.
She was here yesterday, wasn't she? Was she? Oh, I'm not
Oh,
sure now.
she was driving. I didn't see her drive. She's not here in any of the Summers cars.
So maybe not. Yeah, Alex Cole's still to go.
Well, anyway,
Jonathan
listen.
Farley, loads.
Just left the line. Sensational Stuart Bickley. This fluorescent greeny yellow car, the little Force TA with the little 1050cc Suzuki engine in it. My goodness me, you won't miss that. But he's a very, very talented young driver, this young man. Got into runoffs last year against the big boys, so that's impressive. So Stuart Bickley, his dad David Bickley, of course, is driving the Radical.
Yeah, so Stuart, one of my favourite to watch. He is always exciting, and I think he's got a good chance of getting in the runoff today because he's been sensational all weekend, times-wise. He's been far and above the quickest in category I for those smaller engined machines. 46.92.
Whoa.
It's incredible.
Whoa,
he
good
gets
on him.
speed out of that just isn't there, you know. So I love seeing Stuart on the hill.
I tell you what,
good.
yeah, fabulous. No, he's a great competitor, actually. What I do like, I did a little interview with the young drivers yesterday, and, you know, they're very close band. They love racing together. But this 1100 class is ultra competitive, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, very, very tight. And, yeah, Stuart has been the class of the field most of last year, and then this year as well. So far, he looks like he's super quick.
What's this super sticker, then?
Oh, well, that's for HillClimb.TV. You can pay a bit of money to get some extra benefit, like
Can
those
you?
stickers.
Can
So,
you get
yeah.
stickers? Can you? Okay, well, we've got a few stickers. Well, we're talking about stickers. This is Tom Morgan. This is Tom Morgan, and he's a young man from Ellesmere, and he's only up the road, and he is in this very. I think he bought it last year or just the year before, so it's a very late Empire Evo 3. Again, in the 1100 class, young driver, making great progress as well. Beautifully turned out car as well, isn't it, that one? He runs that car with his father, and he's already on his way up towards Fallow.
Yeah, it's a good run for Tom. I just noticed Stuart Bickley's time was a personal best, so it was impressive. So let's see whether he makes it into the runoff with that. Tom Morgan, however, round the top. It looks like it's going to be a good run. I doubt he's going to get down to 46s, but it's going to be quick. 48.65. Great run for Tom.
Okay, now, have a look now. In a minute, you will be seeing Tom Weaver from Ludlow in the Empire Evo, another 1100 runner, and he's from Ludlow, and very quick he is too. My goodness me, he'll be trying. I tell you what, that's a beautiful line through triangle, bit sideways going out of there. Good stuff. He's on the pace, isn't he? And he's showing purple sectors. That's brilliant. What do you reckon?
Absolutely super quick down here at the bottom end. Let's see whether he continues that up through the Cedar Straight. Let's see, through the speed trap, 108 miles an hour into Fallow. Can he keep it tidy on those last few? This is where a lot of time can be lost. He's gaining time. Look at that. That's amazing. Brilliant. Cross the line. Will he be able to beat 46.92? 46.78.
Hey, good
wow.
boy. Good
And
lad, Tom. Well
another
done.
personal best. Well done, Tom Weaver.
Stuart Bickley, I'm sorry, you've just taken a hell of a beating. Tom Weaver has just beaten you, so you've got to get it back this afternoon. Fantastic stuff, 46.78. All right, we've got Lizzie Weaver. This is her sister, is Tom's sister, driving the Van Diemen, the little Formula Ford, part of the Weaver family. They've got several cars, but anyway, Lizzie's in her first season in single-seaters and thoroughly enjoying it, and at the moment, she's leading that class, but she's the first runner.
That's right, but Formula Fords are always great to see. Lizzie's got one on the newer Formula Fords, so it's slightly better in terms of aerodynamics and that sort of thing. She's been putting some good times in on this, and similar idea. She's had a couple of years running the slightly slower classes, and now is building up through the single-seaters. Let's see what Lizzie does. Lizzie goes across the line now, 69.74. Well done, good run there. That'll put her at the top currently as Carol Nichols follows her up.
Yeah, Carol Nichols in the Nike. This was the car built by her father. As we've had a quick look at Les Buck coming round triangle in the Pringett Mistral. And Les is a long time competitor, as is Carol. Carol Nichols is out most weekends in this little car. She's certainly had some great mileage out of it. She's heading off towards the finish. Les Buck will be heading, is actually leading so far. He's in purple sector, 78 miles an hour through the speed trap at the top there.
Yeah, so Carol Nichols does a 71.15, and that's a nice solid run for her. Les Buck is now rounding the final corner, heading up towards the finishing line. We'll see what he posts. A 60.89, just takes the lead in the category, as we see Caroline Ryder's car being pulled back from the line. Now, she had some trouble earlier, which you were investigating, so maybe they've not managed to fix that.
Well, that'd be sad, because Caroline Ryder was, they're trying again. She's nearly got to the line. They did have, when I went down into the paddock, the rocker cover was off. They had two plugs out that were black as soot, and but it was an issue they'd had before. And at Prescott, when we had the test day, she unfortunately dropped a load of oil as well. So she hasn't had the best of luck so far with that car.
Seems to be back on the line now. We'll see whether she can get out and go. She's been one of the quickest in this category this weekend. So we'll hopefully, yes, well, so away she goes. She only made about a corner last time.
Didn't sound right.
No, it didn't sound. Oh, then she stopped before the first corner. So definitely still something not right with that car.
I think it was on 2 cylinders.
Yeah, so that's
which it was earlier. So unlucky, but at the moment, Les Buck leads that class with a 60.89. So possibly Caroline can get the car fixed this afternoon. If not, they're taking a fire extinguisher up there, or powder, whether there's
standard,
oil,
I think, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, so she's going to be wheeled back, and that car won't make the hill. So there will be a little delay while that happens. Of course, Caroline Ryder is the mother of Matthew Ryder, who currently is the British Hill Climb champion.
Yeah, so definitely a quick family. They have been competing in hill climbs. I think several generations of Ryder have been competing, haven't they? So it's great to see all the different levels of the family out there in all sorts of different cars.
Yes, they live near Cirencester. John Ryder, of course, Dad is here today as well, helping, and John occasionally takes the Formula Ford out as well, actually, but at the moment I don't think he'd be bothering.
Well, not today, certainly.
And yet, ironically, when I spoke to John last year, we were talking about the Formula Ford. He says it's great. We just literally put it in the garage over the winter, wheel it out, start it up, and off you go.
Normally, they are really reliable. They've been racing pretty much the same engine in Formula Ford for decades, so it was well sorted, well known. Normally, there's no issue with them, but obviously they've developed a little issue currently.
Did you realise that it's the old Ford Kent engine, so it was in Cortinas and all
That's right, yeah.
But they dry something for the racing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I didn't realise that until I investigated. So dry stamping means that there's basically a great big oil pump that's pumping the oil round, so it doesn't have to draw it up from the sump.
Yeah.
And it's literally cycling it all the time.
Means it's not sloshing around in the bottom.
And it's not sloshing.
They know they've got a good pickup, rather than risk it not being able to find oil. So yeah,
so racing round corners and things and going on the brakes chucks the oil all over the place, and a normal sump system is not ideal, so they can get oil starvation, and that can mean end of engine.
That's not good. Yeah.
So where are we at then, Alex?
Well, there's a chap online who's just said he finds it a bit confusing with the starting orders. It can be a bit mixed up, can't it? We try and run in categories, but when they have shared drives, you've got to get one driver up the hill earlier than the other. So it's a little bit confusing at times. John,
can I interrupt you quickly? It just came up that said, become a member and support the coverage. Now, maybe Rich is listening to this. How do they become a member, Rich, if you're listening to this down there? Last year we had the subscription, which you could join as various classes, couldn't you?
Yes.
But if we're going to look at John Stockley in the little Force, again, motorbike engine car, a great little thing, comes from Cardiff. I think this is his first go this season, and the Force, as I say, that's a great design, and it looks great, doesn't it, and goes very well indeed.
Yeah, it is an amazing little machine this. John, good run up the hill for him so far. Now we've had one person in this car category run, that was Paul Jones, so let's see what John can do against that. 50.09 was put on the board earlier. John crossing the line about now, 52.12 as Alan Warburton comes down.
Yes, Alan Warburton, actually. His son David's racing in the British HillClimb Championship in this car. This is what they call a Gould GR59, but again, a 1600 Hayabusa motorbike engine in the back of it. Alan has been racing for absolutely years. He's taller than me, actually. He's a big chap, but he's a lot slimmer than me. He goes cycling every week about 3 times.
Its car always looks amazing, though, and it's got a good speed to it, because you can see on screen lots of purple, which means it's quickest in this category so far, and he crosses the line with a 47.57.
But for how long? Here comes Darren Gumbly, local man from the Team Valley. This is his own personal Force TA. He's sharing this with Paul Jones this year, and Darren is always on the pace, actually. Now, I tell you what, now he's showing the purple sectors. Can he topple Warby, which is some achievement to be fair?
Now, you can see there's that little sticker on the rear wing, the little round sort of orange sticker. Does that mean he's running methanol in this machine? Yeah, there you go. So it crosses the line with a 47.11. A great time for Darren. Puts him top of the tree, and that's a good run.
It is a good run, actually. Ben Fisher driving the Swallow, which they only just acquired this year. They traded a Westfield for it with Anna Fisher. Did I say Fisher? No, did I? Anyway, Anna. And this car is new to them, 2 litres of power, as we get a look at Terry Davis in the little Force TA that he bought last year and put one of his own engines in.
Yeah, so great machine this, and as Ben Fisher heads towards the finishing line, he gets a 57.95. Nice run there for Ben, and Terry Davis, he's heading up the hill, and he looks to be on a very quick run for his category, which is that K1 for racing cars between 1600 and 2 litres. His own power unit in the back of that, heading towards the finishing line. Let's see what his final time will be.
Okay, as we wait for that time, we've got Jonathan Varley, our twice-time Midland Hillclimb champion in the fearsome Predator. 2-litre Terry Davis engine in the back of it, and that car looks stunning. It's a Graham White Jr., what a Raptor they call it. It had a Formula 1 V10 engine in it at one time when Graham had it, but he won the championship in this car last year. So we're just looking at Terry Davis is currently top with a 51.51.
Jonathan's going to beat that, though. He's running very quickly. Let's see as he goes. 46.07 miles ahead. That's light years. Rapid speed.
Huge, isn't it? That's massive.
Well, no wonder he was last year's champion with performances like that. Well done, John, for that. 46.07.
Wow. Now we've got a forced induction car. This is John Chalmers. Jamie, his son, was in the car earlier. John is a good runner in this car. This is the car looks like a Mercedes in that beautiful silver colour scheme. As it comes down to triangle now, again, a forced induction Suzuki engine in the back. It always pops and bangs its way up the hill, but there's about 400 meters straight now. He can really get the grunt down on that car. He should be 100 mile an hour plus. He's done 107 over the speed trap.
Yeah, and it always sounds very angry, this machine. You can hear that forced induction working all the time. He'll head towards the line as we switch to Alex Coles and on board with Alex Coles. So John Chalmers crossing the line as a 57.6, a good run, but Alex Coles, he's a quick driver.
Alex Coles, my goodness me, he's more than quick. He's a sensational driver. He's really giving it a go coming into triangle here, out of loggerheads there. My goodness me, he can do the job, I tell you now. He's got about 300 horsepower, but it's so light. He's got the talent to go with it. Look at that, watching the live stream on this. He's absolutely flying up the straight, isn't he? He's locking it up. He's 114 miles an hour through Fallow.
Yeah, it was a little bit ragged on the exit of Fallow there, and then our stream cut out. But yeah, we're back with him now. It looks like Alex is going to top the times. He does 45.83. What a run that was.
He was 3 seconds quicker than his partner, Kelvin.
Yeah, so that's an incredible run. Well done to Alex. Wow, I can't wait to see the update of who's in the runoff now.
Well, no, I'm telling you now, Alex will be in the runoff. I'm telling you now. Ian Tucker, he went off after the finish yesterday. Look, he's picked another marker up. He's had the same thing happen to him yesterday, that when he picked up a cone, do you remember? So this time, he got one of the flappy paddle markers, look.
Let's see.
when Richard replays that, you'll see in a minute, as he came into fallow,
he picked up a
well, before
marker.
that, I don't know where he picked it up. We'll see in a minute. But yesterday, he went over the finish line with a cone underneath the front wing, and then when he went to turn right after the finish,
he couldn't.
Well,
yeah, there's a marshal collecting the. Yeah, very good.
Oh dear. So that'll be a penalty anyway for that.
Yeah, I think he's in a class of 1 though, isn't he? I don't think he's against anyone. So
no, but oh look, here we go. So as he comes into fallow.
He's already got attached to it. Look at that.
Oh my days.
And they're under the wheel.
He must have picked that up at
midway somewhere.
Keepers.
Maybe, yeah.
I reckon he got that. Look, you see, look, here's the marshals there.
Oh, yes.
Keepers. They've either got to go and get another one.
Yeah, well...
look, they've got...
That shows how badly we're doing. We're watching the screen too much, Chris, because that's right outside our commentary box and we didn't even spot it.
Now, listen, we getting very excited here because Alex Coles had just really put a marker down, hadn't he? But what's happened, look, there's the post. They're just replacing them there on the inside of approach to keepers.
All 3 were gone, so he must have gone
he had a moment, didn't he? He certainly did.
So, slap on our wrists for not paying attention.
Well, he's a man for markers and codes, isn't he,
obviously.
this weekend?
We've had a couple of them who have been taking out. And now, is it a second per
Well,
marker.
generally, yeah.
So that's
he's
probably
got a whole collection.
He's probably got several seconds added to his time for that one.
Well,
run.
he was going very slowly by the finish.
Yeah.
Paul Croot, his other chum from Cornwall in the OMS,
Yes.
he's already gone back into the paddock for a rerun.
Go round.
Our marshal's doing a fabulous job. If you fancy becoming a marshal, join the boys, girls, ladies and men in orange. It's a great way of getting back into motorsport, isn't it? Getting right close to the action.
Yeah. Well, you're very right, and we can't do any of this without marshals. So we often struggle here at Loton to get enough. So please, people who are interested, do go and chat to any of those in orange. Say, I want to be a marshal, and get all of the attention from the women and the fame and fortune that comes with it. And we'll get a few more
jobs for everyone.
Yeah, there always is.
Here it's great, you know. They can have drinks. They give them sandwiches, cake, all
Easter
sorts
eggs.
of Jeff Robinson.
That's right. Yeah.
Hey, I'll ask Sir Geoffrey.
You get to stand out in the sunshine on a day like today.
Yeah. My goodness me. Well, that was exciting. That was Alex Summers. So looking at 43.91 for Sean Gould. Alex was in the 45s.
Yeah, there was a couple of 44s, 45s around there. So, I'm looking forward when the list of runoff comes up. That'll be something to. We've got the competition runs now. Then we've got some more practice before the runoff. So we'll have time to calm down.
Oh my goodness!
And then we'll get all excited again.
Oh my goodness me! Yes. Well, it's not good for my heart, you know, all this getting excited business. But we've got the best seat in the house, haven't we? Fantastic. Yes. Of course, just behind us in Triangle, we've got great spectators. Here's Simon Andrews in the OMS that he shares with Bernie Kevell. The RML V8 in the back of that, loads of power. The OMS is the OMS 28 is a current model, so very, very nice car indeed, built up in York. And Steve Owen, of course, builds those OMSs. He's built literally hundreds of things.
Yeah, brilliant cars, and you can put all sorts of different engines in them, so they get used in different classes. This is for cars over 2 litres, so it has one of the bigger engines in this, and he crosses the line 49.82, a good run. Second currently in class, a little bit behind Sean Gould, who's set a blistering pace for people to aim for.
Now, folks, Graham Wynne, OBE, man that's sponsoring this championship, the Wynne Foundation, the top 10 British HillClimb Championship. The top 10 challenge is the Wynne Developments. But Graham Wynne, grandfather Graham, he's a very successful man. He's a local man. He's got a lovely car collection. But this car, you'll see in a minute, is the car he bought for his retirement. It's nice to buy a car for retirement. And most people would be, what would they buy? I don't know, a Volvo or something?
Well, maybe, or you might have a bit of a midlife crisis and buy yourself a
sports car,
Mazda MX-5.
Yeah.
One age you can race.
Finland, you can go when you're about 10 years old.
Yeah. So I don't know on a hill climb, because you're on your own. It's it's not as dangerous as when you're in a pack of other cars. So
Right, now here we go. Graham Wynn has just left the line, scorching first 64 feet. My goodness me, so he's already gone through Hall there. Now Graham Wynn at the moment isn't showing purple sectors. He's got to beat Sean Gould, who did a 43.93. That would be quite an arse, but here he comes now into Triangle.
Yeah, nice and tidy through Triangle, powers up towards the right-left there as he enters through keepers onto the Cedar Straight. He's putting some good times on the board. It was a blistering start off the line. We'll see whether he can claw back a bit. He doesn't need to necessarily win the class to get into the runoff, but he needs to be in those top few. So we'll see. 40 seconds as he gets to Museum. The last run towards the line now, and we'll see what time Graham can post. 47.42, second in class.
Okay, so, well, we think that's going to have a good chance, but now on the line we've got Will Hall. Great to see Will. He's also in a Gould GR59 Judd. This is extreme. We've got 4 litres of V8 on the back of it. Will's had a bit of time out because he's been poorly, but he's back with us today. He's only just allowed back by the doctors, but he's not showing that. Look at the speed he's going. He's absolutely flying. He's in purple sectors. He's now getting to yellow sectors. So he's right on the pace.
Yeah, and he's really pushing it there as he goes through keepers up onto the straight. Maybe lost a little bit of that time somewhere, but he's going to be contender at the top of the tree when he gets there. 116 through the speed trap, Chris.
He only needs to qualify for that runoff. That's what he'll be looking to do. He's going to comfortably do that. 43, 44, 44, 48 finishes. That's comfortably going to qualify. But now listen, on his way to us now is Matthew Ryder, the current British HillClimb champion in the Gould. My goodness me, here he comes down. Matthew has been the class of the field lately. His lines look immaculate. Look, he's straight. Quick runs are not all over the place, are they? And he's already on his way to you.
That's right. Those with the streaming can see the pink sectors are fastest of anything. And Matthew Ryder's pink across the board. This is going to be the quickest run that we've seen today by far. And yeah, an incredible run. And Matthew is an incredible driver as he powers towards the finish line. It's low, 42.56.
Quickest of the weekend so far. Quickest of the weekend.
Only about a second off the track record, so well done to
41.91 to Wallace Mingus is the track record. 42.56.
That's personal best for Matt Ryder.
And also, and we haven't even got to Runoff when they really turn up the
Yeah,
week.
now that is an incredible pace. Matt Ryder is, well, yeah.
Well, we love that. Good for you, Matt. Well, listen, here comes Paul Krug getting his rerun. He's in the OMS already. He's gone way past us now in the Jaguar engine OMS. He's heading up towards the finish as we're going to look at Andy Tippett, who's in the historic class of single-seaters. Andy Tippett in that Brabham BT30. Got that great big Rover engine, big V8 in the back of it. Burbles up the hill, going very nicely indeed.
Oh, you'll get in trouble. Andy says it's not a Rover engine, it's the Buick engine. So,
okay.
yeah, you'll get in trouble.
Yeah, a Rover Buick.
It's a beautiful looking machine, this. That sort of classic Formula One style of the 1960s, this Brabham. So great to see that on the hill as always. So we also see Robin Johnson in the Tigger, and he's going through, still smoking a bit, that car.
Yes, it is. It's probably a bit tired, that engine, but Andy Tippett does a 57.06. He's on his own in this class in the sports racing cars manufactured before 1971. And in Andy's car was typical of the cars that were the first sub-30-second cars at Shelsley Walsh. So that's quite a benchmark. But now, of course, they're going up there in 22 seconds.
Yeah.
Hill record, 22.70 odd, I think.
Quite amazing, really, isn't it?
It is, actually. Now, looks like we're back amongst the Renault Brigade. So we have, what were we going to do? So, looking at
Yes, so we're into Stephen Hill in that Clio. Are we now, we've possibly gone through the Midland Hillclimb competition runs, and we're into practice for the Interclub event, potentially.
Yes, we should be practice 2 for the Interclub event, followed by the practice 2 for the Morgans and the bikes, and then we'll have the runoff just before lunchtime. So we're now back into the Interclub practice 2.
Yes, So back down after the monster machines, we're in with the hot hatches again, and we'll see if these guys, this is still practice as we said, so these runs won't count for anything, but it really gives an indication of how well they've done. 2 practice runs and a competition yesterday for these, and then the same again today. 2 practice runs, and then this afternoon we'll get to see their competition runs. So very good times currently for Martin Walters in that Arbath 500, and Hugh Elliott also on track in the Arbath Spider.
Yes, so now I don't know how many runners and riders we've got to do in the Interclub today, because quite a lot of these were in the Midland as well, weren't they?
Yes.
So I'm not entirely certain, but time will reveal.
Yes.
Time will reveal. But yeah, Hugh Elliott, husband of Mary Elliott, who very kindly bought all the Easter eggs. Thank you,
Yes.
Mary.
Yeah.
And Hugh, very appreciated.
I'm looking forward. I've got a golden bunny that I'm
bunny
share with Benoit, and
a golden bunny.
I'll have its head and he can have its tail.
Yes, indeed.
So Hugh Elliott, 62.25, so a really good run for him. He's currently top in the category 1B, which is road-going production cars between 1400 and 2 litres.
So
yeah.
we've got end of batch, haven't we?
Yes.
And we're going to get a load of runners and riders coming back down. Loads of those single-seaters. Give them away because they're doing great.
Tell you what, Chris, we had, I think, 4 personal bests in that chunk, in those single-seaters. They were really on it, and I didn't think the track would be quick enough for that sort of speed. But here we are, first round of the year for the Midlands, and they're already pushing it that far.
You know what it is? It's called adrenaline. They're getting all excited like us, you see. So, and why not? And why not? But I've also seen hill records broken on days, on last runs of the day when it's been freezing cold.
Yeah.
Sean Gall broke the hill record.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, there's more grip there than you realise. Just got to be really brave, and these guys are really brave, aren't they?
They are. There's a fine line sometimes, bravery and stupidity, but they're sticking on the side of brave currently.
Yeah, isn't that a lovely sight on the live stream? All those single-seaters, all the wheels all lined up like that, you know, those great big slick tyres on the back there. And, yeah, it's actually a lovely, it's called the Top Paddock, and it's a lovely, lovely place to be. I've been up there photographing before now on events, and it is tremendous.
Yeah,
if you haven't been up the hill...
Public can't get to the paddock bit up there.
No, they can't.
They can view the top end.
They can view over the hill, but you can basically walk up the left-hand side of the track as you walk up the hill here. You can walk virtually, not quite to the finish, but you can get pretty close.
Yeah, pretty close. You can stand up by the water tower at the top, and it's a great view because you see the finish line, you see museum, and then the road sort of plunges down, and you can see the exit of the Cedar Strait, and it's a great spot to be. It's often quite a lot of action up there, quite entertaining.
Yeah, I think from a photographer's point of view, most people have got camera phones these days, haven't they? Probably some of them take some great photos on those, no question about it. iPhones and top-end Samsungs, I see some great photos posted. But yes, a lovely walk up the hill. Even, you know, it's not that steep, to be fair here. It's not as steep as some of the other hills we go to. And actually, when you get up towards the other commentary box, just by the museum there's nobody in that box today, but it's a beautiful view up there, isn't it?
It is a lovely spot to be, especially on a sunny day like this. I quite like it. Benoit quite likes going up there. He likes to sit up in the top box and get a view out over the countryside, I think.
Yes, he does. And, of course, we tend to send Benoit up because he's so young and fit, isn't he?
That's it, yes.
Well, he's young, but he's very slim as well. And, you know, my bones definitely find it more of a struggle going up there, whereas he can go up there 2 or 3 times a day and not even bat an eyelid.
That's it. But it is a nice place to go up to. And what I quite like, if you have the time as a spectator, you can go a bit up the hill and then sit down on one of the benches and watch from like a middle point.
Well,
and then do a bit more, and then sit down and have a picnic, and then do a bit more, and you don't have to do it all in one necessarily.
No, do you know, you're spot on, because as you walk up the hill, you've got the keeper's marshal post there, and you go over this first slope here, don't you? And then it goes down again, and you walk amongst those trees there where the benches are.
That's right.
And I think that's a great place to watch.
Yeah,
it looks beautiful there, doesn't it?
You are quite close to the the course.
Yeah.
So if you have like a camera with a bit of a zoom lens, you can get photos right into the cockpit of these guys from those spots. It's really nice viewing points. Then right at the top you get to Fallow. You're on the inside there amongst the trees, and then there's a bit of a climb up the hill to Museum where you can get really close to the Exeter Museum. Again, there's some benches to sit on up there, and that can be an exciting place to be.
So we're just seeing on the live stream, that looks like Alex Cole's coming back into the paddock. He's got the camera on top of the, looks like the roll bar, I'm guessing. So maybe he could go even quicker with that camera on there.
Well, it's only tiny, the camera, so it doesn't make a big difference.
Yeah.
But it's nice. It shows people on the live stream a bit of what our paddock looks like. Actually, get some good views here.
Looks like Alex. I think it's Alex. Has he got some new overalls or something?
I said yesterday.
They look a bit fancy.
Yeah, I said to Michael Crutchley, who's in the Alfa Romeo, I said to him yesterday, you can tell it's the start of the season because there's new overalls everywhere.
There is.
People with their shiny new overalls. Everyone but Michael. Michael's still in his old dirty ones.
He's in the Alfa, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right, but I think he also fixes the Alfa wearing those overalls.
Well,
they're a bit grubby.
Hang on, it's got patina, old
That's
chap.
right, yes.
When you look at Fangio and co, those old pictures, their overalls were more than grubby, weren't they?
Exactly, yeah. So maybe it's just a case of driving an Alfa Romeo. You get a bit mucky.
Well, he's driving it inside. He's not on the outside. So I mean, it is that old Alfa Guila, that old Formula rally car from Ireland at one time, but it is actually an old car, and I expect he has had to spend a bit of time underneath it.
Yeah, he keeps it going. I don't think.
Actually, it's very rare. I've not seen it conk out.
No, it doesn't break down. That is a good point. Whereas some of the other classics, every now and again, have a moment, don't they?
It have been known. They can be a bit feisty.
Yes,
a bit feisty. But we've got a little break here, folks. We've got. Oh look, here we go. Thank you there for the £2 super chat, Motorbike Whisperer. We will put it towards improving our coverage and we'll respond to it shortly. Thank you, says Richard. Wow, fantastic. So, yeah, this is a new thing this year.
Well, I think you can still do monthly subscriptions.
You reckon?
I think you can, but Rich isn't pushing it at the moment. So if you want to, that's fine.
Okay.
But you can also give a donation, like a few pounds donation.
Yep.
And it all adds up. And at the end of each month, YouTube will give Rich a cheque for some money.
Right.
And he'll go out and buy another Wi-Fi module, or
another
something.
camera or something.
Yeah,
you know.
and he'll improve the service and the coverage, which is brilliant.
So what he does when he comes and sets events up, he puts lots of cameras up the hill, microphones as well. You know, it's a real. But more importantly, how the devil does he manage to get it all to work? Because when you go into Trimble's and you see all the screens and all that, he's pressing all those buttons all the time, isn't he?
That's right. He understands things that you and I never will.
Oh, it's way above me.
It's the current Runoff qualifiers graphic is back up.
Oh.
Unsurprisingly, Matt Ryder is currently quickest. We then have Sean Gould, Will Hall, Alex Coles, and Jonathan Varley. Tom Weaver, Stuart Bickley's in there. Darren Gumbley, Graham Wynne, is that Alan Warburton, Tom Morgan, and Kevin Brood currently right on that, right on the bubble there,
on the cusp.
Yes, so that will be our runoff later on, just before lunch. So we've got to run through some more practice sessions, but those guys will be out again just before lunch, and that's going to be an exciting one because they will get quicker and quicker and quicker, and then I think Matt Ryder might smash the whole lot, and he's going to do a track record or something daft because he seems to be super quick today.
Matthew Ryder is the loveliest lad. He's quiet, and I did an interview with him yesterday. He's so obliging. He's just such a nice young man, but my goodness me, put him in a racing car and he turns into a complete demon, doesn't he?
Exactly. Now we've had after saying about the classics breaking down, WPVW Australia.
Wayne Penrose.
Exactly, Wayne Penrose.
Good day, Wayne. Good day.
Wayne says a Beetle never breaks down. Well,
no, not with Wayne's. It doesn't. No.
So there you go.
No,
so
he's not so good over. He's not so good over speed bumps.
No, we were talking about Wayne just yesterday, weren't we?
We love Wayne. He's a great guy. Yeah.
So he's coming over at some point, perhaps.
June.
Yeah.
June. He told me he's coming back in June. I don't know if he's going to have a drive this year. The car was shipped over last year. And it took months to ship it back as well. But Wayne Penrose, WPV Racing Australia, he is the man for air-cooled VWs in Australia. Fantastic, genius.
Yeah, so there we go. Our international audience once again kicking in. So
let's have a joint. Good day, Wayne.
Oh, yeah, good day, Wayne.
Good day, Wayne. Good day, Wayne. Have a great time, mate.
There we are. And all the others in Australia, because I think I've seen several.
Absolutely.
So,
there will be more than one.
So Kevin Dodd on the hill currently in that Rover Mini. He's in a class of his own, really, I think there. Seems to be Class 1A. Not many coming up on there. Oh, no. Don't know.
A steady run, 80.37. Alex Smith in the Mazda MX-5. Here he comes now. Got the hood down.
Enjoying the sun.
Enjoying the sun. Is he got the heater on, do you reckon?
Not with radio, down. Radio, maybe, yes.
Yeah, what's he listening to? Tony Blackburn?
Well, I believe Classic FM have their rundown of the greatest 100 hits. So
do they?
He's probably chilling out to some
I think
classic.
he's listening to sensational Tony Blackburn. Okay, not off.
There we are, yeah.
Actually, that was Fluff Freeman, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, I think, yes. So, Richard Case also on track. He's in his Renault Clio, just passing us down here at Triangle. Coming through there. We'll see as these guys go. This is their last practice run, most of these, so they will be into competition runs after lunch.
They've had a lot of practice, haven't they?
They have. Don't forget they had 2 practices yesterday and a competition run. They're getting 2 practices this morning and then competition in the afternoon. So it's a little bit confusing with the timetabling. We're struggling to keep up. But,
well, we are, but talking of keeping up, I think we have got Mark Edwards in another little Clio. I don't know if that's a dual-driven one. I don't think that one's dual-driven. Again, we've got a few of those bluey-coloured ones, haven't we?
That's right, yeah. Several in that sort of traditional French racing blue sort of effort. And, so several of these guys from the...
Look, there's 4 runs. They were showing 4
Yeah,
different
that's right.
runs
That's from
there.
yesterday's practice.
Yeah, yesterday as well.
Yeah.
And talking of that, there's another one. This one's Simon Joyce in the Clio, another Clio, the Sports Clio. They are great little cars because you can pick those up for not a lot of money, and you've got about 200 brake horsepower nearly.
Yeah.
And all the bells and whistles, isn't there?
Yeah, and Simon Joyce is a smart-looking car, actually. He was quick yesterday in that machine. So, expected to be quick again today, and he is. Purple sectors so far.
Well, here comes David Feekins in the Clio 182. Now, these are much smaller and lightweight one. This is actually quite a well-developed little car. And the Feekins, of course, his dad, Tony, was in the 205 earlier that had a moment.
Yes. Well, I've been sent intel. Dave Mockford of MG Maestro fame.
We know him, yes, we know Dave. Good afternoon, Dave.
He sent me a message saying Tony Feekins has fixed the car and will be back later. Now, Dave isn't even here, so how he knows?
He knows stuff. He knows. Listen, these guys, they talk on the phone, you know.
That's probably it.
That's probably
it. So he's been giving Tony a bit of a hard time on the telephone, and has now passed that.
Well, isn't that great? Tony Feekins, I call him the entertainer.
Yes, he is.
He's always entertaining, isn't he? He never lets us down.
No, so he didn't earlier, as he made a slight mistake. His foot slipped off the brake onto the accelerator, and he drove into the wall.
Here comes Mary Elliott, Easter egg lady. Thank you, Mary. Yeah, I'll give her the thumbs up there. I don't know if she saw that, but never mind. And Mary, she's every year she looks after us with the Easter eggs.
Yeah.
Do you know, I started a diet at the beginning of last week. It's blown. It's blown. It's blown. I was doing really well till about Thursday.
Yeah. So, start your diet after. He said, brilliant. The big old Volvo of Andrew Hollis, sideways as he comes through Fletcher's Dello, powers his way out of Triangle. That's a great thing. I love that.
That car was bought at Leominster Car Auctions a few years ago for 750 quid. It belonged to an old lady, right? She passed on, I believe. But anyway, he bought it, shoved another great big turbo in it, and it goes like the wind, doesn't it?
It is absolutely brilliant. I love seeing that. One careful owner and then one hooligan, I think, in that one. So, yeah, Volvo coming up towards the line. Road-going production cars over 2 litres with a great big turbo as well, and it's quick. Look at him going there. He's going to cross the line, 62.82.
Well done. Now listen, Aaron Perrett's going to be swiftly following him in that great big Aston Martin. And isn't that a magnificent sign? The Aston Martin Vantage. What a car to go hill climbing in. We got him coming thick and fast. We've got Paul Bealey there in the Audi A1 S1.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got the Aston Martin crossing the line, 62.41. Just manages to nip the Volvo, but very closely matched the Volvo and the Aston Martin. Interesting. Paul Bealey at the top of the hill as Philip Steele in his silver Porsche heads down towards our commentary box.
You know the story on this one. He won this car. He was one of those tickets, you buy a ticket to win a car, and he paid less than £1 for that car because he won, and he could have had a Range Rover, but I think he had the cash instead, put it towards buying a Porsche. Why not?
Exactly. Brilliant. And then he's gone racing with it as well, so even better. Down here at the bottom, we've also just got Andrew Coleman in that Audi TT. Andrew, always quick, always impressive in that machine.
Well, that Audi has got lots of horsepower as standard. Rick Leddy was campaigning one, and Rick was around the paddock this morning, and he'll be back in his soon. But Andrew Coleman, he had a much older silver Audi TT, didn't he?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, this is one of the more modern Audis, that red one. We do have an older one, I think, with us this weekend, or we did. Maybe it'll reappear. We also have John Sharple's Mach 1 pushing its way through, but he's lost a bit of time somewhere.
John Sharple's from Manchester. He's like Gary Barlow from Manchester. Anyway, John Sharple's on the hill, and here comes the entertainer, Tony Feekins in the 205. What's he going to do for us this time? My goodness me, anything's possible with Tony. Over to you.
Yes, Tony only on his own today in that category, nobody else, whereas John Sharple's a bit sideways out of museum there, sliding the rear end, crosses the line, 61.36. Nice run for John again on his own in that category. Tony now powering his way up the hill, brakes hard down there for Fallow, keeps it together. Can he stay out of the tyres this time? We'll keep an eye on him as Chris Scrivens also locks up and almost goes on straight at Triangle.
Well, Chris Scrivens' car is a very well worked Clio RS200. Tony goes through to the finish in a 59.92. Thank goodness for that.
Yes,
he's got to the finish.
Got to the end. Really brilliant, yes.
Well done, Tony. But yeah, Chris Scrivens is on his way, and we're going to get a look at Andy Fagan in the Porsche Boxster. Now, Andy is very quick in this car. It's all lightened out. It's a very quick example too. It looks great, doesn't it, in the Martini colours?
Yeah, impressive machine, this well-sorted car, and Andy Fagan's a quick driver. He's been putting some good times in all weekend, so we'll see what he does now. 59 is his quickest, but it looks like he's on for an even quicker run this time.
Yeah, he's showing purple sectors as he's on the hill, and then old Jeff Forshaw in that lovely Ford Focus RS 2.3 turbo, 600 horsepower car, nearly. He's on his way. He's actually the owner of Turbo Technics.
That's right. Now
here with his partner. Look, he goes wide out.
He goes wide. This is his first time with this car here, I believe. So he's really learning the circuit. So he's not going as quick as he could yet. That car's got a lot of potential in it. As soon as he's got a handle on the circuit and where the corners go, he's trying not to shove it into the wall. He's trying to keep it on the tire.
I hope he does, because it's a beautiful car, actually.
Yeah, very, very well prepared. Yeah.
So so that's a very special car. Was built as a time attack car. Here comes Gary Hull in the little Jedi. We like the little Jedi. We like Gary Hull. He's quick. See how open it is in that cockpit there. A little motorbike engine in the back, a little 1 litre motorbike engine. Jedis were often built with 600cc engines back in the day, but this one's got a 1 litre. It's not particularly new, but it's beautifully turned out, isn't it?
We love Gary Hull's car. It's I often say one of my favourites here. Jeff does a 70-70 in that Ford Focus, and apparently it's got Mitsubishi Evo underneath, basically the drivetrain, the gearbox, the differentials and things. but he's not got the speed yet. Gary Hull, however, 55.03. He and Nigel Pitt have a battle between the pair of them for these little bike engine cars, and Gary just improved a little bit, but Nigel seems to be improving as well.
Yes, Nigel Pitt, Shoestring Racing, OMS, yes, little here with his partner Claire Lightfoot. Anyway, Nigel, come on, my man, he's going very well here. He's in purple sectors, 92 miles an hour through the speed trap, already heading up towards Museum now, turns right now, gets it round there, excellent, powers off up towards the finish. What's he going to finish in? He's going to do a 51.22.
Oh, poor old Gary, every time he goes quicker in that little Jedi, Nigel just pips him slightly, so such a close pairing, those two.
Here's your friend.
Yes, the brilliant Alfa Romeo with Michael Crutchley behind the wheel. Pay attention, folks, over winter Michael did some extensive modifications to add a white stripe down the side of the car, so greatly improved over last year. A white stripe.
That's a serious modification, a go faster stripe.
One on either side, so two stripes, and it's showing in the speed as he takes the Alfa up the hill. It's a lovely car, this, all joking aside, and Michael, one of the nicest guys in the paddock. Just a great pairing, car and driver, and yeah, there he goes round the top, and he's been outclassed, however, today and yesterday by Richard Jones in the little red Austin Mini.
Well, what's not to like about a well-worked little Mini, actually? That little A-Series engine screaming away, going to keepers. They're still ridiculously quick, aren't they? They're still very, very popular. And do you know what? Aren't they worth some blooming money now?
Some of these Minis are now fetching silly amounts of money, but I would still have one in a heartbeat. I love a little Mini, and they're great things, and they're brilliant to see on the hills whenever we get them. Richard Jones just up in Museum as we get Stuart Sampson's Mini down at Triangle.
Now this has got a 998 A-Series with a turbo, so it's totally mad. It's very long geared, so it's actually better on the circuits at the moment. It needs a different gearing, but nevertheless, a turbocharged Mini is always a great sight. Of course, I think, bit of a puff of smoke out the back of that one, wasn't there? So that must be the bit of turbo lag or something?
Possibly so. Now we're into the Downton Mini Championship. So we've got a variety. We've got a couple of the old classic shapes and then a handful of these more modern BMW machines. So Stuart Sampson, he is just going up and across the line he goes. He's going to do a 72.14, sorry. And he's being followed up by Wayne Blacker in that more modern BMW Mini.
Yes, now, of course, Nigel Sampson is his dad, and he's in the more conventional, but the Mini Clubman, which was the quickest yesterday,
and it's quickest by far. He's seconds ahead of everyone, so the old Clubman is much faster, even than these modern supercharged Minis, like we're just getting down currently. Steve Jarrett passing us. You can hear the whine of the supercharger on that thing.
Yes, you certainly can, and they are pretty rapid things, aren't they? But it's interesting that the old school Mini is still the pick of the bunch with that little 1380 sort of A-Series fully worked. They got him well developed now, haven't they?
I think that's it. Sometimes actually the older cars do have the legs on the modern cars. I think the weight issue must be a thing. These modern Minis probably weigh quite a lot more because they're much bigger than an older Mini.
Good point. Yeah, they are seriously bigger. Have you seen is it like the Mini Clubman now? Like it's almost like a 4x4.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, great big things. They did rally those though, didn't they?
They did on the Paris-Dakar.
They had World Rally versions of them as well.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they were big old cars. They weren't Mini by any sort of stretch.
No, Mini's not the word. You couldn't call us Mini, could
No,
you?
exactly so. Maybe I needed a modern one rather than the classic one these days. Yeah. But anyway, Zach Cobb in the more modern Mini is out there setting a good time. But Nigel Sampson's Clubman really tight around Triangle there, and already purple sectors. Nigel's setting a quick old pace. He's one to watch this afternoon in the timed competition runs.
They're lightweight. They're fully developed, aren't they? And of course, the Sampsons are brilliant with Minis. This is what they do. This is
exactly
mini racing Minis.
So Zach Cobb has gone quickest with 63.74. However, that's about to be blown out of the water by Nigel Sampson. I think he's going to put on a good time. Let's see if he can beat it. 63.74 to beat. Round Museum he goes, heading towards the finishing line. Let's see, he does a 62.43. Good run there. Well done, Nigel.
So he's He's just over a second quicker than Zach Cobb, and yeah, so that, yeah, good to see. Here we got bikes. We're back in the bikes.
That's right. So we've run through the final inter-club practice session. We're now into the final bike practice session, I believe. No, this might be a shared bike. So it might be end of batch shared bike, I believe, and then we have the final run once this batch comes back down.
Okay, yes, fair enough. Well, the bikes have been highly entertaining this weekend, haven't they? I don't know if they've got a runoff today. We had one yesterday. That was really exciting, wasn't it?
They will have... no, I don't think so. No, not bike runoff on my list.
No, unless I think there might potentially be if we do well for time, but we're pushed today, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm not going to confirm that because I'll get told off. There is, however, the competition runs for the bikes this afternoon, so we will see them going quick then. And of course, we get a second Midland Hillclimb runoff at the end of the day.
At the end of the day. Well, at the moment, the weather's looking great. It's they did say it would be all right today once it warmed up, and that's exactly what's happened, hasn't it? So at the moment, we've got Mark Stafford on the hill, going up towards the finish now. Now we'll have to wait and see how many runners and riders, but he might be on his own and come back with the rest of the batch. Who knows? I've got a feeling, because I'm not hearing other bikes at the minute, and I'm not got anything on the line.
That's a shared bike, I think. So he goes up, and then yes, Midland Championship will be run off. After, I think we've got one more batch, bikes and Morgans, to run through. Then it'll be the Midland Championship runoff.
Okay, okie dokie. So yes, so looks like he's coming to approach the rest of them. Can I ask you just to carry on for 5 minutes, and I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Right. So you've got a bit of time whilst this batch is coming back down, and then we'll be into the final few practice sessions of the weekend before we then get our Midland Championship runoff. That's going to be quick. The track is getting quicker as the heat builds. We've already seen some personal bests from some of those drivers, and with the times potentially going quicker, we could have some absolutely blistering pace in the runoff before lunch. We then have some competition after lunch for everybody, Interclub, Bikes and Midland Hillclimb Championship. They will all have a couple of timed competition runs, and then we'll have to then go into the final bit of the day, which is the Midland Hillclimb Championship. So amazing things to come this afternoon potentially, and of course that runoff just before lunch. Slightly late lunch for some of us maybe, but that's all right. We've had a long old morning to get through all of this practice, but it's been pretty slick so far. We thank all of the marshals for keeping things on the toes, not just those out on the hill who help out if there are any incidents, but we have people down in the paddock who get all the cars into the right place, make sure everybody gets onto the starting line when they should. All of the people in the office who are keeping track of all of this, the timekeepers, everybody who's going into getting a day running quickly. And we are greatly appreciative of all of them. It is because they offer their time and energy that we can have these days at Loton and other places. So yeah, it's a brilliant thing that they do. We thank them all for that, and then it's people like the drivers who can just go out and have a bit of fun, and commentators like us who just get to sit and talk about it, and yeah, we thank them because we have great times. So all of these cars coming back down into the paddock. That Ford Focus does look impressive. Beautifully turned out machine, that time attack Focus. If you are here trackside, do take the time to have a wander around the paddock and have a look at some of these machines. There are some absolutely wonderful things, and the standard of preparation on some of these cars is quite brilliant. Just seeing the Stuart Sampson's Mini there with his bonnet props holding the back of it up, helping cooling. That little turbocharged unit probably produces a bit of heat, so it doesn't overcook itself. It's props the bonnet up, lets all the hot air out. So little things like that you get to see as you wander around the paddock here and it is one of the benefits of places like Loton is that you can come and yeah, you can really get close to all the cars, get close to all of the people, have a chat with the teams, the drivers, and some of the officials even. Everybody is usually quite willing to have a chat, unless of course they're really under pressure to get things fixed. And you can learn some interesting stuff. You can find out about the cars, and yeah, it's great. And we've got a good crowd here. So hello everyone who is sat trackside down at the bottom near Triangle and all the way up the hill. It's brilliant that you've made it here. We are very grateful for everybody who's come out, and we hope that you're having a nice time. The sun's out. It's warming up. It was a bit chilly to start with, but now we're getting good temperatures as it starts to climb, and we'll treat you to a nice afternoon, hopefully. Now, very shortly, yes, here we go. The Morgans coming and lining up on the start line. We have a group of Morgans to run up the hill, followed by the bikes. Now, the Morgans are split into all sorts of different categories to do with engine size, shape, weight, style, who knows. And then the bikes are split into two: the smaller engine under 500 cc's, and then the bigger engine bikes, sorry. So we've got those practice runs left, and then into the runoff, and then it will be lunch. So some good last little bits of running as we see the first of the bikes. Ian Stewart with Gracia.
Well, Morgan's actually.
Morgan, sorry. Yes, Ian Stewart with Gracia Stewart as the passenger alongside, coming now down into Triangle.
Aren't they a lovely sight, actually? These are very old vehicles, actually, and they're just gorgeous. Yes, they're not going to be fast. They're very ancient vehicles, little engines. Some of them probably got 500, some have got 1100s. I think most of them are probably the 1100 versions.
Yeah, possibly. Hang on, I'll see if it says something in our programme while you entertain the good folks.
Okie dokies. Well, actually, I've just, well, here we got now. We've got another look. We've got Daniel Hodson with our ballast. So he's actually carrying ballast,
That's
not
right,
a passenger.
Yes. That's not his name. His name isn't Hodgson.
No,
Ballast.
it's not Hodgson
No.
Ballast, so it's Daniel Hodgson. But so Ian Stewart and Grace Cardoso Stewart, they are heading up towards Museum, towards the finish. They got round there nicely. Daniel Hodgson is in hot pursuit.
Right, so Daniel Hodgson's car, it has an 1172 engine, built in 1937, that machine.
Wow. No, but looking at the bodywork on it, it doesn't look like it was built in 1937, does it? It looks like quite modern.
Well, I'm just going by what's in the book. So
now this one does look old. This is Catherine Quinn,
yes.
And the F2.
Yeah, that it's also a 37 car. So maybe, just maybe, Daniel Hodgson has updated his bodywork.
Now I'm just trying to see here, because they're only showing two in that class, the Morgan three-wheeler Touring Modified.
Yes, there's a bewildering selection of classes for the Morgans. Going past us now is Tom Cowley. He's in the racing class, and his machine was made in 1930 or 1934. The programme isn't certain, but it's a 1300 engine in that.
Fabulous, aren't they? I think they're absolutely gorgeous, and I can imagine owning one of these. What a blast.
Yeah, I mean, you probably don't want to go long journeys in it, but it's great fun for a short little run. A drive through the countryside in the sunshine would be good, wouldn't it?
Well, listen, the Morgan Motor Company, Malvern, obviously. Look at this one, isn't that fabulous? That's Tom Cowley there in the Super Aero. That's quick. And Catherine Quinn is already heading round Museum up towards the finish. Tom Cowley, that's Tom Cowley heading. Is that Tom Cowley?
Yeah, he's just crossing the line. It was Hamish Bibby in that one going very quickly through Triangle. His, again, is a 1932 Super Sport with a 1200 engine in it, and he was really pushing. I thought the wheel was going to fall off.
So, has he got a passenger in there, or is there ballast?
No, he's got a passenger. Mia Simpson-Weston in there.
You can't even see her.
No, little Mia, tucked well down. You can just see the top of the helmet. And, yeah, so...
Then there's Anthony Quinn.
Yes.
Super Sports. So they're coming thick and fast, actually. So what do we know about the Super Sport?
So Anthony Quinn's car was made in 1934. It's got a 1096 engine. That's probably a Jap bike engine, isn't it? A V-twin.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, an amazing thing. Anthony and Catherine, they are related, but I can't now remember what the relation is, so I don't want to put my foot in it. I think it's father and daughter, you know. Anyway, car 88 there. That's Tony Pearson with Charlene Pearson alongside. Their little Morgan, built in 1937. These cars, well, some of them are getting, I don't know, what's that, 90 years old?
Yeah, that's
which is pretty good, isn't it?
It's getting on, isn't it? That's fair play to them. Well done to them. So I just hear bikes down in the paddock, but we got so Anthony Quinn has just finished in an 80.65, and Tony Pearson, Charlene Pearson still on the hill. Mike Tilley in the Honda CF is already on his way round Triangle, so we're into a little batch of bikes now. So they were highly entertaining yesterday. The Morgan heads towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of approximately dead on 77.37.
Yeah, approximately dead on that time.
Dead on.
That's impressive timekeeping, Mr. Ponson.
Oh, you know me, I'm
well
only
done.
the best.
Yes, so I think that's all of the Morgans. So we're now into bikes under 500 cc's. So we'll see them coming through. Mike Tilley has crossed the line with a 50. No, he hasn't crossed the line. My mistake. Sorry. Mike Tilley is about to cross the line with a 62.38.
Well, he was followed by Patrick Evans, who's also gone by us, who's heading up the Cedar Straight at the moment, and he will be followed by Adam Bentley in the Honda NSR, which is just coming into our site now, heading down in towards Triangle. I think this is the one that you really liked, wasn't it?
It does look nice, this. I think just has nicely turned out. It's well presented. So nice to see. He's not been the quickest as Adam, but yeah, it's certainly a nice looking bike. So maybe he'll get quicker as he goes. Patrick Evans crosses the line with a 66.57. He had a great start in that machine and then some good times.
So was Adam Bentley, a little 250, was that a two-stroker?
I believe it might be, yeah.
So this one kicks his leg out. Here we got Rob Mercer in the Suzuki. He kicks his leg out, classic sort of motocross style, isn't it, really?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, very rapid indeed. So Rob is in that Suzuki, as you know, is he in the same class?
Yeah, so where are we looking?
Rob Mercer, he's actually a 675 Triumph Street Triple.
Yeah, I'm not sure he is.
No, it didn't look like it, did it?
I think he's possibly on a different bike than
I think he's
the programme.
Brought another one out, hasn't he?
Yeah, so
to confuse us.
Yeah, that's right. He's in the under 500 class, Rob Mercer. He's currently mid-table. He's about to cross the line with a 63.18, which brings him up to 4th in class. So good run there. Nice practice run. The runoff we had yesterday was incredibly good with these guys. Mick Lovelock was one of the quick.
He got a 350, a little KTM 350,
right.
And they were rapid, weren't they? And of course, when the runoff came, they just turned up the wick, didn't they?
Yeah, they all seemed to go a bit mad, and people who hadn't been fast all of a sudden were rapid. You know, they were blasting the competition. So that was an exciting bit of footage. If you want to watch back on HillClimb.TV, you can go and see yesterday's stream and catch up with all of that.
So we're getting behind here. So Mick Lovelock heading towards the line does a 73.31. Guy Ursel, who was very quick yesterday, he's already well on his way up to Fallow there now. And then we're going to get a look at Doug Parnell. Here comes Doug in the big Yamaha. Doug Parnell, he's always a big 4-stroke engine. You can hear that, can't you?
That's right, yeah. So he's heading up. So Guy Ursel crosses the line with a 59.86 on his Husqvarna. He was the quickest yesterday, I believe, wasn't he?
Yeah, Doug Parnell, actually, he's riding a Yamaha ZRF. That's a 450cc, big 4-stroke machine. And as we're getting a look at Cameron Williams in the Aprilia, the little Italian Aprilia. Yeah, so he's the SXV Aprilia. And that's again under 500cc, 449. So quickest so far, we've got Rich Peaty with a 62.36. Cameron Williams with a 64.17. And coming down into Triangle now is Rich Peaty on that Husqvarna. I seem to remember he was quick, wasn't he, earlier?
That's right, he was, yeah. The the times yesterday, I think there's a couple of PTs out there, isn't there?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, Cameron Williams just goes second quickest, 60.96. So another nice run there. I've been told by people on the internet that Rob Mercer's on a Suzuki 250.
Right,
so,
okay, thank you for that.
People in the comments, they know more than we do.
Well, there's probably some very keen bikers looking in.
Well, yes, that's possibly it, yeah.
We're not renowned for being bikers, are we?
We're not renowned for getting things correct either, so that's excellent.
Yeah, we're rubbish, so there we go. So put up with our rubbishness, folks, if that's all right. But never, we try our best. We try. Everyone's a trier, aren't
So
we?
thank you to Motorbike Whisperer. He would know. Well, he would. There we go.
He would know. There's always people who know a lot more. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
that's Keith Haynes on the KTM.
He almost went very wrong down at Triangle, but he managed to hold it together, didn't he?
Yeah, these are the leg out style, aren't they?
That's
they
it.
Lift the leg out and
yes.
Yeah, I don't know what's that all about. So they touch their feet down,
Well,
just
I
to
think,
sort of
a bit of balance through the corners.
Yeah.
So you can either put your knee down and sort of lean it, or you can put your foot down.
Oh, look,
and there he goes.
He's putting the
and
foot
he
down.
sort of you drag it along the floor a little bit, and you can sort of balance your way through. So. Last few runners of the under 500 cc's, as we see Keith Haynes going up towards the line. He crosses with a 60.60, puts him second. So great run there for Keith with his foot down. And I think we're now into the over 500s with Paul Jarrett on that KTM. So we'll.
So Guy Ursell, well, they've taken it off the screen, but Guy Ursell was the quickest of that little batch up to 500.
Yes,
wasn't
that's
he?
right. Yeah. So yesterday he was one of the pace setters again. Paul Jarrett in this KTM, he's got just over 500 cc in that. He crosses the line 58.29. Well, that is a quick time. Paul, he was quick again yesterday, wasn't he?
Can you put it? So can we ask our bike expert that was watching in? The Husqvarna, sorry, the KTMs, are these single cylinders or twins?
Oh, well, there you go. We'll see.
We'll find
if somebody knows.
He'll know.
Yeah,
He'll know.
There you go.
He'll know.
He'll know. We were talking yesterday about that, and we couldn't quite spot. But here we are. Bike 785 is Bob Tunadine, much older machine this. You can tell sort of by the way he rides it, slightly more upright, and it's not the quickest machine, but it's over 500 cc, so it's in this category, and he's giving it all he's got.
Yeah, well, he's going to be followed by Dave Norris on the KTM. KTMs are definitely the class of the field, I think, in this. That's a 790cc. I'd be interested to know if it's a 790 single or twin. I'm going to say twin, probably.
The 790 is a twin, apparently, but most of them are singles.
Right.
So,
fantastic info. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Motorbike Whisperer, who is our unofficial motorbike expert.
Well, we love that. We love that. We do appreciate that. Is the joy of this, because although we commentate on loads of things, we're not necessarily experts on all of them, because as bikes is a whole new world to us, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on anything, so it's,
actually you are.
We get away with it.
That's not strictly true. I know that's not true, because you can build E-types. How about that, folks? He can rebuild and make beautiful E-types, which he's done many a time.
Well, yeah, but that's of limited value in the world today. So anyway, we have Stuart Mills on the hill in his Aprilia. Matthew Moggeridge also has just left the line with that Suzuki.
Yeah, the Suzuki. When we get a look at that one, that's a Suzuki TL. It's a 1080cc. Here he comes now into our view.
He's going quick. He's got good times on the board, and it's a quick bike. He's leaning it well over. Has to wait to put the power down, but he's going quick through Triangle. He's on purple sectors, so he's on for a good time, is Matthew.
Big engine bike, isn't it? Actually, that's going to have loads of power up the straight. And just watching him going up the straight now, we're getting a speed trap for Matthew. 66 over the speed trap. As we get a look at, this is Josh Williams on the Husqvarna.
Yeah, so we've got Matthew Moggeridge. He's rounding the last corner. It looks like he could put a good time on the board. Let's see as he crosses the line. He does a 60.66. Nice run there for Matthew. Josh Williams is behind him in another Husqvarna. These have been quick, haven't they?
They have.
We learnt, do you remember where they were from?
Sweden.
From Sweden.
Sweden.
Quick Swedes today. Volvos, Husqvarnas.
Well, we love a quick Swede. Yes, I'm a fan of the Swedes. I've got a Volvo myself.
Yeah, and down here at Triangle, Mark Williams has just gone through. He's passing now up onto Cedar Straight.
Oh, hang on.
As we have an off-roading Husqvarna.
We do. That's Josh Williams, yes.
Yeah.
He got it a little bit wrong into museum, but he's got it to the finish in the 70.13.
A lot of these do look like they're off-road type bikes, so he seemed to cope
look
with
at
it
that.
quite well. As Mark Williams going very quick on that Honda.
Twitching it into fallow there, and Dave Peat. Now, Dave Peat, I think, was the quickest, wasn't he, yesterday?
He was certainly one of the pace setters, and Dave Peat there out of our sight up onto the Cedar Straight. Mark Williams now crossing the line. He'll do a 64.26, sort of mid-table for Mark.
Now, I thought we saw 58s and 59s, didn't we, yesterday?
We did see some at the moment. The quickest bike has been Paul Jarrett, 58.29. So we'll see as Dave Peat rounds out the solo riders. He'll be the final motorbike before we go into these trikes.
Now here comes John Warren and Mark Stafford, that lovely trike, the Suzuki trike. He's only got the one arm as John, so it's a remarkable achievement to pilot this thing up
Look
there.
at that, Dave Peat 59.62 puts him second. Great run there. John Warren and Mark Stafford are heading up out to the top of the circuit as we get Simon and Jane Foster coming down towards us.
Now, but 5 times champions too. I tell you what, you can see the style, you can hear that engine screaming away. You see Jane jumping about there. She leans hard into keepers there. Very brave. They're such lovely people. They organise all the bikes too, don't they?
That's right. They put all the effort in, and yesterday they were very pleased, not only with their runs, but with the whole bike group. How good a show they put on. So well done to them. Crossing over. Hey, tell you what, Simon does take liberties sometimes with how much grass he uses.
Wow.
You can see him crossing there,
look at
right
that.
over the edge of the track with the sidecar. So
Jane's a brilliant passenger, though, isn't she?
Absolutely
she's
wonderful.
No, she's at one. She's at one. They're a married couple, of course, and they've gone through the finish in a 62.40.
Yeah, they've been so consistent all weekend with their runs. They've all been low 60s, apart from the ones in the damp, which fair enough. But that, I think, rounds out our practice runs for the weekend.
Do we think so?
I think we are now heading full
runoffs?
tilt into Midland Hillclimb Championship runoff
Whoa,
number 1
hang on.
of the
I
year.
better take a chill pill here before we
Yes.
start, because I can get a bit excited, so can you.
Yes, exactly. Yesterday's bike runoff almost did us in. So we'll see whether we can get through what's going to be, I think, really exciting, because the track has never been better this weekend. It's warm, it's dry, the sun is out.
It's in good order, actually.
It's in good order. And we had a bit of rain yesterday, which got rid of the dust. They've had some running since, which has put some of the grip back into the track. And we saw some really quick times by those single-seater boys, didn't we?
Well, now listen, just looking at the runners and riders, okay, just running from position 12, Calvin Broad, that's a shared drive, isn't it, with Alex Coles? So he'll have to probably take the first run and come back down. And is there any other shared drives? I don't think there is. So, no, I'm going to say, so I think Calvin will go up first. He'll put a marker down.
Yeah, Sean Gould.
Sean Gould, yes, and Matthew, of course.
So
yes.
they're the top 2 at the moment.
Yes,
so
they are.
One of them has to go first.
Yes, well, I suspect then Sean will go first or second and come back down to get Matthew back in the seat. So we've got to, this is the order, well, this is the batting order. Whether they come up in the exact order, we don't know. We'll find out in a minute. Calvin Broad in the Force, Tom Morgan in the Empire, Alan Warburton in the Gould, Graham Wynne in the Gould, Darren Gumbly in the Force, Stuart Bickley in the Force, Tom Weaver in the Empire, Jonathan Varley in the Predator, Alex Coles in the Force, Will Hall in the Gould, Sean Gould in the Gould that he makes, and Matthew Ryder, our current British champion, will probably go last.
Most likely. So yes, those shared drives will have to go slightly out of sequence, so they'll go up first and probably come straight back down again, I would have thought. Then we'll run through from slowest to quickest in the order you just read. So it'll be basically that, won't it? And then that's the first points of the Midland Championship this year. So this is it. This is the opening round of the Midland Hillclimb Championship, folks. We're about to see, this is sort of setting the scene for the season. We can see who's likely to be in contention come the end of the year. And already we've got an idea of who's quick, haven't we?
Oh, certainly have. And in the British HillClimb Championship, we have a top 12, but only 10 get points. And is it the same on the Midland?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. Yeah, 12 go up. The top 10 get points, and this is where it's always fun when it's you get like the wild cards in there, because you can sometimes get unexpected people in there.
Yes, it is. Well, at the moment, so we got Kelvin Broad, but Sean Gould is sharing the National Rider, so I thought he'd probably have to have
I think we'll see the Paddock marshals will sort that out for us.
They will.
Because they're good at that.
They are good.
They will say, oh, those guys need to go up first and come straight back down, and then we'll see everybody else run through in reverse order. So they'll get quicker and quicker and quicker in theory, until we have the final run, which will almost certainly be Matthew Ryder, and we'll see what sort of times people can get. And
so if you've not been to a runoff, folks, if you've not, this is what we're here for. This is where it all gets very, very interesting indeed. This is where the championship points are decided, and this is where basically when they leave the line, their brains leave the line, don't they?
I think so, yes.
Off they go. There's red missing, that's all that matters. The adrenaline's running.
And we're going to get on board for this first run, so that's brilliant. Kelvin Broad is our first one off the line in his Force TA, and we'll be able to have onboard footage for some, if not all of this. The signal's struggling a bit around the top of the track, but
well, Alex Coles is in this car, and so we'll have him as well.
We'll have that as well, yes, of course. So Kelvin Broad, because it's a shared car and he's bottom of the runoff, he's away first, and off he goes. First 64 foot in 2.21 seconds. That's a good start for him. Around he goes at the tight and twisty section of the track. He'll come down now to Fletcherstello, down the hill towards Triangle, and we'll get an idea of his pace. So 87 miles an hour down that hill, out of Triangle and up now through the right left of the track onto Cedar Straight, and we'll keep an eye out for his speed at the fastest point of the circuit, top of the hill, 101 miles an hour. He goes into fallow, very tidy through there, keeping it on the tarmac nice and safe. Round Museum, he's looking like it'll be a good run as he crosses over the finish line with a 49.59. Great run there for Kelvin. He's put a good time on the board.
Well, he did put a good time, so that's our little marker for 10. For 12, Kelvin Broad, 49.59. Now, on the line is Sean Gould in the Gould GR59. He is the man that builds these Gould racing cars, so he's a very clever chap. Also builds a lot of components for Formula 1 cars and racing. So Sean has been an outright hill record holder here before. Here he comes into Triangle. My goodness me, he's a very fast driver, very quick indeed. Into keepers, his line's looking immaculate so far. He clatters for marker, but he gets away with it. He's on the Cedar Straight now. What speed's he going to go through the speed track? 116 miles an hour, going into fallow now. It's a good line through there. As they say, it's neat and tidy, but so far so good. Round Museum up towards the finish, going to be in the low 40s, 44, 46, sets the marker.
Yeah, that's a very good run, and because he's sort of come out of sequence, I reckon Sean will be very hard to beat up until the last handful of guys hit the track at the end of this runoff. Now, we believe that's the only two shared cars in the top 12. So we think they'll come straight back down the hill, and while they're swapping over to their second drivers, we'll then see Tom Morgan, I think, will be next up.
Yes, Tom Morgan will be next up in the Little Empire, Evo. Tom Morgan shares the car with his father, but Tom has qualified for this runoff, so he'll be very happy with that. And very shortly we'll get a look at Sean Gould and Kelvin Broad coming back down the hill. Sean just adjusting the camera on the top there.
You can see actually the red camera on the car in front. That is the HillClimb.TV onboard camera, that little red one that's sat up the top there, just sticking up. So that's the current machine that Rich Danby is developing, but he's working working on making it even smaller because he doesn't want people to complain about having to carry that on their car. So the smaller it is, the better.
I said to him, what is the camera on the top of this? Well, he said it's a bit of a composite, a bit of a hodgepodge. He's knocked up himself.
Yes.
Actually, the onboard is very, very good, isn't it?
It's very good quality, I think, for such a tiny car. If you think back, not even that long ago, even Formula One onboard was a bit hit and miss, and now you get this beautifully crystal clear stuff. It's so impressive, isn't it?
It absolutely is, actually. So they'll come back into the paddock. Here they come now. Okay, they'll be swapping over shortly, and Sean's obviously got a bit of time because Matthew won't be running for a bit. Of course, Alex Coles, who qualified in 5th position for the runoff, a fantastic achievement. So all the cars ahead of him were all great big engine ghouls.
That's right. Yes, yeah. So we've got a couple of smaller engine machines that have snuck their way in, which is impressive, really. Isn't it?
Well, actually, if you look at that, we've got Stuart Bickley, we've got Tom Weaver, and
that's one of the great things. These machines, the chassis are so well made that they're so light that sometimes actually the small engine cars, because they're so small and nippy, they sometimes have a bit of an advantage over the bigger engine cars because they're not carrying all that weight around. So Tom Morgan is on the line, Empire Evo 3. This is a quick little car, and Tom knows how to drive it. He's been doing this for a while now. So experienced driver, away he goes, spins the tyres as it struggles to get grip down, and there he is away from the line, up and round Hall Corner into Loggerheads. Very, very good run there into Fletcher's Delo. Fast run down towards the tight right-hander of Triangle. Now you'll see these times are coming up as red. That's because Sean Gould has put such a good time in. Unfortunately, Tom there struggling to get into gear, I think, out of Triangle, so that won't have helped either. So this run, definitely not the quickest we're going to see. Tom's on the back foot already as he breaks the beam. 103 miles an hour for Tom at the top of the hill. Climbs now up towards Museum into that fast right-hander as he puts the power on. Yes, there he goes towards the finish line. Just over 50 seconds, 50.8. It's a nice run, but Sean Gould's going to really be hard to beat with these early runners.
Yeah, Tom was always up against it there. The little Empire with a little 1-litre engine. Not going to beat a Gould GR59 with 4-litre jump power of 680 brake horsepower.
No, it's going to be tough.
It weighs about 400 kilos. So, and a very experienced driver. But Alan Warburton leaves the line in the Gould GR59. He shares this car with his son David, who's competing in the British Championships in this car. But anyway, Warburton's been doing this for many, many years. He's a very tall gentleman. I don't know how he fits into the car, but he's very slim. Here he comes into Triangle, 1600cc motorbike engine, the Hayabusa in the back of that one. The car was one of the very early Gould GR59s, and the engine, being a motorbike engine, is incredibly difficult to get in and out of that car, actually. It's very well the way it's built. But anyway, what's he going to do? 110 miles an hour through the speed trap. Already turns it very nicely. Heading up towards Museum, blind right-hander, comes round that. Now it's just a blast to the finish. Heads up now, though. 47.73 goes second so far.
Yeah, so very good, and we are sort of counting them down as we would expect. Sean Gould slightly throwing us off a bit by putting such a good time on the board so early, and we'll wait and see. Can anybody sneak ahead of him? We expect people like Will Hall and Matt Ryder to be able to get close, but will anybody else be able to force their way into that sort of top handful of positions? Well, let's wait and find out. Next up will be Graham Wynn, and Graham, he certainly knows his way around this place, but it's a big old car, this. Will he have the power, do you think, to make a go of it? Let's wait and see. Sean Gould's 44-second run is going to be tough to beat, but it would be great if Graham could get up in amongst that 45. Yeah, so let's see. We're predicting a 45-second run, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 45, 46.
All right, well, we'll see. A great start. His reaction time's really good. That 64 foot, he's actually quicker than Sean Gould. See, can he keep that momentum going? He comes round now. Loggerheads is slightly down, but it's into triangle, nice and tight through there. Gets the power on for the short squirt as he goes towards keepers. Nice through there, keeps away from the markers. Now's not the time to get a penalty for knocking one of those onto Cedar Straight, powering his way up. He's got some grunt in this machine. Let's see, 106 miles an hour through the speed trap. Now we're at Fallow. He rounds that nice and tidy, breaks down to Museum, then gets the power on towards the finish line. It's going to be a good run, but will it be good enough? 47.07. It puts him in second. Not a bad run, still not quite with Sean's time.
Yeah, Sean's going to take some beating, but we know there's runners and riders that are capable of doing that, obviously. But here comes Darren Gumbley on the line in a little Force TA. Again, a 1600cc, normally aspirated motorbike engine. Actually, I think, was he on methanol? I think he was on methanol, wasn't he?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
That's right.
Just about make out the little orange circle on the rear wing.
It is. So he leaves the line. He's got a carpenter and joinery business. He's been very busy as well. But at weekend he comes motorsport. He comes on the hills. He's been doing it for a while, sharing the car with Paul Jones. So here he comes into our view, coming down into Triangle, brakes hard into Triangle, 94 miles an hour at that speed trap there. So far so good, heading up towards keepers, isn't it? Any markers? He's away from keepers already, excellent. On the Cedar Straight, that's not so straight, but as he powers up there, he's going to be over, he's 114 miles an hour through the speed trap, brakes hard, going round Fallow, up towards Museum. Once he gets round here, it's a straight run to the finish, which he does successfully. Yes, looking good. So his time's going to be a 47.22, takes him third. Well done to Darren.
Yeah, very nice run in the end there. He was going really quick, really pushing it at times, but not quite able to break past Graham Wynn's time. Ever so close though. Next up, however, Stuart Bickley. Now, Stuart's one of those, he's in a much lower powered car. However, he manages to pull speed out of this machine that others don't seem to be able to find. So we'll see whether he's able to mix it amongst the big guys. He qualified pretty well in this top 12. Let's see where he comes now. Away from the line he goes. It's a solid start, 2 seconds or so in that first 64 foot as he goes up around Hall and into Loggerheads. He's keeping it there nice and tidy. Then he's into the drop down towards Triangle already. Hard on the brakes, throws it round the corner. He's got a little bit of a tail slide as he exits Triangle. Through keepers he goes, not seeing quite as much speed, although he almost knocks over that marker. He's not quite as on the limit, I don't think, as we've seen him in the past. Looks very under control for Stuart. And as he runs round that corner at the top of the hill and climbs up to Museum, here he is towards the finish line. Let's see, he's going to do 46.93, second currently. Not a bad run in the end.
Not a bad run, a sensational run. Second, well done, Stuart Bickley in the 1100.
Now that's his personal best.
That's brilliant.
I think he only set that earlier today.
He's beat Darren Gumbley, he's beat Graham Wynn, he's beat Alan Warburton. That's a sensational run. But anyway, talking about sensational, it's not Tony Blackburn, by the way. So this is Tom Weaver from Ludlow. Well, Tom Weaver, can he beat Stuart? I tell you what, that was a seriously good time by Stuart Bickley.
It was, and that's what I was saying. He finds speed that others don't seem to have. Well, even though that he's in a much smaller powered car. But
Tom beat him earlier, and he's just leaving the line. Here he goes, Tom Weaver. He's absolutely on a mission now. If he can beat Stuart Bickley's time, that would take him second in the runner. My goodness me! He's already coming into our view. Roundabout now. Here he comes down the hill into Triangle. Brakes hard, beautifully round there. I tell you what, smooth is good on this game. I tell you, he's going into keepers now. Don't knock anything over. Gets round there. Oh, lines are fantastic. Onto the Cedar Straight, heading up towards the speed trap now as he comes in. 108 miles an hour through the speed trap. Hard on the brakes. Takes it round, heading up towards Museum, blind right-hand corner, gets it round there. He's 155 down on Sean Gould. So let's see what he does. Through the finish, 46.58 takes him second.
That's another great run. You were right when you say it's smooth. Stewart was the same. It didn't look as ragged as other runs, and it's got serious pace to it. So both Stewart and Bickley and Tom Weaver, their smooth runs have put them right at the top. Let's see now if Jonathan Varley can keep up with those young lads and their smaller machines. Let's see. So GWR Predator of Jonathan Varley on the line. He's getting ready to go, and it was the smoothness of those two cars
fabulous,
that gave it the speed. They weren't all over the place. So Jonathan Varley needs to keep it really smooth as he heads up, nice and tight there around the first few corners. It's a very quick run for these guys before they get down towards here at Triangle. Tight in around Triangle. Not quite as sharp a turn through there as we had with Tom Weaver, but still pretty quick. Jonathan Varley now already up onto the straight. Let's see how he's doing. He's powering his way up the speed trap. He's often one of the quickest through there, 123 miles an hour. That is an amazingly high speed for such a short run. He's then through Museum already, heading out towards the finish line. This is going to be another quick run. Let's see, 45.7 puts him second, just ahead of Tom Weaver. A good run indeed.
Well, indeed. Current Midland Hillclimb champion, Jonathan Varley in the Predator. Wow, this is a brilliant runoff. So Sean Gould currently leading the way in the Big Gould Judd. Jonathan Varley second, Tom Weaver third, Stuart Bickley fourth, Graham Wynne fifth, Darren Gumbley sixth, Alan Warburton seventh, and Kelvin Broad eighth. Ninth is Tom Morgan. So we have Alex Coles in the Force TA, the supercharged bike engine, 1300 supercharged, scorches off the line. My goodness me, that's incredibly rapid off the line. He's already going to be heading into our very, very shortly. Watch this lad come down here. He can really pedal this car from Plymouth. He's an electrician from Plymouth, only young, and I tell you what, he has been mixing it with the big boys. He's only a fraction down on Sean Gould's time at this stage, but he will lose time because he hasn't got the power of that big V8 engine, but nevertheless, that's not slowing down much. He's only 0.02 down on Sean Gould at the moment. Oh, and he's come to a stop. Okay, he's perfectly all right, but something's expired. There's a leak.
Something.
There's an oil or a water coolant leak.
That's more like coolant to me. I think it's more liquid than oil necessarily.
And he realised that very quick because it hasn't left great big deposits on the track. So that's such a shame. Alex Coles throwing his hands up. He's perfectly okay. There's something happened to the car. I don't know if the engine's gone bang or whatever's happened.
He was only down 0.62 on Sean Gould's time.
I know. He was heading for second place.
Oh, at least he could have even made up some time in those last few turns and been right up there.
He will be gutted. He will be gutted. So there is going to be a delay. They're just showing a replay here now. So as he comes through the speed trap, he comes in to follow now. He's braking hard and suddenly he throws it left and suddenly the power's
He realises something's wrong, doesn't
Whether he came off the throttle or whatever, I don't know, but he knew something
had broken.
There's
a little bit right at the end there, just something leaking.
Yeah.
Hopefully that
It does look more coolant, but whether or not the engine's cooked itself or what, it's a little supercharged engine, high revving motorbike engine. We're surmising at the moment, aren't we?
Well, we don't know, and we probably won't find out for a little while. So that is a great shame for Alex. He was on for such a good finish. He could have been certainly in the top 5 when they all said and done, if not top 3.
Early last season, they had a few issues with this car, and the engine went back, I think, to Mistral or RPL, and they thought they got it sorted, and it was really sorted. But at the moment, the marshals are looking and pointing and this sort of thing. Either way, he's not going to complete this run. They'll probably push him back into that top paddock there, won't they?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
The engine's probably switched off, or he may even have to get recovered.
Well, hopefully it can roll, and they can roll it back down, backwards from where it is, and there's that little turning just at the bottom of the upper paddock.
Now, I do see that left to run, we've got Matthew Ryder and Will Hall.
Yes.
So both very, very rapid indeed.
Yeah.
That's such a shame because he really was on for a blistering time.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a top 5 finish and maybe even a top 3 if things had gone his way.
Well, yes. That would, with 2 more cars to come.
Yeah, I think,
right. And a top 5 finish in that car would be a terrific result.
Oh, yeah, and that would have been... And it's such a shame because it doesn't seem to be... He didn't do anything wrong.
No,
just
he did
something
nothing
let go
wrong.
or...
Something's happened.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean...
And there was nothing visible externally, so it's not like he hit...
It's an engine malady rather than anything else.
Yeah, most
Certainly
probably.
not driver error because he was absolutely on a mission.
However, I mean, I'm hoping that hasn't left anything on the track.
No, I think it's looking pretty encouraging, that one, because we only saw that bit of fluid right at the very last bit. The rest of it's sort of dryish, isn't it?
Yeah, so hopefully there's no patches of...
And interestingly, he either knew something had gone bang and just switched it off, cut it out and brake, or he's trying to save the engine from further damage, perhaps.
Possibly, yeah. Well, they've sort of pushed it into the grass, which is just mostly all it's done is covered the tyres with...
Oh, he's having a look now, yeah.
Yeah, it's not happy down somewhere inside. Something...
He does look like new overalls, doesn't it?
Yeah,
there he is. That's it. You'll see him on the live screen here, this young man from Plymouth. And his father, Neil, will be in the paddock there as well. Neil, of course, used to race. They used to race an OMS together. And Alex started in Formula Ford, and he broke all the records in Formula Ford hill climbing. He held hill records everywhere for Formula Ford.
Yeah, well, he's definitely quick, isn't he? And he's
very quick.
Yeah,
He's
certainly switched on. One of the markers of a really good driver is having that brain ability to know when something's wrong and being able to deal with it. There's a little bit...
that looks
much,
just more coolanty than oil.
Yeah,
to me.
I think maybe a little bit more. Well, the marshals, if it is oil or whatever, they'll get something on it.
There is a bit more there. That could be a bit of a delay because obviously coolant is one thing, but oil takes a little bit more shifting. And something let go, I think, maybe just before fallow to guess.
Yeah, possibly so. But anyway, looking at some of those times, both Stuart Bickley and Tom Weaver did personal bests to get those amazing finishes.
Yeah.
And what we were saying there was how smooth and it wasn't. They didn't look ragged. It's not like sometimes you watch these guys and they're pushing it and you think, oh my, they're on the very edge. They were so in control of those. It didn't look like they were fighting the car in the same way, and that's proved itself in those times. Of course, Sean Gould, well, he just knows what he's doing, doesn't he? So
Sean, I mean, Sean has been racing for so many years that the first Gould car, was the first car they produced was built literally in a shed. He was telling me yesterday, and of course his father was started Gould cars off, and of course was a successful racer himself, wasn't he? Successful hill climber, but. This was in the era, the Pilbeams, of course, were all conquering at that time. So the Pilbeams were the first dedicated
Well, that was similar,
car.
wasn't it? That was Mike Pilbeam decided again, build it in a shed, but he started to produce vehicles that were purpose-built for hill climbs and started to win everything.
Yeah, basically, and the Pilbeams were the cars to beat, but look, here we go, such bad luck for young Alex Coles. That's Wayne Penrose there.
Oh yeah.
And it is, because we all know Wayne was so popular when he came over here with his Super VW with 500 horsepower, and it had basically had like a combi van engine, but been developed and turbochargers.
I think that little picture was that him at Shelsley taking off over a little bump.
Yeah, no, that was at Gurston.
Gurston, was it?
That was at Gurston.
Yeah.
He had a moment there when he hit that bump, and he ended up in the kitty litter there.
Quite an impressive picture.
It was quite an impressive picture, but also it was quite an impressive kitty litter moment.
Yes,
whacked the tyres and in fact did quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
But then the car got taken to Paul Howell's place in the Forest of Dean, and the next week they managed to rebuild the car, get it all sorted out, so he could compete again, I think, at Shelsley Walsh.
Yeah.
And so he started off at Harewood, and then he went to Gersten. Then he ended up at Shelsley for his final go before going to Germany for a VW special event out there.
Yeah.
And then the car eventually got put on a boat to get shipped back to Australia, and got back to Australia about October.
That's a good holiday, isn't it?
Well, Wayne he went back actually after the just showing it there. So yeah, gutted for Alex Coles there, but unfortunately that's hill climbing, that's racing. Something's gone bang, and he knows that's happened. There's nothing he could do about it. They run on the limit, don't they, to be fair?
Yes, they really do, yeah.
So Wayne, so he went back to Australia on the plane. His car got shipped back to Australia, because he has been British. He's been Australian hill climb champion in the past, and he's still very successful out there now.
Yeah,
and he is the man for VW air-cooled engines. There's nothing he doesn't know about those.
Well, excellent stuff, yeah, and so good that he can come over with it.
And his son, his son's a Qantas pilot, and he's a captain. He's a captain, and I think it's Qantas. He's a captain with an airline. I'm pretty sure it's Qantas. But either way, his son also maps the car. He's a genius mechanic as well. So he's a computer wizard.
Clever, yeah.
So it's good to have,
it's always useful to have people like that on call. Yeah, so we saw there the marshals were putting down some of the speedy dry
dust.
So it possibly was a little bit of oil. So I wonder.
So? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, they do
good.
put that on the coolant as well sometimes, just because it quickly dries it out.
And in the sun and bright and bit of wind, that's going to get dried off quick and absorb it quick as well, isn't it?
Hopefully so, yeah.
And I think we'll be back hill climbing very soon.
We'll be running very soon. We've only got 2 left in this runoff, and then it's our break for lunch. But at the moment, Sean Gould is top of the tree. I'm hoping it's not going to affect their times, is it? That little bit of
no, absolutely not. No,
that should be fine.
No, I tell you what, Matthew Ryder will drive it like a rally car. He won't be worried.
No, that's true. Yeah, he'll just do it sideways.
Flow it up there. I think you could put a set of old Nobblies on the back of that car with Matthew, and he'd be still very rapid. Wouldn't he?
That's it. Exactly.
He wouldn't be bothered. He never seems phased,
No.
And nor does Will Hall, to be fair. Will has really got that car going very well now, hasn't he?
And they're both very well turned out cars. The preparation levels and things are so professional. It's just amazing to see these guys, the effort and everything that goes into this. It's like, top level professional motorsport.
And Will's coming back after quite a nasty little bout of, an illness. He had operation and stuff. We won't go into that. But nevertheless, the doctor said 12 weeks, but here he is back 11 weeks later. So not that racing drivers ever take any notice of the doctors.
No, exactly.
And he told me yesterday when he got up to the top, rather than lift himself out, of the car and have a walk around like they would, he said he stayed in the car to save a bit of energy.
Yeah, well, that's sensible.
And that
he's
is
not quite there yet.
He's a lovely, lovely guy, Will Hall. That's the thing about the hill climbing family. When you walk around the paddock and you chat to the drivers, which I encourage anyone to do in their off moments, they're just such nice people. There's no airs and graces, in this game.
No, and all of the rivalries are very friendly. You don't get the animosity between drivers and that sort of thing. They like the competition between each other. There's none of that sort of animosity that you can get in other forms of motorsport where it gets a bit nasty. So it's always pretty sort of laid-back paddock to take a wander.
Now listen, flags are in. This is your one, isn't it?
Will Hall, yeah. So Will Hall in what I think is one of the best-looking cars, certainly in this championship. Beautifully turned out Gould GR59. That Judd engine in the back. Judd, who make almost engines like at Formula 1 level, and a great start there. We're already up on Sean Gould's time. Let's see whether we can continue that momentum. He's already out of Fletcher's Dello down towards Triangle. He is a little bit quicker. It's only marginal, but let's see whether he can keep that pace. Dancing his way there through keepers. The car really on the edge, and he's keeping the pace. However, he's lost a little bit of time as he heads up onto Cedar Straight. Let's see as he goes through the speed trap. 120 miles an hour. 0.18 down on Sean Gould through that dust up now into Museum. Can he regain that little bit of time? He has. He's now almost 0.2 seconds quicker. He crosses the line, 44.6. He loses out by 0.06. No, hang on.
0.2.
0.2, yeah. Well, just losing out on the last run there to the line. Will Hall goes second, so it's down to Matthew Ryder.
Well, Sean Gould is currently leading this Runoff. What a fantastic run, but we know what Matthew's capable of. I wouldn't put it past him doing a 42. All right, so let's just say Pons said he could do a 42.
He was very close. What was he? He was only about a second off the track record, wasn't he? So
Matthew Ryder is on the line now. This is special, folks. Watch this one. If you've not seen hill climbing before, here is the current British champion. He leaves the line. He's very rapid indeed. He's already going up to what they call Hall, going round Hall, heading down towards Loggerheads. Matthew Ryder's looking to do maybe a hill record. It's possible. He's got the pace to do it. Smooth is the word. He's got round here already. He's already comfortably up. He's 0.22 up at the moment. Heads round keepers. Makes a smooth exit from that, heading up towards the straight now. He's 0.48 up at the moment. Matthew Ryder, is there a hill record on here, folks? It could happen. He's already heading up towards Museum. Turns right into Museum. We've just lost the coverage at the top. He's got round. He's heading up towards the finish. 0.83 up. He's gone up in a 43.40. 43.40 wins this Runoff. Well done, Matthew.
That's a brilliant pace and yeah, an amazing time there for Matt Ryder. Really good.
Wow, it's that moment. Oh my goodness me. We've just finished a fantastic Runoff. So unlucky, wasn't he? Alex Coles had that failure, but my goodness me, Matthew Ryder, the current British Championship, wins the first Midland Runoff of the year. Fantastic. Give them all a clap when they come back down the hill. Sean Gould was second with a 44.46. Will Hall, an excellent 44.60. Jonathan Farley, Midland champion, 45.70. Tom Weaver, fantastic in the little 1 litre Empire, 46.58. Stuart Bickley in the fours, 46.93. Graham Wynne in the big Gould, 47.07. Darren Gumbly, 47.22. Alan Warburton, 47.73. 9th. Kelvin Broad, 49.59. 11th was Tom Morgan in the Empire, 50.80. Folks, that will be lunch. There will be a break now. We'll find out how long we've got for lunch.
Think it won't be a long one because of timing, so I suspect
maybe a half hour.
Maybe about half hour, yeah.
Well, that's absolutely stunning Runoff, folks. That was enjoyable. Did you enjoy that, Alex?
Yeah, that was an amazing Runoff towards the end there. So unlucky for a few of those guys who were just so close to it, doing amazing times. Just couldn't quite beat Matt Ryder and Sean Gould, who, well, they're just both pretty quick drivers. And that Gould is a fast old machine.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say we're going to have half hour for lunch. It might be a fraction longer, but we're just at the moment it's just gone 2. So if I said that we're going to be back in at least half an hour for some more motorsport, all competition. Half past 2,
half hour lunch.
So it's going to be a quick lunch, actually.
Yeah, half an hour, and then it will be back in with the interclub competition timed runs at 2:30. So
2:30 it is.
Yeah,
okay.
do come back and join us then,
We're
folks.
signing off.
Yeah.
Thank you, folks. Fantastic.
Okay, ladies and gents, we're now breaking for lunch. It's going to be a 20-minute break or so.
Well, good afternoon everyone, and welcome back for the rest of the action for this afternoon. We're going to run through all competitive run this afternoon from our clubs here that are visiting this weekend, the Morgans including the bikes as well, and then we'll move on to the Midland Hillclimb Championship second competitive run, following that the Interclub and the Morgans, and then we'll finish the day with the Midland Hillclimb Championship runoff. So the second runoff of the day, we may be able, depending on how we run, to fit a runoff for our bikes runners, but this is obviously depending on how the order will be running this afternoon. So welcome back, and if you have had a little break, well, I hope you've enjoyed your lunch, whatever you've been having. I hope you had a nice look around the paddock and around the cars, and then we've got Stephen Hill just lining up on the start line, so we are kicking off the action with our Interclub runners. Stephen Hill on the hill in the Clio 182. This is a double driven car, a nice car that he'll be running on here. And Stephen Hill now coming down onto the entry of Triangle. Car that he shares with Mark Edwards. And this is the second competitive run. So as we go through, we'll be looking at how those drivers have been improving from their previous runs earlier today. Conditions are a little bit better. We've got a little bit of sun outside. So the tarmac has been warming up. That should give them a good grip. Probably doesn't make much of a difference for our runners in the road car, with going cars, because they are pretty much running road tires, which doesn't need much temperature to be effective. And it was an interesting run from the previous car, just Martin Waters going wide at the top of the hill, just coming down from Fletcher's in front of me. Hugh Elliott, top runner in this class, has a bit of competition from Martin Waters at the minute. Currently is still running in second in the class, actually first, sorry. He's been posting a 62.25, so we'll be looking at the time from Hugh Elliott. Martin Walter near about 63.98, so an excellent time for the little pocket rocket. Hugh Elliott having a good run as well, 53.61, and he'll be going through the finish line. Let's see what time he can post. A 62.82. Nice quick hits this morning, but a good run nonetheless for Hugh Elliott. A really good run as well. If you are back online, welcome back for the action. So we're probably going to be running right until 5 o'clock here in the UK. For all the running of the order. So this is the sort of the bar club that we have, and the guys are now coming back down the hill. Those are double driven cars, so they have to go up the hill first, and then the second driver will be jumping in cars. Great way to share the cost of running the car, really. It's usually father and son, father and daughter, husband and wife, sometimes friends will be sharing cars, and those drivers will just be warming the tires for the second drivers, really. And it's a great way that you can get into the sport, share the cost of running and the entry, and it's a great way to get into the sport. So very nice way to really get started into motorsport and hill climb. We have been running here at Loton Park for well over 50 years. First competitive event here started in 1971. So very nice that we have been running for so long. Okay, originally the track was starting where I am standing here at Triangle, and it was extended, and it now has a start line where you can see it now onto the very far right. And so all our marshals here are standing on the start line. They're helping to line up the cars. So you can see our 2 young marshals will be helping the drivers line up the cars with the timing beam, and it's a bit of a physical effort depending on what they are pushing. Some of the single-seaters are fairly lightweight, so it's a lot easier, but sometimes we have some quite heavy road cars, especially the more modern stuff, which has grown in size, has become a lot more heavier. So it's a bit of workout for those guys. It's a bit of the same as well at the top of the paddock as well, when they help push some single seaters. Kevin Dodd in that Rover Mini Cooper, one of the last classic minis that came out of the factory. Very pretty car, and Kevin is just working through those events to get all the points on his license so he can upgrade to the next license so that he can compete in a more important championship. So Kevin, in a class of his own, have been told he's under strong instructions to bring the car home. That's Custom Dot car that he's driving. So he's under very strong instruction to bring the car back home. But a very beautifully turned out car. So Kevin having a good run, and so far he's been posting a time just under the 80 second mark. So I'm sure Kevin, whilst he's trying to make sure the car gets back into one piece, he's probably still trying a little bit hard. Looking the wheels on the entry of Fallow and onto Museum, he goes round. Great handling on those Mini, and goes through to the finish line. That's going to be a time just under the 80 second mark, a 78.80 for Kevin Dodd. Next up is Alex Smith. Alex driving this beautiful Mazda MX-5. That's the third generation of the MX-5. You now have 4th generation. Well over 1 million of those MX-5 have been sold around the world. One probably of the most popular and successful sports car, and really great car to get into the sport as well. HillClimb, they got engine at the front, rear-wheel drive, 50-52 weight distribution, so pretty much everything that you'd want from a sports car in the hands of Alex there. That's the 2-litre engine, so the bigger capacity engine, about 150 horsepower in on that car from Alex. And next up is Richard Case in the Renault Clio. Richard Case having a good run as well in this car, and Alex Smith through the finish line, a 75.64. Richard Case already on the second part of the hill, entering Fallow, and Richard Case having good run so far, running just in the low 70. So we'll be looking if he can improve on that. Lots of grip on the track, so that should be a good run for him. 69.67, so that's about 4/10 quicker than his fastest run this morning. Mark Edwards has been a good run as well at the top of the hill, and he's looking through the last push on the final straight, and it goes through in a 64.67. So Mark Edwards, good run as well for him in this car. As we look through at Simon Joyce, Simon having a really good run as well in this car. So Simon's through the finish line now, 66.65. We've just seen David Fickins already on the second part, already at the top of the hill. And Loton Park is quite a long course, so it's hard to catch all the cars at the same time, whether we can pick them at the start or towards the end. David having a good run as well, and at 65.63, that puts him so far 5th in the class. Meanwhile, Mary Fletcher really pushing the Bart as well, and having a really good run so far. So Mary Fletcher so far running good times, and we can see through the finish line a 68.04. Mary Elliott in the about 124 Spider, having a great competition with his husband Hugh, and Mary having a really good run. She's a regular contender here at Loton Park, that beautiful about 124 Spider. Those cars are built in Japan in the same line than the MX-5, and they just have different engine, but pretty much the underpinning is an MX-5, and it's something a bit more interesting. It's not the shiniest car in the paddock by far, but this is Volvo 940. It's a 2.3 turbocharged engine. Andrew having a really good run in this turbocharged car, and having really good power under the bonnet, 62.64. He's really quick for that car. And quickly chasing him is Aaron Parrott in the Aston Martin Vantage, putting really good runs. And for those guys, this is the first run, so you'll see a lot of purple times, because until we've got someone putting a marker down in that class, then we'll see a lot of purple. So Aaron Parrott in the supercharged Vantage, really good amount of power under the bonnet of that car, 62.48, puts him first in the class. And then Paul Billy in the four-wheel drive Audi S1, something quite unusual for such a little car, four-wheel drive, 2-litre turbocharged engine, very good amount of power. Paul drives the car here to Loton Park, so proves that you can do it and just go back to home in the evening and go by the shop as well. So Paul pushing that car to the finish line, and the time is 69.94. Philip in the 911 Carrera having a good run, and we've got Andrew Coleman following him. And Andrew is a great runner in this class, always top of the leaderboard. And Andrew now having the 5-cylinder, so he's been very competitive in this class, winning lots of runoff in the club runoff as well, and is having the same season, so really pushing the 400 horsepower and the four-wheel drive of that Audi TT RS. And then Andrew Coleman through the finish line. Meanwhile, we've got John Sharples. John Sharples will sideways through triangles, really trying hard in this Mac Motorsports. And John Sharples really pushing that car, so we'll see what those guys can put through. Next up is Tony Fickens. He's back out again. Fixed the car, only had a little bit of dent to the wing, and you can see the car has lost one eye, but it's all good. He's back out again. John Sharples through the finish line is 61.66. Definitely was trying hard. Tony Fickens having a good run as well. We'll be looking at a time in the low 59. He's hoping to get into the 58, and he's definitely one to try to get to that point. And Chris Crivens now in the Clio RS, just gone past triangle already, pushing the turbocharged Renault Clio. A lot of power at the front wheels, 60.93 for Tony Fickens. He's in a class of his own this weekend, so he doesn't have to push that much to get the class win, obviously. And Chris having a good run in the Clio as well. Very well turned out car, a lot of modification done and worked that car to get it to the level that the car is now. And Chris through the finish line is 61.65. Andy Fagan, a regular here at Loton Park, running this beautiful Porsche Boxer 986, which is really well sorted out. Andy knows the track and knows his way around these the corners through the finish line, and a 56.46. Jeff also in the Ford Focus 2.3 turbocharged, and this is a time attack car that he's been driving today. He's still getting up to grips with the track, so he's not going to try and put crazy times through, but as he goes through those different runs, you can see the times slowly improving for Jeff, so great to see him improving as he goes along. And Jeff having a good run as well. So very impressive car, 560 horsepower, 4-wheel drive, and a lot of development has gone into that work, that car as well. Gary Hull having a great day in the Jedi Mark II, really pushing this car. He's trying to beat Nigel Pitt in the same class, but obviously he's got a bit of work to do. And so far in practice this morning, Nigel has been the quickest. So Gary's through the finish line of 54.55. He'll be pleased with that time. That's about 5/10 quicker than in practice. Now Nigel coming into our view in the OMS 3000, really trying, and Nigel, great runner. He's really sorted that car over the past year now, and he's really happy with the handling now, and he can hook the car and he can make it work, and he's getting into the low 50s, his quickest time before 51.22, so let's see how close he can get to that 50-second mark. Nigel runs museum now and pushes the car to the finish line. That's a good time for him. He'll be through in a 51.18, so very consistent from him. And then our classic car in the classic saloon, so those are cars manufactured to 1971. So Michael Crutchley driving the Alfa Romeo Giulia, the beautiful car that we have in front of us. And the Giulia was very advanced at the time when it came out. Rear-wheel drive, so gave it a really good power and weight to weight in the front axle and distribution, and he has been really driving this car beautifully all the way. He's a regular contender here at Loton Park, and he goes through in a time of a 73.08. Puts the first marker down for Richard Jones that follows him in the Austin Mini, and Richard Jones so far has been putting best time over 65.82, and I would expect him to really get close to that time. And meanwhile, we're now moving down to the Downtown Motor Club Speed Championship. So this is all minis, Rezo Classic or Modern, and Richard Jones through the finish line of 64.09. And Stuart Sampson is driving this Austin Mini City. This is a new car that he's built himself, running a 1-litre engine at the front, the classic 998cc, and he's running a turbocharger, which gives him about 140 horsepower. The car is geared for 125 miles an hour, so probably a bit more than what you would want. So it's long geared and it only has 4 gears, so not ideal, but 68.78. And you'll be taking this car to Brands Hatch next weekend. Steve Jarrett in the BMW Mini Cooper S, so that's the R53 car, the first generation after BMW took over the Rover Mini factory. So great design from Frank Stevenson, and really good cars to buy now. They're very affordable, and they give you a great amount of power, and you just have to do a few tweaks to them to get almost close to 200 horsepower on those machines. Really good handling. BMW put a lot of effort into making them handle like the previous one. And Steve Jarrett 68.11. Zach Cobb already at the top, and he's having really good run as well. Zach putting purple sector, so the quickest of the lot so far. But Nigel Sampson, who's following him and will get into view at the top of the Cedar Straight, has been the quickest in that group of car. Nigel, quickest run is 62.43, so let's see if he can get close to that time. This is running a 1380cc car engine, and he weighs about 500 kilos, so really impressive power to weight ratio really. A 60.40 puts him first in that class. And now moving up to the motorbikes. So the motorbikes will be running 2 different categories, up to 500cc and over 500cc. So great to have the 2 and 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers throughout this weekend. This is Mark Stafford, and Mark having a good run as well through this. I'm going to try and find where those guys are running. I believe he's running in the Interclub as well, so we'll be looking at the times. Mark Stafford, obviously the first out there to put competitive times. So if you're watching online, you'll see the purple sectors. He's just going to be setting the marker for the rest of the boys and girls that will follow him after that. So those bikes will be running KTMs. Engines will have a few manufacturers between Suzuki, Husqvarna's. Some will be single cylinder, the smaller ones usually running a single cylinder. Some will have 2, 3 or 4 cylinders. And I believe that will be the end of the batch. So we'll all the cars will drive down the paddock, and this will be
Well, good afternoon. I just had a nice lunch break. Benoit's been doing a great job holding the fort here and doing his bit. We had a fantastic runoff before lunch, didn't we? And we're going to have more of the same a bit later on. And we've been going through, it's a bit confusing here, isn't it? We've got interclubs running, we've got the Midland Hillclimb Championship, we've got bikes, we've got trikes, and we've got Morgan 3-wheelers as well. So it's a real mixed bag today. But the sun has come out to play, and the track is perfectly dry. Yesterday we had a wet track in the morning. It gradually dried out through the day, but it remained fairly cold. But today the sun is out now, there isn't a whole lot of wind, so it means it's warming up nicely. And we're getting to see some great motorsport action. All the runs this afternoon are timed, and we're just running through the first batch. We've just got through the first batch of interclubbers, and then we will be going on to Morgans and bikes, competition 1. So they haven't had any competition runs this morning, have they? They were all practice runs, were they? Yeah, okay. And then we're going to have, so then we're going to have the Midland Hillclimb Championship competition 2, and then Interclub event competition 2, Morgan's again competition 2, and Midland Hillclimb Championship runoff number 2 to finish the meeting. I don't know if we're going to get a bike runoff today, time will tell, but I think we're looking at quite a reasonably late finish, because we've still got a lot of competition to get through. As they go back into the paddock, there's the Samson Mini. That's a great little car, wins that little class of the Downton Motor Club, Downton Championship Minis. Little well sorted, lightweight, 1380 conventional Mini with a Clubman front on it in the Samson Motorsport colours, the red and the white. So great to see that car out there, and so if you look at it behind those modern Minis, it looks a lot smaller because it's a proper Mini, whereas the later ones have got bigger and bigger. but obviously they've got bigger engines in the modern versions, and superchargers and turbochargers and all that sort of stuff, which makes them very rapid as well, and of course in a great degree of comfort.
Yes, they probably have a lot more metal to them than the original Mini. So probably a lot safer as well if you were to be involved in any crash. The Mini obviously it was a quick car. It was a lot of metal, so if you were bending the car and went into an accident, there was not a lot to protect you. So as we have developed the cars and the new generation of cars have arrived, they are a lot more safer now.
Well, I'm lucky I have Benoit in the box. Benoit Legendre, I don't know if I ever say that correctly, but is that close enough?
You've given it your best go.
I gave it my best shot, didn't I? But Benoit is the font of knowledge, and he's also whizzo on the old computers as well. He can look up the class times and all that stuff very quickly. So we positioned him in the left-hand side of the box. Well, he's gone there on his own. So he's right by the computer, so he can do all that stuff. We've got Rich Danby, HillClimb.TV, is providing the live stream today, as ever, does a fantastic job. I noticed when we had the church service earlier, we had Richard Brandt going around the paddock doing his interviews, live stream interviews. Great to see, great job. And we're just a little lapse in time now till we get the next runners and riders, but we're thinking bikes and trucks and Morgans and stuff like that.
Yes, fantastic to see the Morgans here at Loton Park again. All those three-wheelers and are very competitive car, and I'm always amazed by the pace of those machines, because these machines are 100 years old and they put them down some amazing time for the age of those machines. They were very competitive in the time, and it's great to still see them out running here, and it's great to see those cars up on the hill. So, but there is nothing you can find here. If you're wanting to see something, it was probably out there, because we have so much diversity today between bikes and three-wheelers and four-wheelers out there. So it's the beauty here at Loton Park and hill climbing in general, where you get to see so many different things in one go.
Yes, well, if you look on page 11 of your program, it actually gives you loads of details about the little Morgans, and there's about 1, 2, 3, 5 different classes in just the Morgans, which is quite incredible. On the hill at the moment, we've got Ian Stewart, Gracia Cardioso Stewart, and so this one is the Morgan 2 Speeder, and the number of this car is number M1 competition number. He's from Whitchurch, if that's Whitchurch, Shropshire, just up the road. It's a 1930s car with a 1098cc, probably a Jap engine in that one, 2-cylinder Jap engine.
Yes, and you can see the passenger just trying to move a little bit of the weight to improve the handling of the car, and then the passenger will try to tuck into the passenger compartment to try and improve the aero. And then we've got Daniel Olsen ballast in the Buckland here, so this is powered by a 4-cylinder inline engine at the front, and wonderful machine from Ian. And Ian at the top now, he's running in the top class, and we've got
a red flag. Does that mean that these two runners are going to come back down? But anyway, I see Daniel Hodgson with ballast in the left-hand side instead of a passenger. Although it's he's a big smoke there into museum off the tyres. My goodness, he's trying hard, and actually it's going to be a very good time indeed. Goes over the finish line in a 70.47. Now, is he the only runner in that?
So he's the first, Daniel Olsen is the first in the racing class. So all of those guys will be running ISO ballast. And then we have the touring modified class, in which Catherine, who's now standing on the start line, is currently waiting to be waved and given the get-go. So marshals have been lining the car. The red flag is now down, and Catherine will be running that car. Beautiful 1937, almost 1200 cc twin cylinder engine at the front of that machine.
Yeah, see, so I've got Catherine Quinn, and also in that class should be Anthony Quinn, but they're down in different cars. One's in an F2, one's in a Super Sport, so they've got a brace of those. I don't know what the relationship there or what's going on, but anyway, here she comes now. She's at Hall Corner. She's heading towards Loggerheads and then down to Fletcher's Dello. And these Morgans, it is a treat to see them and to hear them as well, actually. They're terrific. Here she comes now, coming down into Triangle now. Goes hard on the brakes, those amazing things, the little skinny tyres on the front there, gets it round. That unmistakable engine sound of those little engines, aren't they terrific?
Yeah, beautiful of those Morgans. And then one to watch out as well will be Tom Colley coming in the Super Aero. This is one of the very fast boys in the racing class, and it's great to see them going round. And it's almost like those things won't turn and go around the corners, but actually they do grip very well, and they have a good amount of traction at the back. They can easily spin the wheels when they've got big engine at the front and a lot of power, being only having one wheel driven at the back, but very good handling from those machines. And it's almost like Tom is going to catch Catherine, but Catherine's through the finish line, and Tom having a really good go and really driving that car really hard. Great run from Tom.
This is tremendous stuff there. Catherine Quinn does an 88.73. Tom Cowley's heading up towards the finish. Hamish Bibby and Simone's Western, 70.44 for Tom Cowley. And Hamish Bibby, well, actually was on an absolute mission there as he came through Triangle here. He's on the Cedar Straight, just a guide. He's 74 miles an hour through the speed trap. Looking very quick indeed, actually. They certainly try hard, don't they, these cars? Impressive to watch. So we've got Anthony Quinn coming down.
Yeah, Anthony Quinn in the touring modified, and good running as well for Anthony. Amish through the finish line, a 64.91, so that's the quickest time from everyone. And in the racing class, Anthony Quinn having a really good run as well, so he's one of two in that class, sharing with Catherine. And Anthony having a really good run in here, and hard on the brakes. They go on to the entry of Fallow.
Okay, I've got Tony Pearson, Charlene Pearson too, just come into Triangle here. Anthony Quinn, he's heading up towards Museum, making a very good run of it. He's 67 seconds going through Museum, so he's going to finish in the low 70s as we hear bikes coming off the line as well. That'll be Mike Tilley in the Honda, the two-stroke Honda. Anthony Quinn finishes in a 79.87. Tony Pearson, Charlene Pearson, actually at Fallow at the moment, turning left in through Fallow there, heading up towards Museum as we get a look at Mike Tilley in the little two-stroke Honda CR, it's telling us.
Yeah, great machine, and Mike has been really quick in this class. Best time so far in practice was a 62.38, so we'll be looking to post a good time down. And the Honda Sierra, the 250 cc twin stroke engine and two-stroke engine, sorry, and he goes through, runs Museum, tricky corner for our riders, and through the finish line, up the gears and through the finish line it goes, a 61.94.
Okay, Patrick Evans has already gone by us in the KTM. We're up to the 500cc. Patrick Evans is riding a KTM. It's a 250. Sounded like a two-stroke to me. He's already well up the hill, and he'll be followed by Adam Bentley in the Honda, this very, very pretty Honda NSR. I don't know much about this one, but yeah, it's 250. Yeah. Is that a two-stroker as well?
Yeah, a two-stroker from Adam, the NSR. Great little bike and great frame on those machines. These machines are quite powerful. They'll probably get up to close to 40-50 horsepower, so really effective bikes, and 60 miles an hour at the end of the straight for Adam, and a beautiful body on this machine, really.
Yeah, well, he's heading up towards the finish. Rob Mercer's just gone by us in the Suzuki RM, another 250cc bike, and he'll be followed by Mick Lovelock in the KTM, which will be coming into our site very shortly. So Adam Bentley finishes in a 76 seconds dead. Rob Mercer heads up towards the line shortly. Mick Lovelock comes into our site here now in the little KTM, and he'll be followed by Guy Ursel in the Husqvarna, who was extremely rapid, a 450cc Husqvarna, and I think he was the head of that class earlier.
Yeah, so far Mike Tillier leading with a 61.94, but we're going to keep a close eye on to Guy Ursel in the Husqvarna, who's been really posting excellent time. He's an excellent rider, and you can see the terminal speed he has through keepers, pushes the bike all the way. Mick Lovelock through Museum and through to the finish line. He goes through in a 73.31.
Okay, the next one we'll be seeing will be Doug Parnell. He's on a Yamaha XRF, again a 450cc machine. He's on his way to us now. Here he comes, just comes into view now, coming down the hill. He comes through the speed trap there, Doug Parnell. He's 54 miles an hour through the speed trap, hard through Triangle, keeps it all together, heading up towards keepers. 60.02 for Guy Ursel.
Yeah, Guy so far the quickest of the lot by about 2 seconds, so quite an impressive run for this. And then I think we'll be quickly moving up to the single-cylinder 4-stroke engine, and Doug Parnell in the Yamaha is through the second part of his run.
Cameron Williams has just gone by us in the Aprilia, the Italian, I believe they're Italian, the Aprilia. Been around for a long time as well, and have built championship winning bikes in the past in various classes, haven't they? So yeah, Cameron Williams looking good, and the next one we will see here at Triangle is Rich Peaty on the Husqvarna, Swedish built Husqvarna, looking good down there. Puts the leg out to get round in that classic sort of motocross style. Down the leg again, going through keepers already. 61.80 for Cameron Williams, takes him second in the up to 500cc class. Rich Peachy on the hill will be followed by Stephen Butler on the KTM as he comes into our site now. Comes in cleanly.
Rich Peachy on a personal best so far, so looking good. He posted a 61.06, so he'll be looking to the closer to the 60-second mark. Let's see what he can do. He goes through the finish line at 60.79, so excellent run for him. He'll be pleased. That's about a second quicker than his quickest run so far today. Stephen Butler already through the second part of the hill, and in the KTM. So the Austrian bikes are great running cars, bikes, sorry, and he goes through Museum, pushes that single cylinders all the way up through the gears through to the finish line, and he goes in a time of 63.48. That puts him 6th in the class.
Keith Haynes has gone by on the KTM SMR. Now he looked pretty quick to me. I don't know how he got on earlier, but I fancy he's one of our later runners, and I suspect he's going to be really amongst the pace. He's looking good at the moment, and he'll be followed by Paul Jarrett, who's in purple sectors at the moment on the KTM. Paul Jarrett was extremely rapid earlier, wasn't he? Look at him, he's absolutely flying, isn't he?
Yeah, Keith Haynes through the finish line is 60.24, but let's see what Paul can do. He's looking very good. He was pulling really out, coming out of Triangle, and he's going to try real hard. Paul, quickest time earlier today, he was really quick at 58.29, so we'll be looking if he can repeat that. He's looking on good course to do that. He's running Museum now, up through the gears and through the finish line he goes. It's a time of 58.39. He'll be pleased with that. That should be enough for him to be at the top. But what we want to look at is the competition between Paul and Dave Peat as well, who's going to come later in the bikes.
Marcus Bisson is already approaching the finish line. He's going around Museum as we get a look at Bob Tunnerdine in the Yamaha XS. Bob is again. We have now moved up into the over 500cc bikes. At the moment, Paul Jarrett is leading the way with that 58.39. Marcus Bisson did a 60.38, and Mark Stafford did a 66.52. So Bob Tunnerdine well on his way up the hill. Dave Norris comes into our view now on the KTM.
Yeah, Dave was one of the few riders to dip under the 60-second mark, so we'll be looking to repeat that on that run, and very quick through keepers. Good style from Dave Norris. Bob at the top of the hill. He's on an older bike compared to the younger machines in his class, so he's not going to be setting fast times on the board and not at the top of the leaderboard, but a good run for him nonetheless. Dave Norris having a really good run. That's going to be very close at the top with Paul Jarrett, and he goes through in a 59.55, so there's not much between those two.
Stuart Mills on the Aprilia, the Tuono Aprilia. He's just gone by us through here at Triangle. He's already on his way up the Cedar Straight, leaning down. He's absolutely on a mission here. He'll be followed by Matthew Mogridge on the Suzuki TI, and Matthew comes down into Triangle now, and he's looking very impressive indeed on this quick bike. He's showing purple sectors. He's 70 miles an hour through the speed trap, breaking into Triangle.
Yes, Stuart Mills on second part of the run, and through the finish line he goes a 61.62, and Matthew Mogridge in this Suzuki setting up purple sector all the way through, so let's see what he can do. His best time so far is 60.66, so he'll be looking to put a time under the 60-second mark, and that seems the target for all of those riders that we have today. He'll be going through the second part, and he goes in a 60.41.
Okay, Josh Williams goes by us on the Husqvarna. Swedish-built Husqvarna, very effective motorbike, well-built bike as you'd expect from Sweden. And already he's gone through keepers now. He's heading up Cedar Straight now, and doesn't it look beautiful up there today? The trees have got blossom and leaves on them now. It's fantastic to see, isn't it? Who have we got now, Benoit?
Yes, Josh having a good run at the top, and he's carry on with that beautiful Husqvarna through the museum corner he goes, and good leaning on that, and he'll be pushing the car all the way through that bike all the way through to the finish, and he goes through in a 68.03.
Right, it's all happening fast. Mark Williams is well up the hill at the moment. We'll give you that time in a minute. Here comes Dave Peat, always very quick. Dave Peat, at the moment, he was 66 miles an hour through the speed trap in his KTM. He's already heading up towards keepers, up the straight now. So Mark Williams is about to finish. He goes through the line in a 63.42. Dave Peat, what can he do? At the moment, he's at 40 seconds as he's heading into fallow there at the top of the straight. And we're going to start this. We're starting off the sidecars and the trikes. We've got John Warren and Mark Stafford have left the line. They'll be coming into our view shortly. Dave Peat goes through the finish there in a 59.53, takes him second in the class to Paul Jarrett.
Yeah, that's what we would expect. Dave Peat, so good running, and then we've got John Warren and Mark Stafford on the Suzuki trike. So I think that's one of the only trike that we have today. These two have been competing for a few years now, so they know the course, and they know their way around this trike, that beautiful Suzuki. So the trike is two wheels at the back, and meanwhile we've got Simon and Jane Foster in the Hyundai CBR F2, and this is a very well turned out car. These two have been winning multiple championships in the HillClimb. They've been doing that for a few years now, and great.
Here they come. Here comes Simon and Jane Foster. They're organising the bikes today. This beautifully turned out bike, and look at Jane on the back there. She's throwing herself around on that machine. They're acting as one. They're in absolute harmony, aren't they? That's why they win championships. Very quick indeed. Oh, they're blowing it away at the moment on purple sectors. Far the quickest. Look at that. As they go through the speed trap at 79 miles an hour. Brake hard into fallow. Round they go. Round the long left-hander. They're virtually touching the grass. They're over the grass a little bit there. Jane throws herself across the bike, gets it through Museum, heads up towards the finish. The time is 61.81. Well done to them. Great driving. Mark Warren did a 65.93. So that's the end of our bikes. My goodness, they were good, weren't they?
Yeah, excellent run from Simon and Jane Foster. I think they shaved about a second from their previous run, so really good running. I think we had a red flag. Maybe it was we had a flip-flops that we had to put back or something, I expect, because I don't see we had much on the track.
Well, Maggie Richards got way back into the paddock. She'd started, so she's gone back in. That looks to me like Zoe Shearman getting ready to have a go in the Lotus Exige that she's sharing with her husband, Michael Thompson. So the cars, we're back on cars, folks. So Zoe Shearman does leave the line in the Lotus Exige. They come from Workshop. This is her car. Michael's sharing this car. He still owns his Honda S2000, I think, that he held the class record in. But this is a mighty effective hill climb car, and here she comes now, coming down into Triangle.
Yeah, great to see Zoe in the Lotus Exige. It's been a bit of a troublesome cars. I think they had a few issues yesterday, and earlier this morning the car wouldn't really rev, so they don't seem to have all the power that they would expect from that car. But Zoe doing a great job in this class so far, posted a 68.98 early on, so we're having a really good run. And then we'll have Dave Wilson, which is one to look out for in the car that he shares with.
Yeah, Dave Wilson, fantastic earlier. He was the quickest. In fact, Rob Wilson, his son, was the quickest earlier, but Dave Wilson was third earlier with a 60.01. So Dave Wilson in that Lotus Elise, they won championships in this car last year. Fantastically competitive car, and these cars are just perfect for hill climbing. They handle so well to that low centre of gravity there, that little K-Series Rover engine in the back propelling them along. What sort of horsepower have they got here, Benoit?
Yeah, Dave and Rob are probably running about 200 horsepower at the back of that car, and chassis that weighs about 850 kilos, so more than enough to be competitive in this class.
Yeah, so we just got a quick look at Mark Lawrence there in the Porsche Cayman. That's the car he's sharing today with Robbie Birrell. That is an absolute beast of a Cayman. 4-cylinder, got about 500 horsepower in that car. Absolute rocket ship. And Mark Lawrence, they often drive a Gould GR59 as well, which they own. But anyway, we've got a look at Mark, and here comes Maggie Richards in the Clio.
Yeah, Maggie Richards with rerun on here, but we've got Mark Lawrence at the top of the hill, and Mark has been running really well as well in this car, 64.81. Robbie Birrell, the quicker driver in this car that we'll see later on. Maggie Richards having a really good run as well in the Renault Clio 82, and Maggie will be looking to improve on that previous time. So Maggie was just looking at the order. I can see she was just about flicking through on my screen, and Maggie best time of 71.11, so goes through in a 69.36, so good run. So the 71.11 was in practice so far.
Now, I see we've got the red flags out. That could be end of batch when they'll all be coming back down. There's some shared drives amongst that lot. In fact, we have a load of bikes coming back. Morgan 3-wheelers and some cars as well. And I see, thinking of kick starts on those bikes. They're not all electric starts. But anyway, they're on their way back down to us. Great to see them, actually. And in the sunshine, well, what could be a better sight, really, than your motorsport at Loton Park. If it's your first visit, welcome to Loton Park. Isn't it a brilliant place to be? And this is actually a live deer park, and the clerk of the course was told there was a couple of deer up at the top earlier, so he went up to investigate, and he found about 150 of them, he was telling me. So it was Stephen Harriman. So yeah, great to, they're still up there, but they tend to stay out the way while the motorsport's going on, which is probably just as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they like to take a glimpse of the action, but we don't like them too close to the track, so we try to keep them well away from the action at times. And if you're here at Loton Park and spectating, well, welcome, and I hope you enjoy what you're looking at. If you are around the track and around the paddock, our regalia shop is open, and I believe our bar will be open.
Yeah, the bar is open.
It's also open, so if you want to have soft drinks and anything cold drink, please, you can head to the bar as well. And
also, Benoit, I think yesterday the live stream was in the building to the right of the bar. Now, I don't know if it's open today, but it was yesterday. So you might find if when you wander up there, you can grab a pint and just go into the next building. You can watch exactly what we're seeing here on the live screen.
So that's a brilliant addition. So if you just want to sit down and have a little bit of the live action whilst you are here, you can do so, and you're not missing anything whilst you're enjoying a soft drink or a cold drink or a nice beer. So have a look around the paddock as well. Go and speak to any of our drivers. It's great to have access to all those cars, and the drivers will be happy to speak to you. And as well, I'd like to remind and say a big thank you to all our marshals here who have been here this weekend. Without those guys, we can't run. Big thank you to our ambulance rescue teams as well, who make all those events possible. They're all volunteers here, so they take those time out and make sure that everyone can run safely. So this is serious business, but we're all here to enjoy it as well.
It is a serious business, but we're watching serious motorsport. We had a sensational runoff earlier. Alex Coles, who unfortunately had a fuel pipe issue. The fuel pipe came off, and it was no more than that. So it was nothing major, but enough to stop his run, obviously. So he will probably be back out again this afternoon. He was potentially coming a potential 4th or 5th in the runoff, perhaps, which would have been an incredible result. Anyway, Graham Manton has just left the line in the little Westfield. He's already into Hall. This is a beautifully turned out little Westfield. It runs a conventional car engine. I'm not sure what engine's actually in that one, whether it's a Ford Sigma or it's a Z-Tech. It's a 1600 or a 2-litre engine anyway, but that's beautifully turned out, isn't it? Yeah, what do you think of that one, Benoit?
Yeah, car shared with Becky Manton that we're going to see later on. So he's the first out there warming the tyres, and Graham so far posting time in the 60.99 earlier this morning, so a good run so far. And it's always a very competitive class in the Modified Specialist production cars, mostly Westfields and Caterhams that we have running, and goes through Museum at the top of the hill.
Okay, we'll just take him to the finish in a minute, but Oliver Meek has just gone by us in the Honda S2000, so that's a 61.34 for Graham Manton. Oliver Meek in the Honda S2000. It's actually not particularly popular hill climb car, but they're a valuable little car these days. I know Benoit, my fellow commentator, has one of these, and it's becoming quite desirable. They're fetching pretty good money now, Benoit. Some of them are 20, 30 grand, aren't they?
They are starting for the very top ones indeed. Very nice little cars, 240 horsepower in the 2-litre VTEC engine, and those things will rev to 9,000 RPM, so quite a revvy engine. The 65.47 is the time from Oliver.
Yeah, Robin Holden just gone by in the Mazda Roadster. He's been quick all weekend, actually, and it's good to see these little Mazdas. They're a popular hill climb car now, relatively affordable. Pick them up for not a lot of money, and you can go hill climbing with very few modifications needed. They're, great little cars, and this one's well driven and quick. And we're going to look at Seb Cartwright in this Mini. He's not quite on the same pace as you wouldn't expect a little Mini to be, but nevertheless, Robin Holden heads up towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of 62.46. Seb Cartwright on his way up the hill, followed by David Garnett in the little Fiat Abarth.
Yeah, Seb Cartwright running the 1200cc supercharged Mini. So you can see you hear the whine of the supercharger in the gearbox. Typical for Minis, and Seb has built that car on his own, so he's worked on that car since the past couple of years now, and he's now his second season in this car, so Seb having a really good run. David Garnett in the Fiat 9.5 has been running really well as well. David, so far 67.27.
Okay, we just got Michael Thompson has just gone by in the Lotus XE. Always quick as Michael. Michael was rapid earlier, did a 60.88. I think he's got better time in him as well. Zoe Shearman's husband, a man that owns an S2000. David Garnett goes over the line in a 67.20. Michael Thompson, he's already well up the hill and will be followed by Rob Wilson, who led the class this morning.
Yeah, Rob so far has been putting amazing time. Rob at 58.07, so that's getting closer to the class record held by Sarah Bosworth in the 57.76, and I think they're trying to chase that record. Not sure if they can do it today. Rob definitely had the lead and of the class by about a second, so it doesn't need to do much to get the points on the board. Rob all the way through to the finish line, and he's pushing. Let's see what time he can do. It's a time for him of a 58.42. Excellent time.
Okay, so John Langmead has just gone by us. He's a golf pro from North Devon. He's also in the Lotus Elise. Jonathan Langmead was second earlier this morning. He did a 58.83. He was pushing Rob Wilson very hard indeed. Now looking at this now, he's not quite pushing him quite so hard at the moment, but he's not finished yet. He'll be followed by Tim Elmer in the Alpine that's coming into our view. John Langmead is just over the finish in a 58.57, which takes him second still.
Yeah, it's good time for John Langmead. He's improved by about 3/10 on that previous run, so really good time, and that puts him second, as you said, Chris. Tim Helmer in the beautiful Alpine A110, about 250 horsepower under the bonnet of that car, and this is kind of the homage to the previous A110 that we have seen in the 70s. Tim really running really well in this class and proving that lightweight car can really give it a good run to the more powerful car.
Yeah, we just had Steve Atkins go by in the BMW M2 competition car, this white one. There's about 450, 500 horsepower. Simon Hutchinson seems to have gone home because I think he's got some problems with his car. Anyway, Steve Hutchinson, I've just lost my screen. Yeah, Steve Atkins. Let's get that right. Okay. Yeah, Steve Atkins heading round museum, heading off towards the finish. We're getting a look at Ian Richards in the Renault Clio coming down to Triangle here. 59.08 for Steve Atkins. He's in the road-going class of over 2 litres, currently led by Richard Snow with a brilliant 57.07.
Yeah, good run for Steve Atkins, a 59.08. Ian Richards, we're now back to the class just under 2 litre. Ian posting a 63.25 earlier this morning, so we'll be looking to improve. He's currently standing in the halfway through the order.
Okay, so Ian Richards is heading up round museum. Richard Andrews in this magnificent Porsche GT4 RS comes down from Wakefield in Yorkshire, drives the car down. Incredibly powerful machine, getting quicker and quicker. In fact, just looking at his times from this morning. Right, okay, we'll get you that in a minute. Richard York has left the line too in a beautiful Porsche 718 GT4. So some very expensive Porsches here and extremely rapid. Right, so currently leading this class is Richard Snow. Richard Andrews is third this morning with that 58.16. He's heading off up towards the finish shortly. He does a 58.78, so he doesn't improve on his time from this morning. Richard York heading up the hill. Mike Meredith has just left the line in the Morgan.
Yeah, Richard York having a good run as well. Richard posted earlier 63.12, so he's having a good run in that Porsche GT4, and then we'll pick up Mike Meredith, who's already gone through keepers in the Morgan +8. Wonderful grumble, the V8 at the front of that car, the beautiful Morgan, and fairly lightweight those machines, so he's been able to be quite competitive in this class, despite probably being down on power compared to the other car, but weight is the enemy when you want to go quick, and Mike has been driving this car beautifully through this weekend. He's a regular contender on hill climbs, and he goes through to the finish line, and it's a time just under the 61-second mark, a 60.66.
Right, so Richard Snow yet to run, still leading the class with a 57.07 as we get a look at Tony Adams in the Porsche Cayman. Now, Tony's a long-time Lotus driver, Elise's and Exige's, but this time he's bought himself a Porsche Cayman. This has got the automatic gearbox in it, which is all new to him, but he's certainly getting his act together in this car. It's certainly proving very rapid, and he will be followed in a minute by John Maycock in that amazing Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, John running the turbo on the MX-5, so quite a lot of power, and he really drives that car very beautifully. And he goes through Tony Adams through in a 61.52. John Maycock has just been lined up on the start line, but I can see the door being open, so it's not usually what you would expect to see on the start line.
No, it's probably hot inside there because he's probably got the engine running. These little competition cars, they can get warm. He shuts the door. John Maycock is a doctor from Hampshire. He's a general GP. He's had 2 years out of the sport. He has held the class record. He's quick everywhere he ever goes. This little Mazda bats way above its level,
Yes.
really. It's about 270 horsepower with its turbo. Yes, it's small. Yes, it's light, but it's got a terrific driver in it, actually, in John Maycock. He's so competitive, is John, and I think we're going to see something special. Look, he was second this morning with a 57.58 until Richard Snow pipped him with that 57.07, which was terrific.
Yeah, I can see John has just taken his helmet off, so that's not a great time. Whether that's an issue on the car and he can't, he decided not to run.
Sam has just, yes, one of the clerks has just noticed something, perhaps.
Yeah, it's a shame for John. He did post a very good time earlier today, 57.58, so really putting the cats among the pigeons here, or should I say the cat among the Porsches. He's been really competitive in that car, and I was watching the live stream yesterday as I got back home, and he was just really driving that car like
He was entertaining, wasn't it? Well, just looking at, we obviously with Richard Snow, the class record here is 56.83 to Duncan Andrews, who's not here today in a Porsche Cayman. But Richard Snow, 57.07, was only a few tenths outside that. So he got a chance, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's only 3 tenths, so a very good performance this morning already from Richard Snow, who's now just lining up the car. So... yeah, we're
car 33 we've got here.
Yeah, we're looking at Richard.
Yeah, Richard Snow, yeah, class leader, yeah. Fabulous stuff, fabulous stuff. Well, this is it's all getting good, isn't it? We're seeing some incredibly quick cars. I do like this class, this over 2 litre class. We get some really terrific machinery now. Richard Snow leads the line. He's the man that is leading our class. Already showing purple sectors. He's got an immensely powerful Porsche. Robbie Birrell to follow as well. Robbie's always a contender, isn't he? And Robbie didn't have his best of runs earlier, so something was probably wrong there. Here comes Richard Snow coming into our view now, the class leader in this gorgeous Porsche GT4 RS competition Porsche. Serious bit of kit.
Yeah, super advanced car, obviously. Lots of aero on the car, carbon brakes, and 500 horsepower under the bonnet of that machine. And Richard Snow having a really good run as well. So let's see what he can do, whether he can get close to that class record. He'll be looking to improve on that previous time. So let's see if he can get under the 50-second mark. He's so far very smooth, and smooth is fast on this track and everywhere. He goes through the finish line. Let's see what time he can do. So 56.62, and that's a new class record.
A new class record. Well done, Richard Snow. So he beats Duncan Andrews' record. Well done to him. We thought he had a chance, didn't we? He made up a lot of time at the top of the hill, I think. He was absolutely rapid. Robbie Birrell, he's always a rapid driver as well. He's in his Cayman GTS. This one's another 500 horsepower jobby. As we look at Rodney Isles coming in here into triangle in the Yaris. We're into the Yaris class as well. But Robbie Birrell heading over the finish line in a 58.68, which takes him fourth.
Yeah, good effort from Robbie, having probably not the best of runs earlier today, so improves by over 10 seconds. So we'll be pleased with that run, and that's where we expect Robbie to be. Rodney Iles in the four-wheel drive now class, so moving up to class 3A. So lots of Toyota Yaris in this class, which has become really popular now on the hills around the UK. Four-wheel drive, 3-cylinder, 260 horsepower, and Rodney Iles through in a 59.21. We used to see Rodney running the Alpha 4C, isn't it?
Well, yes, that's correct. But this year he seems to be having a play with that. I don't know if he's still got the Alpha. But we've got Tony Hawkins is well on his way up the hill. Already he's heading up towards Museum. We're going to be taking a look at Roger Stock shortly when he leaves the line, which he just has. So Tony Hawkins goes over the line in a 60.32. So Rodney Iles currently leading that class, but we've got a few quick runners to come, haven't we? Pete Richards, one who did a PB earlier, did a 59.99. So he's going to have to go faster to catch Rodney Iles. So interesting. Here comes Roger Stocks. This is in homage to the Brawn Racing, the Jensen Button Brawn Racing car with the yellow and the white. The Ross Brawn car. He's already headed through keepers, and Alan Mansfield in another Yaris has just left the line.
Yeah, Roger Stock having a good run so far. Roger 64.37 was his best time so far this morning, so he's going to try to improve on that and see if he can get up the leaderboard. Very competitive cars, those machines, very tricky. Diff and clever diff at the front and the back of those machines. They make for wonderful road cars, but very effective on the hills. Through the finish line he goes, a 63.66.
Excellent stuff. This little Yaris class, as Benoit said, they're little 3-cylinder pocket rockets basically, but developed for rallying. I'm looking forward to seeing Pete Richards because he's on the hill now. Here comes Pete Richards in the VW Golf R in black. Four-wheel drive, well over 300 horsepower this car. He was very quick earlier, but I tell you what, Rodney Iles has put a right marker down with that 59.21. So Pete is going to have to beat that, but do a personal best to beat that by about half a second.
Yeah, great run so far for Peter. He's on a personal best, so he'll be looking to improve whether he can get close to the time that Rodney is still to be decided. And great machine that he's bought for this year. He was running one of the Toyota Yaris in the previous season, Peter, and is a regular contender. Loves going to the hills around the UK and on circuits. A 60.24. So
no, he's not going to do it. He did a 60.24. So Rodney Iles takes the class win there. Pete Richards is second, and Tony Hawkins. Now we just had Rob Lloyd go by in the MK200. He'll be followed by Stuart Hook in the Westfield, the wide-bodied Westfield. This is going to be a close class, folks. Rob Lloyd. We're going to have a lot of quick runners to come. So at the moment we've got Rob Lloyd on the hill and Stuart Hook.
Yeah, Rob Lloyd already through the finish line, a 59.10, so constantly been improving this year in that new car that he's been running this year. And then Stuart Hook having a real good run as well. Stu, best time so far was 62.97, so he'll be looking to improve on that. And then we're going to have Mark Amick in the green Caterham 7 as well, who's been second at 59.42. So he needs to improve if he wants to retain that second spot in this class. But we're going to have a look at Richard Price, who has been leading by quite a few seconds in that class.
Richard Price always quick, isn't he? Malcolm Hickey did still on the hill, but Richard did a 56.28 earlier. Here comes Richard Price now in the Caterham 7. Rover K Series in the front of it, well used engine. That car's really well developed too, actually. And he's, if anyone knows his way up the hill, he's in purple sector earlier at loggerheads there. He's about level pebble at the moment, and it's telling me I've got John Maycock coming next, but never mind that. Richard Price at the moment, he's at Fallow. He's 89 miles an hour through the speed trap, hooks it left into Fallow there, heading up towards Museum now. That blind right-hand corner, gets it round there. Come on, Richard, put your foot down. That's it. See what you can do. He's already leading the class with a 56.28, 56.43. Slightly small, slightly closer, but not close enough. He's still winning the class.
Yeah, John Maycock now seems to have sorted whatever gremlins was in the car, and off he goes. A little bit of talent moving, and he goes through keepers at amazing speed through those sweeping corners, through the cedar straight, and let's see what he can do. Can he get close to Richard Snow? Obviously Richard Snow now holding the class record, so big ask for John in the MX-5, and he's really driving this car aggressively, almost on the grass on the outside of Fallows. Through Museum he goes, puts the power down and goes through to the finish line. Remember, this is still a road going car, goes through the finish line in 57.40, so manages to shave about still 2/10 of that time earlier this morning. Very impressive run from John.
Takes him second in the class, and that car has been driven up too, which is great, isn't it? Like a lot of these cars been driven here. That was a very impressive run, actually. So Richard Snow there winning and breaking the class record. You can't do any more than that, can you?
I don't think he's left much on the track, and he's really been putting the Mazdas among the Porsches.
I think that's impressive, actually. Yeah, that is impressive. And, well, it's great to see him back in action, actually. He's done a couple of years out. He seems amazing that he's been out for a couple of years, but he's come back straight on the pace, hasn't he?
Yeah, very good. And I think if there's award for drivers of the day, I think he's a strong contender for me.
Do you know what? I think, well, yes, and you'd have to say Richard Snow is a class record. That's a brilliant drive as well. So give him a clap, folks. They've, I think they've finished their work, these, haven't they? Most of them are waving to the marshals, yeah, saying thank you very much for the day's motorsport. We appreciate you being on the hill. If you fancy becoming a marshal, have a word with one of the marshals afterwards, and they'll tell you how to join the Orange Army. Great way of getting close to the hill. So I'm just going to have a little look around now. What have we got happening out here? Yeah, the regalia shop's still open. Some lovely things to be had from there. A lot of new stock this year, different colours. They got lots of different hoodies, including orange hoodies, so you could look like a marshal too, couldn't you? The ideal thing for a marshal, isn't it, really? Orange hoodie, without a shadow of a doubt. And the bar is open as well, so if you fancy a drink, you can pop up to the bar. That's lovely. And we're saying they've got the live stream screen up there. We haven't heard or denied that. They certainly had it yesterday, so you can see what we're all seeing here. We've got viewers from all over the world. What's happening all over the world, Ben? Have you got it on your smartphone there?
Oh, I must definitely give you a little bit of an update of
give us an update then.
What we have on our live chat.
Live chat, eh? Oh, look, good morning from Trinidad and Tobago. Idris Sahahadot. Fair play, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. I don't know if it's morning. Oh, good morning, it says, from Trinidad. That must be beautiful out there today, I should imagine.
Yes, and we have a few comment. I'm just going to try and go through, see if I can catch any questions. If you have any questions online, feel free to pop them in the chat. We can try and answer them. We may not always have the answers, but we try our hardest.
And we may not always have the time to answer them because, as you see, we don't see the chat on the screen here that you do. Do you need a break yet, Pons Alex Burnham? You're welcome to come back in, Alex. Actually, come on back, mate, anytime you like, mate. Yes, come on back and I'll have a cup of tea, no problem at all. And cheers from Finland, from Sakari, the land of the reindeer. Yes.
Yes,
indeed. Afternoon, Chris and Benoit. Really big kid. Good afternoon to you. Yes, we're having a lovely time here today at Loton Park. Hello from the Cedar, not so straight, that hill climb fan. Is somebody up the straight there, eh? Not so straight.
Yeah, you've guessed.
Paul Lawrence was up there with Ben Lawrence earlier, weren't they, taking photos? I don't know if you're still up there.
Yeah, guten Tag. Hello from Germany, Dan Cooper. Don't know if you're on holiday or if you live there. But hope you're having a good time. Hopefully it's sunny in Germany. Oregon, all the way in the US. And Steve Morgan just launched off the line, and this is one of the shared drive car that he shared with son Tom, and his team having a good run in that beautiful Empire Evo 3.
Yes, built by Bill Chaplin down at Taunton, Empire Cars. Look at this car. This is a proper little hill climb car. It's certainly designed to work with these little motorbike engines. Most of these have got the little 1 litre engines, the little Suzuki GSXRs, but I have seen them with BMW engines. Robert Kendrick, who holds the class record, had a BMW Grand Prix motorbike engine in his and obliterated the class record.
Yeah, very true, and it's a very effective way to run those machines as well, so you can find those engines plenty, and there's very effective way. The power to weight ratio from those engines is very effective. Like, it gets really those cars up and moving, and it's a bit of the that's competition between Richard and Steve Morgan in this class. So Steve just posted a 50.12. Richard's really warming up the tyre for Tom later on, who's been putting blistering times through this morning. I was watching the runoff and he was really impressive. Richard through the finish line of 51.01.
Okay, well done. Phil Fisher in the Swallow bought this car from Anime Furnace. In fact, they traded a Westfield, so they get a Swallow, 2-litre Swallow single-seater. She's got a lovely Westfield, and it's their first weekend out in this car, and he's out in this with his son Ben as well. Here comes Trisha Davis and the little Force, the little Terry Davis built engine in the back that her husband built and designed. What a fabulous little bit of kit that is.
Yeah, Trisha always quick in this car. Phil Fisher all the way through Museum, so getting up to grips and using all the power on that car, 62.52. Trisha always very quick in that beautiful Force TA, always the V8 at the back end. Trisha so far best time of 52.34. She looks on good course to improve on that run. Green sectors all the way through, and a 58.88 is a good time, and that's almost as quick as husband Terry.
Well, fantastic. Always a bit of a nip and tuck battle. Here comes Jamie Chalmers, son of John Chalmers, who will be driving the car later as well. This little roll in that spectacular silver Mercedes car, really, it does look great. Little turbocharged engine, sounds an absolute pop and banging job up the hill, isn't it? Sounds so busy, sounds like it's going to blow up, but it's very quick, isn't it? About 400 brake horsepower.
Yeah, it's very impressive car, and I love the idle on this car in the paddock. It's a bit unhappy as it sits at idle, and Jamie having a good run, going through the finish line of 52.82 doesn't improve on that previous run.
Well, the sun's out. It's looking absolutely glorious. I'm really looking forward to the later runoff, which I'll be involved with. I should be going off shortly for a break. Alex Burnham will come back into the box to do another stint. This is looking all good, folks. Kelvin Broad is waiting on the line. This was the Force that Alex Coles was driving earlier that had a fuel pipe come off up at the top there at Fallow and spoiled a fantastic run, but it's all fixed now. He leaves the line. Kelvin Broad in this little supercharged Hayabusa engine in the back. Very quick 1300. You can't believe how quick a 1300 supercharged car. Here he comes now. Kelvin Broad from Exeter comes round Triangle.
Yeah, Kelvin having a really good run. 48.65 was his previous time, so that is him second in class. So Alex has done the work already to probably win this class, but let's see if he can improve. It's very impressive cars to run, and they're running a lot of power in those little machines. It's such a small, nimble car, very well suited to HillClimb, obviously being purposefully built, and Calvin, a great driver at the wheel, goes through to the finish line. He posted a time of 49.69, so doesn't improve on that previous run.
Well, it's great to see the car got to the finish as well, so everything's fine with that. So Alex will be out shortly trying to qualify for the next runoff, and who's to say he can't improve on this morning time? He'll have some fire in his belly. He'll be really trying hard, won't he? He'll be certainly frustrated from earlier, and I could see earlier, I thought, well, poor lad, but anyway, he's young, he's got plenty of time ahead of him, and let's hope he can get, say, in the top 5 of the runoff, which would be a fantastic achievement, wouldn't it?
Yes, you're right. I think they were pretty lucky with that fuel pipe. It came off on the other side of the exhaust, so if he had sprayed any fuel on the hot exhaust, that would have been an instant fire. So I think they really got away with this one. So I would take this as the positive from that misfortune that Alex had previously, and I think it's great to see them back out and see the car that's completed that run. So good work from the guys who have been putting the car together, fixing that fuel pipe.
Yes, indeed. So we've got Bernie Cavill has just, no, he's reeled back off the line. The car he shares the OMS 28 with Simon Andrews. So that's just been wheeled back for some reason, or whether he's going to have another warm-up, I don't know. But nevertheless, we are at the moment, we are in the Midland Hillclimb Championship Competition 2. So these are the time runs for the Midland Hillclimb competitors that will determine who goes into that top 12 runoff. So it's early days in that one yet. This morning, Matthew Ryder did the business again with a very exciting runoff. Now, I'm going to leave the box for a bit, and I'm going to put you in the capable hands of Benoit and Alex Burnham.
Thank you, Chris. Right, looks like Bernard was having a little bit of an issue on the start line, so I think they may have wheeled the car back a bit and see if they can fix the issue. Sometimes they do that just before the start line. They might be able to run pretty well. After this, hopefully nothing too serious. Sean Gould lining up these beautiful Gould GR59 Jet V8, and he'll be launching off the start line. 2.04, so that's pretty much the time that we're looking for on the 64 feet. But Sean is just now going quite slowly, a lot slower than I would expect in this car, so I'm not sure if there was an issue with the car. Hopefully nothing too serious. Probably Mr. Gill was looking for a gear for a moment, and he's going through. Doesn't seem to be having any issues to me. He was very quick through his through keepers. Sean Gould having a really good run, but that's going to not give him the best of time. I think he was just very slow on the first left-hander. Sean Gould having a really good run, I was going to say, but just went wide at the top of the hill here and at Fallow. So a bit of a scrappy run for Sean. Goes through in a 51.17.
Yeah, not so great there for Sean, was it, Benoit? It seemed a bit, little bit down on his normal pace. Maybe he's had a relaxed afternoon and needs to just wake up again. But all the same, he was quick. But yeah, certainly time left on the table in that. Same for Joseph Mackerel in that Tiga. Again, not as quick as he has been already this weekend.
Yeah, Joseph putting a 58.45 previously, so let's see if he can get close to that time. I think it'll be interesting to see what he can do. 59.54. Martin Rutter, he's running in this modified under 14cc class. Martin Rutter's been working on that Fiat X19 for a few years. He's been sorting some of the corrections over the year and is now running very well now. I hope I'm not going to be cursing this by the end of the day, but Martin had a great weekend as well, so and he's been improving as well through this weekend and over the years, so Martin,
oh dear, you
straight. I have cursed it.
That was a commentator's curse almost in real time there. Purple sectors everywhere, and you say it's a great run, and he goes straight off at the top of the straight. So very sorry, Martin. Do we have a compensation programme for when the commentators destroy people's laps? Maybe we need to set up a fund or something to... well, that's a shame for Martin. 74.81 as he gets to the end, but yeah, unfortunate.
I think, unfortunately, I think we will be running out of money very quickly. Yeah. Sometime it happens within the first hour.
Very true, yeah. So Nigel Elliott in that TR7 has gone through 62.09, slightly slower for him as well. However, Paul Howells in that beautiful green and yellow Porsche 911, he's on an absolute flyer as well. Let's hope he can get away with the turn at the top of the straight. 74 miles an hour through the speed trap. He makes the corner very well. Yeah, excellent. Well done, Paul. We haven't destroyed his run as well, so just museum to cope with, and then he'll be across the line. Let's keep an eye on Paul Howell's time as he gets up to the line. It's going to be a quick one, 59.33. That is a nice time for Paul, possibly his quickest of the weekend, actually.
Yeah, good run for Paul, and good to see Bernard, who was just reversed the car early on the start line. So Bernard has been able to run the car at 50.10, so running as we would expect. And Stephen Moore now in the Mitsubishi Evo 6, running the four-wheel drive car from the late 90s, early 2000, a really iconic shape. Sounds magnificent, and he's got about 600 horsepower under the bonnet of that car. He's on the class of his own this weekend. Nonetheless, he's going to try and improve on that previous run of 55. I've seen Stephen in the low 54 here at Loton Park, so I would expect him to try and get to that time, but he doesn't have to push because he's on a class of his own. He goes through in a 56.03.
Yeah, we then have Stephen Garner in the Westfield, and this is looking like a quick run. This is a production car, specialist production car category for the Westfield, and yeah, Stephen looking like he's certainly on a good run. Phil Goth's got the current lead in the class with a 56 dead. However, Stephen Garner seems to he seems to be on to a quick one. Purple sectors pretty much across the entire board as we wait for him to get to the finish line. We'll see. 56 to beat. He goes 56.04. Oh, well, he'll be disappointed losing out by such a tight margin, but it shows how close those Caterhams can be.
Yeah, they're always very close, and
not all Caterhams, I should say. We're lumping the Westfields in there with them.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I'll get in trouble for that.
Yeah. You're right. We'll let you on this one. And Phil Goff is one of the regular contenders here at Loton Park, and he's enjoying the run in that Hayabusa powered Caterham 7, and Phil's really good driver in this car. He was trying a little bit this morning. He was a little bit cold, so Big Squirrely is through Triangle earlier today, but very good run so far. Looks really tidy, neat and smooth, so he's putting on a good time. Green sector through Museum, so he's going to improve on that 56 seconds, so he's going to drop under that time, 56.18, so probably lost a bit of time at the top of the hill, so it's so close between them two.
Yeah, he still has the class lead though, so really tight battle between them. As we see David Bickley's Radical SR1, this has been quite quick all weekend, and another good showing. It's some green sectors, so he might have made up a little bit of time in places. Let's have a look at his current best time, 56 dead, and he does a 56.28, so now losing out a little bit at the top of the hill as we see the bigger Radical SR3 of Matthew Price go through.
Yeah, Matthew Price always a try. I was looking at the left of the commentary box through keepers, and he was really pushing that car, hitting a little bit of the grass on the inside, coming out of that corner, so really pushing that car. So a bit more powerful than the car that David Bickley is running, so and he's been working on the car with new aero and a little bit of work on the tyre as well. So Matthew through the finish line at 58.82 doesn't improve, so it wasn't as clean as his previous run, I would expect.
No, that's right. Nigel Hinton in that big old NG. He had a good run earlier. We'll see whether he can improve on times. He's sort of up against the much more sorted Lola Porsche, which is a better sort of racing car design. Graham Lokes in that is following Nigel up the hill, but Nigel has the benefit of huge amounts of power from that big old Rover V8, so we'll see whether he can improve. His current best time is a 61.49. He just misses out at 62.75. Graham Lokes, however, has had a good run so far.
Yeah, Graham incredibly regular in this car, consistent as well, so he always puts great time through. Graham having a great run, obviously works on this car himself, so knows this car inside out. It goes through the finish line. It's a time of 58.55. He has done the effort earlier today, so didn't need to push, and a good run for him.
Yeah, some of these guys seem to be struggling to find pace. Maybe it's now moved over into the too warm category. It does seem as though people were not quite making up time on that later run. However, around midday we had some really good times on the board, and class record as well broken for in that last stint, wasn't there, Benoit? Was it in the Porsche?
Yeah, a good run, incredible run from Richard Snow, putting a new class record. It shows the how quick Richard Snow is in that car, and how development of cars as well in this class, so just over 2 litre, this obviously being the GT4 RS, but a great effort from Richard Snow at the wheel of this car, just showing the potential of those machines and really bring it up to life. And yeah, always good to see new class records. Records are made to be broken, and that's what we want to see throughout the year, and I'm sure we'll see more from Richard.
Yeah, in general, some of the times I've been really impressed with how quick some people have been this early on in the season. Quite often the early meeting doesn't get the times that they can get later on, just because the track has sat over winter. It's had rain and snow and deer and all sorts all over it. So at this point of the year, it's not always in the best shape. But actually, the track conditions today seem to be pretty good. So we saw those amazing runs. People like Matt Ryder putting in some really good times earlier. So it's obviously been really nice. Really nice conditions for these cars, and that's great to see, isn't it? Pace this early on in the year, we like that. That sort of means that hopefully throughout the season we have some good runs here at Loton. We'll have various big meetings throughout the season to come back to, including the season closer of the British Hillclimb Championship at the tail end of the year.
Yeah, we've definitely been very lucky with the weather so far this spring, compared to last year, where even after the surge through mid-April, it was still green and damp, and it was really hard for those drivers to put the time down, and it was a few miserable weekends for our marshals out there. But today it's been and this weekend in general has been pretty good. And 2 weeks ago was actually exceptional. I think speaking to a lot of the drivers, it's so sunny, it felt like summer. And so probably a bit too early. We may have to pay this back later this year, but I hope we can keep it going like this. I'm sure some of the farmers and gardeners around would like to have a little bit of water to help a little bit, the crops and the gardens, but we have certainly enjoyed that great weather throughout those weekends so far. And if you are here at Loton Park in person and you'd like to sing what you're enjoying what you're seeing, if you'd like to come back, well, we have a few meetings this year, as every other years, and we'll see you the next time round. Will be on the 17th and 18th of May for another inter-club meeting with a few clubs and championships that will be invited, and then we'll have another meeting in June, and that'll be the 14th and 15th of June. That will be the Midland Hillclimb Championship, like you are seeing today, and another inter-club Hillclimb Championship. So that's the next 2 meetings that we have. And obviously at the end of the season, well, we'll have the national. So that'll be the season finale, the big one. Maybe we'll see if we have already awarded the champion for the year 2025, or whether that will be the round that will decide it all.
Well, I think the last 2 or 3 years the champion has been decided here at Loton, because it's gone down to, if not the final run, then certainly pretty close to it. I think last year it wasn't the literal final run, but a couple of years before, I think the title was decided almost on the last corner, as Alex Summers made a mistake at the top, and and that meant he lost out to Wallace Menges. So sometimes Loton, right at the end of the season, can bring some high drama. So do keep an eye out on all of the calendar. Come along for other events, and when possible, catch it live streamed on HillClimb.TV. But yeah, we'd love to see more people come and enjoy hill climbing trackside here at Loton Park. It is a beautiful venue. It's got an amazing group of people who run it, and it's definitely worth the trip. If you are close enough to get here for some race days, then please do. Right, so on track, Stuart Bickley. Now, Stuart was one of the sensations in the earlier top 12 runoff. He pushed that car very well. He ended up 6th overall, but it looked for a while as though he might get even higher finish. His time was a personal best, so it was a really good run for him. Let's see whether he can improve at all this afternoon and get into the second runoff of the day, which will be later on. He needs a clean run now to make sure that he can get into that second runoff, but there seems to be a problem and he's been waved off. Now, was that his problem, or is that a different problem, do you think, Benoit?
I don't think it's Stu's problem. I was looking for a flip-flop or anything that he may have hit, but it doesn't look
well,
like
you wouldn't normally stop on track for that, would you?
No, he wouldn't, and he's been obviously red flags. I would kind of anticipate that maybe we have some wildlife disturbing a bit of the action at the top of the hill.
Well, I apologise to Stuart because I was saying how good a day he's had, and then he stops within sight of the finish line. So hopefully that wasn't anything terminal. He's able to sort whatever the problem is, or maybe he just stopped out of because of the red flags. It might actually be that he gets to go around and have it might be a flag rather than a fail for Stuart. We'll wait and see as the timing boards catch up what the issue is.
It would seem fair for Stu to be running.
Well, I don't know what the issue. Was it him that caused the red flag, or is he just a victim of it?
I think he's a victim of it.
Well, hopefully so. That would mean he could go round and.
He's now been.
I tell you what, we haven't had is any wildlife. I wonder if it was the first deer of the day or weekend. Something stopping the running on track.
Let's not curse this one as well.
Well, it's come up on our timing as flag, and that means that it wasn't Stuart's fault, that he will be able to come back down and run again. So good for him. As I said, he needed a good run here to guarantee he would get into the second runoff. After that good 6th place finish earlier, he'll be keen to try and push that a little bit further. I think top 5 is certainly a potential for him in the way he's driving and the pace that's in that car.
Yeah, amazing performance and from that car, and Stu always want to try. So he has made not many changes to the car. They've got a new injection system on the car to make the car run even better than previously. So far those changes appear to have made good.
We're getting comments online in foreign languages that I don't understand, so I'm hoping Benoit's languages skills run to that. Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Well,
I'm hoping you understand.
Yes, I think I haven't lost my French just yet.
Excellent.
But this is a good reminder in international language to subscribe. So if you're French, n'oubliez pas de vous abonner. I don't know how I would be able to say that in German. If you are German, please put it in the chat. I'll try and do my best not to butcher the pronunciation.
Yeah, well, luckily, yes, Benoit can cover the French. If there are any viewers in France that want to ask a question, then we can cover that, which is a nice benefit to having international commentary team.
Yes, I'm not sure all our audience here at Loton Park would appreciate me to switch into French, certainly.
Not full-time, certainly, no.
Not full-time, but we can cover, a few languages as we go through the day, for sure. Spanish will be covered as well, I think. I should be able to understand pretty much everything, but not. I haven't really ventured into any other languages, so don't take this as an invitation to test my skills.
No, that's right.
Well, Tom is now lining up on the start line after this little downtime. I think we had a little bit of wildlife at the top of the hill. We have probably pushed those guys away, and Tom was one who's going to be in try hard on this run. I think Tom, I felt a bit of frustration from him coming down after the runoff.
I don't know why, he did really well, so no frustration really needed.
I think he's hoping for 47 and his previous run was 48.65, so let's see if he can get to that time. He's really been pushing and improving through the years, and Tom has been an incredible performer in this class, always at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, a really good run so far. He's putting in some really good sector times. You'll see 109 through the speed trap. No problem really running through that little bit of dust that was put down earlier because of the fuel spill. However, Tom Morgan heading up towards the finishing line. It's going to be a 48.72. So yeah, again, maybe not as quick as he can go, but Tom Weaver getting a bit sideways there out of triangle, but gathers it together. He too is going very, very fast. So it looks like now we're in with the quick machines. We're in for a bit of a good time.
Tom was the only driver earlier on to dip in under the 47 mark, so I'm sure you'll be looking to do and improve on that time. Tom through the finish line of 47.04, so that's a good effort from him. He'll be happy with that run. He posted a 46.5 in that runoff, so I was really impressed by that time. He'll be really pleased with that.
Yeah, I wonder several of these struggling to get really quick times on board.
Yeah, he's now followed by Sister Lizzie, who's having first competitive event here at Loton Park in the family Van Diemen, and I was quickly catching up with her in the paddock. She was really happy. She thinks that it's just such a great car to drive. And in the Formula Ford, well, we only have Les Buck, who's the only man in this class, so this is a bit of a ladies' class.
Yeah.
That we've got a good competition between those ladies, and Lizzie having a really good run. She knows the track after competing a couple of years here at Loton Park, and carries on, and I'm sure she'll get quicker and quicker through the season as well in that beautiful Formula Ford. So Lizzie's through to the finish line in a time of a 66.53.
Yeah, nice solid run for Lizzie as she continues to improve and learn how to drive these single-seaters. She stepped up to that from was it a Saxo she was in last year, Citroen Saxo, so a few years learning the ropes inside something a bit more sensible before heading into single-seater territory, possibly following the family line into bigger machinery in the future. We'll see how she goes, but that run 66.53 was actually Lizzie Weaver's personal best, so good job for her. Carol Nichols did a 71.98, and Les Buck, as we said, the only man in this class. He is heading towards the finish line now, but certainly kept honest, isn't he, within here. He does a 61.75 with, oh yes, there we go, Caroline Ryder on the start line. Not had the greatest of days, but hopefully manages to get a run.
Yeah, I think there was quite a lot of work being done on the on the car earlier today, so let's see if he will run, but it looks like he's not been not firing on all cylinders, and Caroline has just decided.
That's about as far as she's got all day, isn't it? She manages to get up the first little hill, but calls it at Hall. Something wrong with the engine, I think, and they're struggling to find out what that issue is and fix it.
Yeah, usually those cars are relatively simple to run, but sometimes it's hard to find those gremlins, and you might as well try and have all the experience in the world. It takes a bit more time in order to fix. So Caroline opting to just abort that run and not.
Yeah, she had a good day yesterday and put some good times on the board, but today something overnight has changed on that car, perhaps. So yeah, unfortunately, not a successful day for her. In fact, I'm not sure she's completed a run today.
I don't think she has, and I think I don't know if yesterday. How many runs did you guys run yesterday?
I think she did 3 or 4. Well, I think there was 4 she could have done. I think maybe she didn't manage the last one. Yeah, so on the timing boards, her best yesterday was a 61.69, which is actually would be quicker than the whole class today. So her best time yesterday would have still been good enough to lead the Formula Ford class, but unfortunately she's not been able to get past the first corner. Hopefully they take that away and can get it fixed. Those engines are normally quite bulletproof, so maybe they've relied on that for a bit too long and it just needs a bit of love and attention.
Yeah, that's really what motorsport can be at times, and probably a frustrating day for Caroline. Hopefully they can have a look at the car, find the issue, fix it and get back out again. Always nice to see Caroline in this class running those simple cars and really enjoying her time on the hills alongside the rest of the family.
So as they're able to drive her back down the hill into the paddock, sort of the wrong way. Luckily, well, that shouldn't take too long. And then we'll be able to line up and get going once again pretty quickly.
And if you are enjoying the action here online on HillClimb.TV, well, you can tune in next weekend already. 26 and 27 of April will be the first round of the British HillClimb Championship at Prescott. So make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you can get all the notification coming to your phone or your laptop. You can watch it live as you are probably today, or you can catch the action later on. And it's a great support for the channel and the sport.
All right, so John Stockley away from the line in his Force, and it's a good first 64 foot for him as he's managed to get through there up loggerheads and heading now already through Fletcher's Dello down towards us at Triangle, and he's setting some good pace down there, 82 miles an hour through that speed trap, which is impressive. It's just a short little squirt down the hill there, but good speed, and he's already up onto the Cedar Not So Straight. I'll keep an eye as he gets to the top here what his speed through the top trap is. It's 82 miles an hour up there, so maybe not as quick as it could be, but still a good run for John. He's going to post a nice marker time for this category of racing cars between 1100 and 1600, but it is, as always, a very competitive class.
Yeah, it is, and John Stockley having a good run. I'm looking at previous time, a 52.12. He just posted a 50.66, a good improvement. And Alan Warburton is going to try and snatch the class lead in this GR59. So far today, 47.57 was his best time. He was really pushing that car on the first part of the hill. He goes through the finish line of 48.07, so that's not an improvement, unfortunately, for Alan, but a good run nonetheless.
Yeah, it puts him at the top of the tables for the moment as Ben Fisher comes through in that beautiful Swallow. Great looking car this, slightly a more old-fashioned design than some, but still got plenty of speed in it. 81 for Ben through that top speed trap. Nice and tidy as he breaks down to the sections of tight left-right turns up at the top. He'll now head towards the finish line. He gets across the line in a 56.71. Good run for Ben.
Yeah, good improvement, about 1.3 second shave from that previous run earlier today. Terry Davis having a really good run in the 2-litre Force T8, and he'll be looking to really get that car to the top of the leaderboard as well. So good competition in this class as well in the 2-litre. Stuart Bickley has just launched off the line and getting a rerun.
Yeah, luckily for Stuart, it wasn't his problem that brought out the flag, so he's able to get out and go again. Coming down into Triangle now, let's see, he goes through there nice and quick. However, it doesn't look like it's going to be the fastest in the category at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on his times as he heads up, and we'll see whether he's able to get up with the Tom Weaver and Tom Morgan, who are currently at the top of the boards. He's picked up pace in the second part of the lap, and yeah, maybe he will bring it in as he comes towards the finish line. He's heading up now towards that, and let's see, fast over the line, 47.04. He does match Tom Weaver exactly.
Yeah, that'll be a time good enough for Runoff at the end of the day, I believe, for Stu and Tom, but he's Jonathan Varley, the Midland Hillclimb champion, and the Order of the British Hillclimb Cup here for 2 years in a row in that beautiful GWR Predator. Probably one of my favourite car in the paddock in the single seaters. Such a pretty car, and Jonathan Varley having a really good run. I'm going to try and look at the times that they have posted through so far today in this car. 46.07 for Jonathan. Jonathan will be looking to get under that 45-second mark. Doesn't quite, but a few 45.33. That's about 7/10 quicker than that previous run. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, that's a very good run, and yeah, we'll certainly get him through to the Runoff, I should have thought. Nice to have that sort of coverage in car footage alongside the normal footage that we run. So nice little touch there from the HillClimb.TV crew. John Chalmers next off in this Rolt. And this, it does sound angry, this machine. I don't know what it is about the turbo or something on this car, but it really does make it sound angry as it comes down past us in the slower section of this course. And nice and neat through there. Let's see, John will be the first of this forced induction class to post a time, which is why he's getting purple sectors. However, it does look like it's going to be a quick run nonetheless, so it'll be a tough time to beat for the other runners in this class.
Yeah, 108 miles an hour for the in the turbocharged world. Yeah, a lot of anti-lag on that car and really good pace, and quite a bigger chassis compared to some of the smaller chassis that we see from the E-Force or the Empires. John Chalmers through the line at 48.89, but Alex Coles is now coming into view, just launched off the line.
Looked like he took a bit too much curb there at Hall, and he was a little bit on the grass, which is unusual, on the inside. Doesn't seem to have slowed him down at all, though, as he darts his way around Triangle. Really sharp change of direction there, and almost sliding the tail out. Yeah, he's really pushing on this one, Alex Coles. So, yeah, hoping to maybe make up for problems earlier on. And 118 through the speed trap. Good pace on that car as he then climbs up into towards the museum. Flames out of the exhaust. Something a very dramatic run here for Alex Cole. This will be one to look for back on Instagram later on. And a 46.45, that's a good time.
Yeah, it's a good time. Not as quick as his previous run, but still good turn of speed. And Paul Cruitt in the OMS 28 now, following him in the 3-litre Jaguar engine, about 300 horsepower, and Paul probably giving up a bit of power compared to the bigger engines car, the V8 in this class, but Paul having a great run, and when he's really died into that car, he put some really good time. Simon Andrew back out again and jumping in the car after burnout. Simon really committed in this drive as well, and they have a really friendly competition between them two.
Yeah, and Simon heading up the hill, a reasonable time so far, 99 miles an hour through the speed trap. Let's see if he can just keep that pace on as he goes. He needs to maybe gain a little bit of time to try and move himself up the leaderboard, make sure he's at a good position at the end. However, he crosses the line with a 50.80, and that puts him third in class currently. Graham Wynne also on the line, but they've deleted a time. I think he must have rolled forward or something. Yeah, they're coming to restart the car, so I think that was a slight timing glitch there, but where he's rolled past the line but not actually started his run. They'll start the car up again and make sure he's on the marks. Those, if you're watching on the HillClimb.TV, or if you're down at the start line here at the track, you can see those marshals who they make sure that every car is lined up perfectly for the infrared beam, so nobody gets a either disadvantage or advantage in their start, and the timing is as accurate as it can be. You'll see all along the track those little tripods with little infrared lasers on them, and the black markers on the front of the car, they break that beam. Now another stall for Graham. I wonder if that's just driver error or whether there's a problem.
Yeah, those machines can be a bit temperamental, and those more modern machines are now running a bit of electronics, so sometimes they'll be running launch control on those machines, so the drivers will be able to select the revs on the engine. They'll just keep that to the level, so basically the driver will be keeping his foot on the accelerator, and as soon as he's ready to go, he'll launch the car, and hopefully Graham will be able to launch. I think they're just making sure that everything is running as expected. They'll try and...
I think maybe it's stuck in a gear or something, the way... I think that actually might be Scott Moran who's fiddling with the car.
Yeah, Scott Moran has been a crew for Graham for... and when they're not sharing the car, so just trying to find a car, see if they can make it run.
I think there might be like a gear select issue or something, because he's struggling to even roll it there. Well, that is a shame if Graham has a problem with the car. It might be something they can roll back into the paddock, fix and get him back on before this batch is over. However, I wouldn't be too hopeful when it comes to things like gear selects. That's often a bigger fix than just 5 minutes in the paddock.
Yeah, sometimes it's just turn it off, turn it on again.
Yeah. Now, I don't know, are these electronic gear shift, or is it a physical lever? I suspect it's possibly electronic, but I don't honestly know.
Yeah, electronics, I would expect.
I don't know. That might be something to find out in the future. If it's an electronic or hydraulic system, then yeah, it could be that a restart or something could happen. We'll wait and see who arrives on the line next, whether they can get Graham back up or whether they'll move on. They've decided to move on.
So that is now Warhol now lining up on the start line. Warhol's currently third in this class, 44.48. So that was a good run so far. He's going to try and snatch that second spot from Fingal. So let's see if he can do that on this one. And obviously, this will be an important run for him to get into the runoff later on.
Yeah, tail kicking out a bit as he left Fletcher's Dello there, but all under control it seems. And big moment as he enters into the Cedar Straight there. It's taken out, I think, all of the cones, so that will at least be a second penalty, if not more. So we'll wait and see what gets added on at the end to Will's lap. That could be very unfortunate for his time. It's not been a bad run other than that, so he crosses the line with a 44.34. However, wait and watch, because I suspect that will drop down. 3-second penalty there.
Yes, he's really harvested all of the flip-flops.
He took them all out on the inside of keepers there, and so unfortunately that will cost him a lot. So it's a bit of a replay. You saw the tail step out a bit as Fletcher's Dello, and then it was relatively nice through triangle. However, as he entered into the right left of keepers, he just clipped all those cones on the corner and kicked up a bit of dirt. So unfortunately, that rather spoiled his run. Whether that will end up being a problem when it comes to the runoff, I don't know. We'll have to see who else and what times they do to get into that final 12.
Yeah, so Warhol posted a 44.34, and that'll be 3 seconds added. So each of the flip-flops hit cost you 1 second. He's hit 3. Therefore, that'll be a 47.34. This might be just about enough to be qualify for the runoff, I think.
He's going to be very dependent on other people's times now, so rather than just relying on his pace, he has to hope that others either don't have the pace or also have problems. So Will probably right on that bubble of the runoff, and we'll see. We've got some fast runners to come through, so he might find himself tumbling down the order.
This might fall down on whether Graham can fix the car and run it.
Yes, true.
And join the back of the queue here. Matt Ryder is the next that we would expect to be qualifying for the runoff, and so that'll be interesting to see. I think a 47 will be good enough. We'll be able to find that information.
Yeah, I don't know whether you can find the times that got into the earlier runoff on the computer. Everything's a bit. I was struggling a bit today with the way the computer's been laid out. It was confusing my very simple commentator mind. We will wait and see. Here we are. Yeah, so Matt Ryder lining up for his run. He's had he's had a good weekend, to be honest. It's all been quick runs for Matt Ryder, so yeah, let's hope it stays that way. Away he goes off the line. Good start for him. Into Hall, through there, keeping out of mischief, and heading down with a clip of dirt on the inside there, but he's no problem.
That's having a good run.
Yeah, seems to be tidy, if not hugely setting the world alight. Not sure. 122 through the traps is still pretty quick though, so let's wait and see on his final times. It might just be that the graphics aren't showing the improvement, or we'll see. He goes 43.41, so no, a bit slower for Matt Ryder.
Yeah, still a really good time for Matt. 43 here is an excellent time. Andy Tippett in the Brabham BT30 having a really good run as well. In those sports cars, so that's powered by a V8 engine at the back. A very pretty car. If you're in the paddock and you haven't seen this car from close by, go and have a look at this machine, because it's a very pretty machine.
Yes, it's a BT30X. And the X means that it was designed and built and has always been a hill climb car. And it runs not a Rover V8, but a Buick V8. It was before Rover took over production of that machine. So Andy often corrects us when we say that wrong. 57.5 for him. Nice run. He's got no competition in that class this weekend. But certainly it's a good run for him in that, as we see the Tiga back on track with Robin Johnson behind the wheel this time. This is a smart car, and we like seeing this one come out. It's in the pre-1990 sports car class.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at my screen. All good for Will Hall, despite his harvest of flip-flops. He's managed, I think, to enter the runoff later today. So that 47.34 will be enough for him.
Let's hope so.
To qualify.
Yeah, very good. Stephen Hall in the Renault Clio now going up the hill. He's running up in the production cars. He's production cars between 1400 and 2 litre, where we see most of these hot hatches, and he'll be rounding museum and heading towards the finish line, as we also see Martin Walters' Fiat 500 making a lot of noise down here at the bottom end of the track.
Yeah, Martin Hall really driving this. Walter really driving this about 500 really hard. They've got quite a bit of power under the bonnet of that machine, and it's been modified a little bit with suspension and a few tweaks to make it handle a little bit better, and good run, and the car is scrubbing on the brake and snaking as he enters fallow. That was a bit dramatic from Martin, but those cars are fairly short wheelbase, so as you put a lot of weight on the front, I'm pretty sure they can be a bit unstable on the braking. A 62.87, a good run.
Yeah, Hugh Elliott following up in the Fiat Spider. And these are smart front-engined rear drive, that sort of classic sports car layout. They've got a decent little lump of power in the engine, so they can still turn some good times. And Hugh's putting in a good time now. I think he's already top of the tables for this class, but he improves with a 62.48. Nice clean run there for Hugh.
Yeah, great run from Hugh Elliott, improving by about 4 tenths, so good effort. Let's see if Martin Walters can improve, but I think we've seen Martin actually going up the hill. So
yeah, so it's a returning batch. Those were some shared cars that just went up. So these guys will come back down, and then we will move on to the next full batch. Now this will be running through the final time for some of these guys, won't it? Final competition runs. So these times, some of these people have finished their weekend. Hugh Elliott's time there, I think, will be his final run up the hill. I suspect he's done enough to retain the lead in that class come the end of the day. However, there are a few others, so he has to now go and sit and wait with bated breath, hoping nobody can beat his time. However, we've got some other stuff to run through, and we do have another Midland Hillclimb Championship runoff to come at the end of the day. Right, folks, these cars coming back down from the top paddock. When they're all safely away, the track will be cleared for competition once again, and we'll continue with some inter-club running. However, we thought now might be a nice time to mention that today is one of our competitors' birthdays. Rob Wilson, who you've seen in Lotus Elise Car 21, he's been going up in the road-going production car class A1, and so it's his 40th birthday today. So happy birthday, Rob Wilson, from the commentary crew and everyone here at Loton. And we won't say who told us that it's your birthday, because apparently you weren't too keen on that. But all the same, same, happy birthday. We hope you've had a nice day in the sunshine. Yeah, the big 4-0. So all the best, Rob. We hope you've had a great day and that you continue to enjoy your time at Loton, even though we now know when your birthday is. So you won't get away with that in the future. So here we are, last few cars coming down the hill. A lot of these guys, they've had their final run of the day, so do give them a cheer and a wave and show your appreciation. A lot of these have just had their final competitive times.
And we back out with the inter-club action, and Kevin Dunn just launched off the line, and great to see the Mini out again. It's one of the latest Mini running the almost 1300cc engine, so the light of the Rover Mini, and a great little car, very pretty machines, and Kevin is in a class of its own. He's posted a decent time so far with that car, with a 78.80. So he can be pleased with that. And then Kevin Dodd now in the Alex Smith now in the MX-5, having a really good run. Kevin Dodd locking the wheels at the top and having a good run. Let's see if he can improve on that 78. He's looking on good course to do so. And a nice little run all the way through to the finish for Kevin for that last final run for him, a 79.90. Alex Smith has been having a really good run as well, enjoying some top-down motoring as well. Running in the 2-litre MX-5, that Mark III, so cars are a little bit bigger than the previous two generation, but really good car, really effective on track and hills. And it makes a really good basis to learn how to drive rear-wheel cars. 78.11, and we're now switching to a bunch of French hot hatch in the Clios, and the Renault Clio 197 as well. 6-speed gearbox has been one of those cars you want to run in this class. Simon Joyce has been having a really good run as well throughout this weekend. Time of 66.65 was his best so far this weekend, and Richard Case running the almost 200 horsepower Clio. Simon really enjoying his run on that, and Mark Edwards tyres squealing through and going a little bit on the grass on the outside of Triangle. Good run for Simon. Simon is one who's been really trying through his 66.82. Mark Edwards having a really good run. He's been posting a 64.67, so far has been fourth quickest in this class. He'll be looking to improve and see if he can get up the leaderboard in this. And David Fickens so far has been running good times as well, 65.63. He's been working a little bit on the car over the winter, upgrading the suspension, having a new geometry fitted to that car to improve the handling. And David having a good go on this last final run. David so far 6th in the class, so he'll be looking to get up the leaderboard and try and score some good points in this running. David through the finish line in a 66.60. Mary Fletcher taking over in the about 500, and a really clean run for Mary so far. Mary best time over 68.04, so really good to see those 500s. Really hungry car, but fantastic handling when you start working a little bit on them. You can really make them work. A 67.30, and we've got good contingency here at Bart's car with Mary Elliott now running the Bart 124, so about 180 horsepower under the bonnet of that car. So this car being turbocharged but being just under 1400cc puts it just under the 2-litre class. So good run. This is the equivalent and built on the same assembly line as the MX-5, but meanwhile Andrew Hollis having a really locking the wheels, so really pushing on that last run today, leaving a cloud of smokes just in front of me at Triangle, so really entertaining the public here. Andrew having a really good run in that 750 pound Volvo 940, a very impressive car. He has sorted the handling on that car, and with suspension and brakes, and really pushing that car on that final run. He's really trying to get to the top with the competition he has with Aaron in the Aston Martin now coming onto view. 62.83, so a bit of a scrappy run for Andrew Hollis. Doesn't give any improvement despite him looking like he was pushing that car. Aaron Parrott having a good run in the Aston Martin. There's the supercharged machine as well. So very pretty car that he's been using on hill climb for a few years now, so it's not a garage queen. And Aaron having a really good run. Aaron all the way to the finish. Let's see if he can improve on the 62.48 he's posted previously, and that's a time of 61 second dead, so a good run for Aaron. Paul Billy in the Audi A1 four-wheel drive. That's the S1, that's the sporty version of that car. 2-litre, so very effective and quite unique proposition in that category of car with the four-wheel drive quattro system that is known for those Audi. And Paul Billy, a contender. He was there 2 weeks ago, so had a good practice in the first meeting that we had here at Loton Park, and Paul carries on in that pretty Audi S1, nice colour, and he goes through to the finish line. Currently standing third in that class, just behind Phil and Andrew Coleman. Phil having a good run as well in that Porsche 996. The four-wheel drive manual gears, so it's the first of the water-cooled 911 as they are called, compared to the air-cooled generation that we had before. And last year Philip was running a Porsche Boxster, so now upgraded to the 911. And Phil has been in motorsport for over 50 years now, so started as a drag racer and having silly speeds on bikes. And then Andrew Coleman will be a top contender here at Loton Park. He's a regular here, taking part into the Loton Park Championship here at Loton Park in that beautiful Audi TTRS. Always very effective car and machine in combination with those drivers. But meanwhile, John Sharples really pushing that car and sliding the car around in the top of the hill and through keepers. Andrew Coleman a 59.39. That'll be enough to give him the Class R lead. John Sharples having a really good run, really working at the wheel of that car. Seems to be sliding quite a bit and quite a handful to manage. He goes through the finish line in a 60.48. Tony Fickens having a good run as well He's in a class of its own, and he's now adopted to put some tape on the other headlight. That's interesting. So it just looks the same. It's all black, so it looks very sinister at the front. And Tony through in a 60.46, so does improve on that previous run, but not quite the 59 seconds they would have, and we have seen Tony doing here. Chris, meanwhile, Scriven in the clear RS, having a really good run as well. And he's just competing with Andy Fagan, which is an excellent drive in this beautiful Porsche Boxster. That's the 3.4. That's the first generation of the Porsche Boxster. The car is developed over the years, and Andy Fagan knows his way around here, and he's going to be super effective in that car. 85 miles an hour at the entry of Valley. The car moving a little bit under braking, but he's got it all under control. He goes through the finish line now, around the museum and up through the gears, uses all the power of that 6-cylinder at the back of that engine, and through the finish line he goes in a 56.59. Jeff has had a good day so far today. He's been reacquainting himself with the hill in that circuit car. This is a sprint time attack car, so that they've been developing in the past few years, about 560 horsepower. You can see they're just running the flashlight, that's the rain light for if you were to be running on circuits, and this is about 560 horsepower, 2.3 litre 4-wheel drive, running gear from Mitsubishi Evo, so a lot of power under the bonnet of that car. And I think this morning he was spinning the 4 wheels from the start line, so shows the amount of power and torque that this engine develops. A very good turn of speed for Jeff. He's been improving as he goes through the day, so good for him to go through. And then Gary Hall has been having a great run as well in the Paddock Mark II. He's been trying to beat Nigel Pitt, but doesn't quite have the pace in the car really to get close to Nigel. Gary through the finish line. It's a time of 54.57, and I'm joined by Chris.
Yes, come back. I've come back. I've been enjoying my little break and having a little chat around the place. Didn't actually get down to the paddock, but yeah, it's a long old day, isn't it, today, Benoit? Fair play, the spectators. It's warmed up a bit out there now, so it was a bit chilly this morning, wasn't it? But we've got Mr. Shoestring Racing on the hill. Nigel Pitt, yes, as he's heading off up towards the Finish Round Museum. And he'll be followed by Michael Crotchley in the Alfa Romeo Giulia, as my man Jim Smith says to me, as opposed to I said Guila. So what would you pronounce it as?
Giulia.
Thank you. Well, there you go, you see, so I stand corrected. And well, anyway, it's still a glorious sunny afternoon. We're going to have a Midland runoff. We're going to have the bikes following these interclub cars. Then we're going to have the bikes again and the trikes. And then we're going to have a runoff. And then we'll see what happens after that.
Yes, I'll get us to the end of that beautiful Easter Sunday. It's great to have some motorsport action, and Richard Jones really pushing that Austin Mini tyres, twitching as he goes through that corner, and Richard really getting up to grips with that car that he's been working on for the past year, and great to see him having good turn of speed in that class.
So we're in the Downtons again, aren't we? We're in the Downton Mini
So
class.
just after we'll be having the first of the Downton Minis. That's still in the historic class, Richard Jones, and so Richard's through the finish line in a time of 64.30, and now moving up to the
Downton class, yeah, the Minis. So we got Wayne Blacker now in the BMW Mini Cooper S. Again, this is the modern Mini, much bigger than the old ones, but bigger engines, obviously, bigger wheels and tyres, heavier. But interestingly enough, I think, was it Mr. Sampson was leading the way earlier in that Mini Clubman, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and those cars are really effective, those new minis, and now fairly affordable, so you can pick them up for not a lot of money. 64.23 was the time for Wayne Blacker, and Steve Jarrett now having a good run. He was putting a lot of power down and tyre screeching as he exited Triangle. Let's see what he can do at the top of the hill.
Okay, so we've got Zach Cobb just coming into our view. He was second quickest earlier. So Steve Jarrett heading up towards Museum. Zach Cobb was quick, and leading the line and already rapid is Nigel Sampson in the Austin Mini Clubman. So Zach Cobb, we've got 3 on the hill at the moment. We're certainly rattling through. A 67.13 for Steve Jarrett. Zach Cobb heading up to Fallow, and here comes Nigel Sampson in this very rapid Austin Mini Clubman. Sampson Motorsport car, they know all about minis, and that car is very well driven, isn't it?
Yeah, Zach Cobb had a little bit of an off at Fallow, but managed to get it back on track, so no problem, but that has compromised his run at 67.54, so that's about 4 seconds slower than his previous run. Nigel Sampson knows the track really well in that very effective Mini. 500 horse kilo and about 120 horsepower at the front of that Mini, so it gives you great power to weight ratio. Great handling on those 10-inch wheels. Goes through the finish line at 63.34.
So a 63.34, slower than his time earlier of 62.40. So Nigel will win that class. Second will be Zach Cobb. Third will be Wayne Blacker. And fourth, Steve Jarrett. And fifth, Nigel Sampson. Anyway, we've got Mark Stafford on the hill, the first of the bikes. This is on his KTM. We usually start off with the up to 500cc class. Here he comes. I suspect, I don't know how many cars at the top, but he'll go up to the top. Whether he'll stay up there and then it'll be end of batch, we will wait and see shortly. Not quite sure. But either way, Mark Stafford.
Yeah, Mark Stafford in the KTM. Once again up on the hill, and great to see those machines, and Mark having a good run. 73 miles an hour shows you the turn speed that those guys can do up and down the gears, and through Museum he goes round, and Mark having a really good run on this one. Rounds Museum and goes up through the gears all the way through to the finish line, and that's a time of 67.02.
Yes, so we're getting towards the end, folks. We've got the bikes to run through, and then we will have the Midland Runoff, which we're all looking forward to. So I don't know if Rich has put up the runners and riders for the Midland Runoff. I'm not sure.
Well, I could give that to you as they will get announced. I think I have the order for our runoff, so I can run you through this as the cars are making their way back to the paddock. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 12 cars that we have, and yes, so this is what I have on my screen, also confirmed if you're looking online. Steve Morgan has qualified with a 50.12, Bernard Kevel the 50.10, John Chalmers a 49.89, Calvin Broder qualified as well at 49.69, Tom Morgan at 48.72, Alan Warburton at 48.70, then Stuart Bickley at 47.04, Tom Weaver qualifying with the same time, so it's be interesting to see the competition between those two drivers in the same class. And Alex Coles qualified with a 46.45, Jonathan Varley a 45.34, Will Hall qualified with a 44.34, but you can add 3 seconds to that. That was still enough for him to make the runoff. And then finally Matthew Ryder runs the top, so we'll have a really good run. It'll be interesting to see what can Will Hall do at the very top. I'm sure he'll be a little bit frustrated after harvesting all the flip-flops on the entry of keepers, and whether he can get close to Matt Ryder on that second runoff. He'll be a big ask, but I'm sure we'll give it a go.
I'm sure he will, but it's actually great to see Will back in action, because obviously he's recovering from you know, a nasty little operation, and the doctor said nothing for 12 weeks. Well, it's 11 weeks and he's jumped back in his racing car. You can't keep a good man down, can you? And he wouldn't want to miss a round anyway, would he? You know, if he can get himself second or third here today, that'd work, wouldn't it?
Every point counts, really. And yeah, interesting to get the replay from the little off earlier today from the minis.
By the way, so welcome to HillClimb.TV. If this is your first look at our HillClimb.TV, produced and presented by Rich Danby and his team. It's been absolutely excellent today. We've had Richard Brandt doing paddock interviews earlier when we had the church service. Excellent job. And this afternoon we've had all-time runs basically, which has been fantastic to see. We had an incredible run-off this morning with Matthew Ryder taking top spot. And who's to bet against him doing the same thing this afternoon. We had brilliant runs from Tom Weaver and Stuart Bickley. We had it's nice to see the little cars like Tom Morgan getting back into this runoff here as well, which is amazing. Steve Morgan has got into this runoff as well. That's the first time I think Steve's got into the runoff as well. Father and son in same runoff. Good on them. Well done. So Matthew Ryder will be our last car to run. Sean, where's Sean Gould then? What happened to him? Did Sean Gould not make it this time?
No, he had quite a fairly slow run and scrappy at the top, so only posted a 51, which wasn't enough for him to get into that runoff.
He looked to be going pretty quickly when I saw him going by me down here. Did he take your foot off the pedal or what?
Yeah, he just went a little bit wide at Fallow, and that costed a bit of time, and I think he was a bit slow on the first left-hander as well.
Okay, through Hall.
Yeah, so not sure whether everything was right for the car or maybe missed a gear or something, but something wasn't... it was definitely the best of run from Shaw, which I'm sure will be disappointed.
Well, here we got the Morgans again, the three-wheelers. Rather like these. Don't pretend to be an expert on them. There's all sorts of shapes and sizes. I'm just looking back, 1930, 1929, 1929. So some very, very old Morgans here. Absolutely marvellous things. Most of them with approximately 1 litre engines. One of them with the 2 litre engine that's later the 5-speed car. But anyway, on the hill at the moment it's Ian Stewart and Grasso Cadioso Stewart. And here they come now, coming into Triangle. Passenger on board there, literally a passenger, can't do a lot other than provide a bit of ballast, which they're meant to do. And of course one of the Morgans we'll see, it comes up, in fact Daniel Hodgson will be up next with the ballast in the left hand side rather than a passenger.
Yes, and you can see a passenger Grasso so leaning towards the left or the right depending where the corner goes, and it just helps the handling of the car, just brings a little bit of momentum onto the car, and a good run for those two. And Daniel Hodgson having a good run in that Bucklander. This powered by a 4-cylinder engine at the front, so a little bit different to what we are used to when we look at those twin-cylinder 3-wheelers. But good run for Daniel, and having a good run as well. I'm going to have a look at the times, see if I can catch any of the improvement.
Okay, so at the moment we've got Daniel Hodgson with his ballast in the left-hand side. This is a beautifully turned out little car actually, lovely immaculate bodywork on this car. It's meant to be a 1930s car, but you'd think it was produced. He smokes the wheel coming into museum there now, and he's already on his way to the finish. As we go to look at Catherine Quinn, here she comes now into Triangle there, that old Morgan, Catherine Quinn. She's driving, she's from Ashbourne, I think that's maybe Derbyshire, and that's a 1937 car with an 1100cc engine. Her power is all through the back wheels, and here comes Tom Cowley in the Super Area. He was quick earlier, you can see he's quick now. That engine's really sounding on song too, isn't it?
Yeah, Tom really looking quick in this car. He posted a 70.44 earlier today, so I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on that. Catherine Quinn making good progress at the second part of the hill, and a classic shape of the three-wheelers, and Catherine running in the touring modified class, whereas Tom Colley also managed to catch everything together. Runs a little bit wide on the outside of Fallow, but no problem. And Tom having a really good run so far, a little bit, probably lost a bit of time on the entry, goes through in a 69.97, so does improve on that previous run, so he'll be pleased with that.
Hamish Bibby and Hamish Bibby, Mia Westons, Siemens Westerns, I don't know, I'm getting confused here, there's that many names there. But either way, they've just well up the hill, and we'll be getting a look at Anthony Quinn. Here now comes down here. He comes down there into triangle now. Anthony Quinn in the Super Sports. This is another rapid one, having a real go here. Immaculately oh, hang on, gets a bit sticky to get into gear, doesn't it? But he already makes his way towards keepers. That was quite spectacular, wasn't it? That one locking up into Fallow then.
Yes, definitely locked the wheels. Hamish Bibby 65.23, so definitely the quickest of the lot of these three-wheelers. Anthony Quinn already through the second part of the hill, and we're now picking up Tony Pearson and Charlene Pearson, who are both running in this racing class. So we're good running from those Morgans in this car, and I think we are now then going to catch the bikes with Mike Tilley, the first of the runners.
Yes, well, I love seeing these old Morgans. They're lovely, and because they're such old cars, and yet they're piling up the hill really well. This is beautifully turned out, this one of Anthony Quinn, isn't it? Here comes the first of the bikes. We've got Patrick Evans. Oh, sorry, Mike Tilley. Your Mike Tilley on the Honda CR. That sounds like a little two-stroker to me. So we go. Bike. We got Tony Pearson, Charlene Pearson just finishing a 76.63. Oh, okay. Right, we've just going to have a stoppage now. Mike Tilley, unfortunately, has come off at the top. He's up and walking about. He's chucking his gloves off. He's really mad with himself, but he is walking around. Oh, yes. Okay, he's okay, folks. He's up and around. Mike Tilley has come to grief at the top, spilled the beans, but he's okay. Jamie Mole's just going over to see him, our Chief Marshal, and Jamie blots out the sun because he's rather a big fella. And but Mike's okay. The ambulance is straight on hand, as they always are for all the bikes, and the medic is just going over to talk to him now. They picked the bike up now. Patrick Evans obviously has got a red flag. Jamie's just picked the bike up on his own, and he's just looking it over. Don't think there's any major drama, and fortunately it sort of came off onto the grass and landed a bit more softly.
Yeah, just slid on the tarmac and then tumbled a little bit on the grass. Mike is all okay, so that's the important bit. Patrick has been waved back to the paddock, and they're just going to put the bike on the side, and then hopefully not too much damage done to the bike. Obviously the fairing is
I don't think that one has a fairing as such, does it?
Yeah, it only has small
yeah,
for the radiators and things like this.
I mean, Richard's just going to show the replay. So he's going up the Cedar Straight now, okay, and it bends left, and then it bends right, and then it bends left again. So he's approaching Fallow now. He locks up going into Fallow, but luckily he ended up on the grass. But the first reaction was he was really mad with himself, and he was stamping the ground, wasn't he? Chucks his gloves off. He said, why did I go and do that? But anyway, he's all right, which is what matters, isn't it? And that's the heat of the moment, isn't it?
Exactly, as you say, it's the heat of the moment. Just a bit of frustration, and had to vent it out. So all good for Mike, and so that's going to delay a little bit of the actions, but we'll not going to take too long for the action too.
Yeah, the medic lady's chatting to him. He's saying, "Oh, what happened? I'll show you what happened there." And he's just arms are going around the place. Big Jamie's up there. Good afternoon, Big Jamie. How are you? And I don't think Nira's up there, you know. But anyway, yes, the ambulance always is straight on site. And any bike incident, isn't it? And but it does look like he's going to jump back into the ambulance and get a lift back down. Here he goes now. He's got his helmet in his hand. They're saying, "We'll put you in the marvellous seat just there. Sit yourself down, sir. Put your seatbelt on, please. Thank you very much." And he gets a free ride back down to the bottom, and they'll bring his bike down later.
It's the kind of ride that no driver wants. And,
yeah.
He looks okay, so I don't think that...
We've got the staff's rescue ambulance here today, haven't we, amongst that? We've got another one down the bottom here as well.
If you are at the top of the hill, then you're getting to see all the action today. Some of the actions we have.
Oh, they're going to reverse back up into the top paddock there, and they're going to stay up there. He can probably bring his bike down in a bit when he's had a little look at it. It might be able to freewheel down the hill, perhaps.
Probably, yeah, I hope so. And might have
they wheeled it back up there, so I guess
down a little bit as
well.
Yeah,
they'll calm down. The adrenaline will be subsiding slowly. Well, actually, talking to our HillClimb drivers, they tell me that when you have these weekends and you have these runoffs, the adrenaline can be ages before it leaves your body.
Yeah.
And suddenly, say on Monday, you feel you're flat as anything.
Yeah, you just go flop and because suddenly you've just had a long weekend, quite busy weekend, and then the energy suddenly and the adrenaline wears off. So you just realise that you probably need a bit more sleep than. You've had.
Yeah, maybe. Well, that's right. I mean, the marshal's doing a great job up the top of the hill there. Jamie's got on the blower. Who else can we see up there? Colin Mead, isn't it, up there? Colin's got his cowboy hat on today. He's not driving his midget today. And he is the editor of the Hagley Talk, isn't he? And... good, and Dave Newell's on the hill today as well, isn't he? He was yesterday. But yes, I saw him earlier, because yesterday I said Dave would be around somewhere, but I forgot he was marshalling because we didn't have Morty here yesterday, did we?
Yes, yeah. I think he has sorted the car, but
he's had it running. He told me.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll see Morty.
Morty will return,
and Dave back out on the track. But great to see those boys being quick and in the action.
Colin returning to post down there, sort of on the post before fallow.
Great to see those guys, and obviously our drivers and riders always being looked after by the crews. So a fantastic job from the ambulance and the rescue teams as always, and our marshals always doing a grand job helping to get back into action.
Yeah, won't be long. The red flag's been pulled out now. The whistle will be blown. Yes, boop, boop. Off he goes. The little whistle. There you go. Like.
Now, Colin has a bit more writing to do just to report on that incident.
Oh, really? Yes.
And that's a bit more writing than he has to usually do. So
I know.
We might have to contribute
a
bit more.
I know. He said to me yesterday. He says, "How's the musings going?" Because I had to do some musings for him about the season so far, and I said, "Slowly at the moment." In other words, no, I haven't managed to start that yet. I've been out fishing, all that stuff. So musings to follow. And of course, this weekend, I don't know who's been collared to do musings this weekend. I don't know. Well, I can't do more musings. I'm already down for one lot of musings. Oh, we're back in action. This is that beautiful little bike. This is Adam Bentley in that little Honda NSR. Now, this one is a little two-stroker, but very, very pretty little bike, isn't it? So we're getting a look at that one very shortly. Now, here it comes now, heading down towards our triangle corner here. This is a little 250 two-stroker. Look at that pretty little bike.
Yeah, great to hear those two-stroke engine on the hill. They always sound and smell so differently to the four-stroke, obviously, burning a bit of oil, and it's great to have them and Adam having a good run. Just looking at the time that those guys have been posting so far today, Adam, he has been running pretty well. I think I'm just looking at the time is 76.
Rob Mercer just going round Triangle in the Suzuki.
That was he.
Okay, Rob Mercer in the Suzuki. That's a nice little thing as well. He was down to ride a Triumph Street Triple, but that's a little Suzuki. I guess there was something wrong with the Triumph.
Yeah, so went on to the Japanese machine. Rob Mercer 62.80 was the competitive rider in this class. I think he's currently 5th in class. Yeah, and he's going to try and improve on that time. He goes through the finish line. It's a time of 63.95, so it doesn't improve quite, but still a good run.
Okay, we've just had Patrick Evans go through on the KTM, and he will be followed by Guy Ursel, who was very quick earlier.
Yeah, Patrick Evans was running in the 65.33, so towards the bottom of the board, but looking really well so far.
Get these out when we come to try. What we're seeing actually here when the bike comes to Triangle, because these people, yeah, but people here are watching. They want to know who's coming in. Okay, so we've got Guy Ursel, who's just come round Triangle here. Now he's on his way. He's on his Husqvarna. He was very rapid earlier, and he will be followed by Doug Parnell, who's just left the line. So Mick Lovelock finishes in a time of 74.10. Guy Ursel is heading up through the speed trap now, and he's 80 miles an hour through the speed trap, as well. We'll get a look very quickly at Doug Parnell. Here comes Doug Parnell into Triangle.
Yeah, Guy Ursel was the quickest of the guys, so we'll see what time he can put through. Doug Parnell having a good run on the Yamaha as well, and Doug previously posted 69.29, so just under the 70-second mark. Guy Ursel at 59.99, so just shaved a little bit of time on that previous run. Still enough for him to keep the lead of the class, so a good run.
Cameron Williams on the Aprilia, the little Italian Aprilia. He's just gone round Triangle. He's in purple sectors and he's going very well indeed. Doug Purnell is heading up towards Museum. He'll be at the finish soon. He clatters one of those flip-flops on his way there, Cameron Williams. And Rich Peaty has just left the line, and he'll be the next one we see at Triangle.
Yeah.
69.19 for Doug Parnell.
Rich Peaty coming into view at Triangle now, and Rich who is the quickest of the riders in this class, so we'll be looking at a quick time from this Rich, and he'll be looking to improve on that previous run. A little bit of a wobble on the grass, that's a bit impressive as he goes through the Cedar Straight.
Stephen Butler in the KTM, he comes round. He's looking very good at the moment. Rich Peaty was really good earlier. Guy Ursel was the quickest in the class so far with that 59.99. So Rich Peaty at the moment will be heading up towards the finish anytime now. 61.18 for Rich Peaty. Stephen Butler 2/3 up the hill, goes through the speed trap anytime now at 73 miles an hour. And the next one we'll be seeing will be Keith Haynes as he comes down into Triangle.
Yeah, Keith Haynes in the KTM SMR, so a really quick rider on this machine, very effective, those KTMs on the hills. And he goes through, runs keepers onto the straight, and it looks like he's just touched one of the flip-flop that just made him lose a bit of balance, so it probably lifted a little bit. That cost him some time on the straight.
That looked a bit of a moment, didn't it, to be fair? Keith Haynes on his way. Paul Jarrett comes into Triangle in the KTM. They're popular bikes, these KTMs. This is he's 22 seconds into our corner here. Keith Haynes is already well up the hill, going to be finishing very shortly. 62.45. That's not an improvement, I don't think. Paul Jarrett is in purple sector, so he is absolutely flying, isn't he?
Yeah, Paul was the quickest of the lot here in the over 500cc class. So that was really a good run for him. And Paul through to the finish line of 58.22, so does manage to improve.
Oh, fantastic time. We've had somebody has just had a moment there at Hall. He's just wheeled his bike into the side there, so I think that was Marcus Bisson there on the KTM. He had a moment at that first corner off the start. But so Paul Jarrett has improved on his time to stay the fastest overall here today, isn't he?
Yeah, very good riding from Paul. And let's see so we're going to have a bit of a downtime as we just check on Marcus Bisson. He had a fair run, not too sure what happened.
Well, I did see that he wheeled his bike into there, so I didn't see him come off because they didn't show that bit, but either way, I don't think he came off, but either way, he's wheeled his bike in there. He was standing up, so I think he's fine, but the medical crew have just gone to have a look to check everything's okay, and I'm sure they'll get him sorted out, and there's no major dramas there.
Yeah, they'll check on him, make sure he's okay. He may have slid. We may get a replay of the incident if everything, if that's been recorded.
In fact, they're looking pretty chilled, aren't they? The medical crew there, they're not rushing around, and I think everything's going to be fine. I don't know, it could have even been a bike failure, but maybe Rich will replay that if there's anything to see there. Following the bikes, of course, we will have the Midland Runoff, the second Midland Runoff of today, which, if it's anything like the first one, will be very exciting. And I notice, you see, he's not got them up there at the moment, but some of the smaller runners were absolutely scintillating, weren't they?
Yep, the 1100s from Stu and Tom getting up there, and Tom as well.
Yeah, Stuart Bickley, Tom Weaver, Tom Morgan and his dad. Dad qualified as well for the top 12, yeah. Okay, so we got now the ambulance crew are getting back into their wagon. The marshals, there's a marshal getting in there as well. Here comes another marshal, two more marshals who are on post at Hall. The rider and the bike may be electing to stay out of the way just for the moment, or maybe he'll push it back down in a minute. Here he goes, so the rider's okay, he's pushing the bike, he's actually he's jumped back on it, he's wheeling it now, maybe the engine's not working, might be mechanical failure, couldn't it?
Looks like he was trying to steal that bike.
Here he comes now, look, he's like Barney Rubble, got his feet either side, pushing it along. Is the bike running? Well, I can't quite tell, but the hill is bringing him back down anyway. Naturally, gravity is taking its path, and here he comes now back into the paddock. We don't know what happened there, folks, but he's fine, the bike looks fine, and the ambulance is coming back. The ambulance will have to come back through the paddock to get back into position here at Triangle, because we have to have like the two ambulances on the hill, and with bike incidents, no matter pretty much what happens, the ambulance gets straight out there, isn't it? Because they don't know what's going to happen. But we're back in action. We've got Josh Williams.
Those guys don't have much body around them to protect them. They obviously have all the equipment to protect them, lasers, helmets, gloves, and all the equipment around this to ride this bike as safely as possible. But once you're on the floor, it's only your body. Those guys have been riding probably for a few years, so they're probably used to having a few tumbles over the year, but that's how those things are run, and we want to make sure that our riders are well looked after. So any incidents, we just bring the ambulance and make sure that everything is.
Has Josh Williams had a time today? Because I can't see one on the screen here, so we will see in a minute, won't we, Benoit?
We may have Josh. I have a time on the screen of a 68.03, but I'm not sure if he has. That's been recorded
as a time
earlier today, or
as a practice. Was it a practice?
I'm not too sure.
No. Well, either way, we're going to be back in the game with Josh Williams on his Husqvarna. We are in the over 500cc solo bikes at the moment. I think nearly all of these are 4-strokes, aren't they? I don't think there's any strokers amongst these.
No two-strokers amongst the big capacity bike engine. We've got 2 and 4 cylinders and single cylinders as well. So
which are our 4-cylinder bikes then?
We'll have the Aprilia.
The Aprilia's a 4, is it?
Yeah, it'll be a V4.
Oh, okay, nice.
And I think one of the Suzuki's as well.
Well, that's... So Josh Williams is away. Oh, he has a bit of a wobble there going into Hall. He kind of nearly overcooked it, so maybe, I don't know, it's a
Trust may have caught some more Marcus.
Yeah, well, anyway, here he comes now, coming down the triangle. He's going to be braking hard. He's through the speed trap. He's 57 miles an hour through the speed trap. He gets it round, but he looks a little uncertain on this run, doesn't he?
Yes, very twitchy, and he was not really hugging the line at triangle. Not quite sure what's happening, but Josh Williams just having that run, making sure he can just complete that run probably and get to the end.
Interestingly, they haven't released Bob Tunnerdine yet, so maybe they're letting him get to the top before they actually release him, because he hasn't had a timed run perhaps today, so this will be his first time run through to the finish, and he's going to do a time of 69.48, so at least he's got there. Good for him.
He's got that time on the board, so all good. Bob Tunnerdine was making his way to the finish line, but seems to have just decided not.
Well, perhaps he's going to have another little warm-up, I don't know, before he's kicked the engine into life. The marshals are looking down that way. Oh, here he comes. Oh, it's just Dave Norris. Dave Norris. Oh, hang on, there's another one behind him. So, we don't know what's going on here, do we? We think it's going to be Dave Norris if Rich is right on what he's put up on the screen. Dave Norris, of course, he's riding a KTM, nearly 800cc KTM. And can you remember, do you know if they're twin-cylinder, the KTMs?
The big ones are twin-cylinders,
twins, yeah? Okay. Yeah. Big twin foot, big thumpers, big thumpers then, aren't they? Oh yeah, you can hear that off the line.
A lot of torque off the line and through those corners, so a really torquey engine, big cylinders. Sumping up and down on that engine, as you were saying, Chris. So really good machine and fairly lightweight frame as well. So they're not heavy bikes, and they've got a lot of power, well above 100 horsepower on those little machines. So you've got to manage all that torque and that power through those corners.
Yeah, so Dave Norris, I'm just looking, he was third this morning, wasn't he? Or on the last run. He did a 59.55. I'm just looking now, the track, it's got a lot of shade on it now, hasn't it? The sun's going down, so do you think that's going to slow them down on the runoff?
Potentially. I think there might be a bit of calculation from my drivers, but I'm sure they'll give it all to get as much point, and the and the times where it's so close that it'll be very...
That's a 59.65. That doesn't improve on his time. We've just had Stuart Mills go by on the Aprilia. Again, that's... yeah, Stuart Mills, he was fourth earlier with the 61.62. Matthew Mogridge has just left the line. So Stuart is on his way up the hill. He's 87 miles an hour through the speed trap going into Fallow. As we get a look at Matthew Mogridge on the Suzuki TI. Here he comes down into Triangle. Looking good too, nice line through there, holds it all together. So, Stuart Mills, he's looking to improve, 61.62, and he does a 60.16, as Matthew Mogridge is on the Cedar Straight, and Mark Williams has just left the line in his Honda VTR.
Yeah, Matthew having a good run on this, and he's really pushing that bike on that last final run of the day for him. And good to see that Suzuki as well, and goes through the second part of the hill. Matthew best time of 60.41, so I'm sure he's hoping to go down under the 60-second mark. It doesn't quite do that to 61.19. Mark Williams in the Honda VTR, he's one of the regular contenders that we have seen running here at Loton Park before. You can see the effort from those riders onto the Cedar Straight really shows that it's not so straight, and Mark Williams heavy on the brakes and does control that bike. Next up, Dave Peets
Yeah, Dave Peat was very quick earlier too, so Mark Williams heads up towards Museum, nearly completed his run. We'll give you the time in a second. As Dave Peat heads up towards Keepers, looks to be going very well indeed. Dave Peat earlier was his second quickest, and he does look to be going extremely rapid, but can he beat his time earlier? He needs to get a 58.22, so he's looking for a good second improvement. And Bob Tunnerdine is on the hill, and here comes Bob Tunnerdine down into Triangle in the Yamaha.
Yeah, Bob Tunnerdine in that old school Yamaha, and great to see that machine. And Bob not looking to post the best time in that category, but he's just done an 81.91 previously, so we'll be looking to improve, and that's what HillClimb is about. Sometimes it's about the competition being yourself first and how you can improve continuously on those runs.
Okay, fantastic. Bob Tunnerdine isn't finished yet. Here comes John Warren and Mark Stafford on the Suzuki Trike. My goodness me, he's riding, he only has one arm, but what a fantastic job he does, wheeling that great big bike up the hill, isn't it? Incredible to watch. He's in purple sectors. We're now into the sidecars and trikes. Of course, we've got Simon and Jane Foster. They've just left the line. They're the 5-time champions. But anyway, John Warren, he's heading up through the speed trap. He's 73 miles an hour through the speed trap. Here comes Simon and Jane Foster on that lovely, lovely Honda. Watch Jane jump across there. Look at that. She's putting all that weight across there for her. And then she'll lean to the left there as they go around Keepers. What a fabulous looking thing. 60, well, there we go, 65.78 for John Warren.
Yeah, good run for John Warren, and Simon and Jane Foster working really hard and in synchronization between them two. Hard on the brakes, and that 600cc Honda engine really screaming as he goes to the top of the hill and onto Museum, a tricky corner to navigate, and he'll be going through the gears and all the way through to the finish line, and that's a time of a 61.01.
Wow, fantastic stuff. So they win that class as we thought they would. Anyway, that concludes our bikes. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Benoit, they're all coming back down, and then there's going to be the Midland Runoff for the second time today.
Yeah, the top 12 fastest cars today will be coming up the hill. So I think we've got a couple of shared cars between...
well, no Sean Gould.
No, but we have Tom's...
yeah, got the sorry, yes, that's right.
And Alex and Calvin have both made it. So these two will go out first. And they'll go, they make it up to the top of the hill and drive back down. And then the second drivers will be jumping in the car.
Wow, yeah. So that's a puzzler with Sean. I wasn't seeing it when Sean went up, but I saw him come through here, and he looked to be very quick to me. And I thought, well, generally those big Goulds, even if they have a little moment, they're still going to be super, super quick. But well, it's going to be a nice runoff. I don't think I'd want to bet against Matthew Ryder on this occasion, but I'm more interested to see the likes of Alex Coles, how high he can finish. I think Alex has got a point to prove, hasn't he?
Alex Coles was, I think he was almost second or quickest.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I remember seeing that.
Before he had to abort it and basically ran out of fuel. So it's good to see them, the two, back out again, and gives them a chance to really show what the car and those drivers can do. So really excited for this, and great to see all those three-wheelers and two-wheelers and four-wheelers going back down the hill.
Fabulous.
So really good.
Give them a clap, give them a wave, give them a clap. Fantastic to see. They'll all be waving to the marshals, obviously. And now I'm going to stand up, because this is where it starts to get a bit exciting. We do have Stephen Morgan. I don't think he's been in a runoff before, so this is pretty exciting stuff, isn't it? Yeah, that's Simon and Jane, that's right, waving at everybody. So we got to have some small engine cars in the runoff, dicing it amongst the big boys. That's really good to see, actually. So I'm just having a look there. So Matthew Ryder will be our last car to run. Jonathan Varley. So just going through the runners and riders, we've got Stevie Morgan, we've got Kelvin Broad, we've got Bernard Kevill, John Chalmers, Tom Morgan, Alan Warburton, Will Hall, Tom Weaver, Stuart Bickley, Alex Coles, Jonathan Varley and Matthew Ryder. So it's all there. So Alex Coles finished third in the practice, not the practice, in the time runs. Jonathan Varley, Midland champion, second. So it'd be very interesting to see. But Stuart Bickley and Tom Weaver, they're in 1 litre cars. I think that's tremendous, don't you?
Yes, the great run. And if you're here in person or watching online and close to Shrewsbury, if you'd like to watch some of the actions coming up, well, we've got our next event will be on the 17th and the 18th of May, so about 3 weeks' time. So you'll be enjoying that.
Do you want to take this one, Benoit? We'll take them in turns, and you take this first one.
Yes, Steve, just lining up. The beautiful Empire Evo is now lined up and ready to go. So he's be setting up the benchmark for all our drivers. Off he goes, and just the time at 2.115 seconds at the 64 foot into loggerheads. He goes into the left-hander just before triangle, comes into our view here, burst of power, hard on the brake onto the entry of triangle, no problem, slides a little bit through that corner, but put a gear up and onto keepers, right, left, and then burst of power all the way through the Cedar Straight, carries the speed through, probably lifts a little bit at the kink in the middle, and goes through 96 miles an hour at the top of the Cedar Straight. Good turn of speed for Steve. Let's see what time he can do. He qualified in a time of around the 50 seconds. Let's see if he can improve. He goes through the finish line. It's a time of 50.53.
Well done. So that sets the marker, doesn't it? Just remember that's a 1 litre car, so up to 1100cc class. So we're going to have Tom Morgan, of course, his son will co-drive that car, and we've got Kelvin Broad next on the line. Kelvin, of course, this is the car he shares with Alex Coles, this little Force TA, little 1300cc car with a supercharger, which gives it lots of horsepower. Small and light, carbon fibre bodied, absolutely impressive little thing. Great little car. And Alex Coles has had a 3rd or 4th place in the British Championship runoffs as well in the past in this car. So Alex Coles currently in 4th position, ready to go. So can he improve on that in the actual runoff? But here comes Kelvin Broad. Kelvin Broad from Exeter in Devon. He's a regular on the West Country hills like Wiscombe and Gurston, but here he is today, made the long journey up to Loton Park here in sunny Shropshire. Now we're getting a view of him here coming into triangle now. At the moment, yes, he's quicker than Stevie Morgan. He's 0.23 up, he's 0.73 up. He's absolutely flying along here. So what can Kelvin do for us? He's already gone through keepers. He's on his way up the Cedar Straight. He's going to go through the speed trap. He's a second quicker at the moment. Excellent. 114 miles an hour through the speed trap. Looks a nice line. He's going up to that blind museum corner. He gets round that long sweeping corner. 2 seconds up at the moment. Heads towards the finish. 48.85 takes him into the lead.
Yes, fantastic improvement from Kelvin from that qualifying run of 49.69. Almost shaved a second from that time. So a good effort from Kelvin on this. That will be putting him in strong contention, probably close to the qualifying time from Tom. So let's see what those guys will be doing. They'll be rushing back down the hill, trying to cool down the car as much as possible for the second driver to jump into the car. So Kelvin will be making his way down the hill, probably shutting the engine down so that it doesn't overheat. These cars don't have much cooling to them. They've got really small radiators. They're really built for a short burst of action in a few seconds to go through. So Steve making his way down the hill, followed by Kelvin.
Yes, well, as I say, dual drive cars, these ones. Great to see Steve Morgan qualify for his first. I don't recall him qualifying for a runoff before. Fantastic to see. It must have been a heck of a buzz for him to do that as well. And then he's going to hand the car over to his son, Tom, who again has qualified very well for the runoff. So great to see, isn't it? So that's a good start, isn't it? Kelvin Broad there showing us the way. We're expecting, well, Matthew Ryder sort of time. What can he do? 43 maybe, 44. We'll see how quick he wants to go today.
Yeah, we've seen Matt Ryder doing a 42.5 on that first runoff, wasn't he? So we are definitely expecting a time around those regions, but he has quite a lead over Will Hall, so I think it will depend on what Will Hall will do, but he'll be sat in the car, so he won't know what time Will Hall will be doing, so he'll be giving it all, I'm sure.
He certainly will, actually, yes. So it's going to be very soon. We're going to be back in action. We won't be mucking around here. The light's good, the weather's good, it's dry, it's relatively warm. The warmest it's probably been all day, actually. Probably temperature starting to drop. I suspect the track is cooling a bit now, don't you, Benoit?
Yeah, it's definitely cooling down slowly, but I don't think that will impact much of the running. There's still a bit of sun on the track, but as you were saying just earlier on, we've got a little bit of shade onto some of those corners, especially at the top, in the first part of the hill, the very technical part, where usually they haven't quite fired the engines and the tyres quite yet, so cars don't have as much grip as you would have at the top as the round museum. Bernard Cavill has just now lined up the beautiful MS28 onto the start line. So Bernard Cavill now launching off the line. A little bit of launch control, 2.23, that's a good time. Not as quick as the previous drivers, but he will be making up that time with the V8 at the back of that car. Bernard Cavill a little bit slower than Calvin Broad. Onto the entry of Triangle, nice line through that corner, and he goes through two keepers. Good turn of speed as he goes onto that and uses all the power of that V8 to maximize his speed. Let's see what time he can do, and time and speed at the speed trap, 102 miles an hour for Bernard Cavill. He's already through Museum, runs that corner. He's 1.25 seconds slower than our quickest driver, Calvin. He goes through the finish line at 49.39.
Goes second. So Calvin Broad still leads. Bernard Cavill second, Stevie Morgan third. The next runner and ride it will be John Chalmers. John has driven this car for years. This is a Rolt racing car. They were made in Italy, and they're usually a circuit car. They're a little bit heavier, but they're very well put together. They're a good car to have if you hit anything, because they've got a bit more in them. He has got a little Hayabusa engine in that one, and John's is a turbocharged. It sounds an awful complicated machine when it's on the road, so he really needs to get it really wound up. But of course it will pop and bang a bit, but anyway, he's about to leave the line. Okay, yes, he's away. First 64 feet, he's done very well. He's up in 2.09, so he's just over 2 seconds, still very quick indeed. Here he comes now. He's into loggerheads. He's coming down towards Fletcher's Dello, down into Triangle here. At the moment, he's 0.31 down on Kelvin Broad, which is still very nothing in it really. The power of that car is immense. He's about 0.45 down at Keepers. He's onto the Cedar Straight now. Can he make up some time going up that straight? He's going to look to do 100 plus through the straight, and he's 102 miles an hour, but he's 0.91 down to Kelvin Broad. Kelvin still has it, so he's heading up towards Museum now, turning right. Over he goes, smoothly around there. It's a long winding corner, off up to the finish, and he finishes with a time of 49.7, which puts him third. So still Kelvin Broad.
Yeah, good run for John. A little bit quicker than his qualifying run of 49.89. So I always look at the improvement from the qualifying runs on those runoff, because that really shows how much those drivers are pushing between those qualifying runs and those runoff. We have Tom Morgan on the start line, so second time we're seeing that car now in the hands of young Tom. Tom qualified in a 48.72, and I'm sure he'll be looking to have a good run on this one. And 2.16 off the start line, that's a good decent start for Tom. Runs the first corner, nice and tidy through there, carries the speed onto the left-hander, onto the Fletcher Stella, onto the entry of triangle, hard on the brakes and keep it nice and tidy. Very smooth through there, that's a good run for him. Carries the speed through keepers, and he'll be putting his foot down through the cedar, not so straight, and he'll be looking to get a good turn of speed. We're expecting speed of about 100 miles an hour, 103 miles an hour as he hits Fallow, and he goes on to the entry of Museum, and around that corner, carries as much speed as possible, and then he's just up through the gears, through the finish line he goes in a 48.70, so that's a good time, just about the same time as the one he posted during the qualifying run just earlier today, so we'll be pleased with that.
He'd be more than pleased. He's in the lead in the runoff. Fantastic time. Well done, Tom Morgan. 48.7 puts him into the league. Best of 5 so far. Now we've got Alan Warburton. Warby as he's known. This is in the Gord GR59 1600 Suzuki Hayabusa in the back, which gives him plenty of power. He shares his car with his son David in the British HillClimb Championship. At the moment, just looking at his split times, here he comes now into trying. He's just a fraction down on Tom Morgan at this stage, but now he's just gone up a little bit, and I would expect that car to use the power of that engine and Alan's experience to do a real number heading up the Cedar Straight. Yes, he's just fractionally ahead. It's nip and tuck at the moment. He's going to be going up the Cedar Straight 106 miles an hour. He's still mighty close, just leading at the moment on split times. He's going into Museum, turns right, he's got to get it round there, and then he'll put the power of that Hayabusa off up to the finish, and he's going to finish in a time of 48.92. Third, Tom Morgan, you still have it. Well done, young Tom.
Yeah, Alan qualified with a 48.07, so didn't replicate that time in that runoff. And let's see what we can see from Tom. And this is Tom Weaver now lining up the Empire Evo on the start line. So that's a 40. He qualified with a 47.04. We have seen Tom here in the 46, so that's why I would expect from him. Let's see if he can get into that time. And he's just launched off the start line. Good time off the line, 2.27. That's a decent start for Tom. He'll be looking to round the first corner into the first left-hander. Up and through the gears, the car moving a little bit as he goes through onto the first corner, onto the entry of triangle. Let's see what he does through there. Very smooth, carries the speed through there. Very nice from Tom, all the way into keepers. Keeps that speed and up through the gears. Uses all the rev of that motorbike engine at the back. He's currently quickest so far, so that's a good run for Tom. Let's see what he can do at the top. 108 miles an hour. Tremendous turn of speed from Tom Weaver. He's going to go through the Museum corner. He's still quickest so far, so that's a good run for Tom. Let's see what he can do. Goes through the finish line of 47.97.
Takes him into the lead, but how we got now? We got two 1 litre cars leading the way. Tom Weaver and Tom Morgan. The two Toms have it. All right, so who have we got for you next? We have got Stuart Bickley. Stuart, now what's happened to Will Hall? Is he will not?
So Will Hall is still yet to come, I believe, and Stuart Bickley will probably look to try and better the time from Tom Weaver. Tom Weaver was actually a little bit slower than his previous run.
Okay, Stuart Bickley has left the line. 2.2 for the first 64 feet. Stuart Bickley. We've got two 1 litre cars in the lead at the moment. It's the third one of the two. Stuart Bickley in this fluorescent force. Here it comes now down into triangle. At the moment, I can tell you, he's a fraction up. 0.019, nothing in it at the moment. Already going through into keepers now. My goodness me, he's on a mission. Come on, young Stuart Bickley. Let's get 3 1 litre cars in the top 3. That would be brilliant. 041 up, 033 up. He's 104 mile an hour through the speed trap. He's taking it up to Museum now. So far, so good. Beautifully round there. Come on then, after the finish, come on. Yes, he takes the lead, 47.61. 3 1 litre cars in the runoff leading. How good is that? So we've got, who's going to come next then?
Yeah, great run from Stuart Bickley, but quite surprisingly, those guys have not been quicker than their previous run earlier this afternoon. But so probably shows that the track temperature is dropping a bit, so they don't have as much grip as they would want. So this sounds like Alex Coles now lining up. So this is going to be a hell of a run from Alex. I'm pretty sure he's going to try and bring the car probably in the top 3. That's where I would expect Alex to end. But let's see if he can make it work. Hopefully no issues for that car. Alex Coles just off the line, a 2.11 off the line. Great start into the first corner, into Loggerheads. Now he goes. He's already down to triangle, a little bit of a twitch at the top, but no problem. Great turn of speed through triangles, goes through keepers onto the entry, carries the speed, the car moving a bit, but no problem. He carries that speed all the way through the Cedar Straight, and that supercharged 1300cc powering up all the way through the hill. He's quickest so far, 1.5 seconds quicker than anyone. So far, 124 miles an hour. At the end, he's already through Museum, and he pushes through to the end of the line. He's almost 2 seconds quicker than anyone so far. It's a 45.48.
Wow, 45.48. Alex Coles into the lead. Now, who have we got? I think that must be Will Hall, that blue car. Looks like Will, I think. Jonathan Varley, is it? So Will Hall maybe not running. So I think we may possibly only have Jonathan Varley and Matthew Riders to come. We've got the current Midland Hillclimb champion, Jonathan Varley. There's camera on board if you're watching on live stream. Fantastic. He's in the amazing GWR Predator, the Graham White Jr. designed car that one time had a V10 Formula 1 engine in the back of it when Graham ran it with great success. But anyway, Jonathan's bought the tub. He bought a 2 litre, he put a 2 litre Terry Davis V8 in the back of it. He has gone brilliant in this car. So what can he do? Jonathan Varley, yes, gets a bit, he's going to look to get in the top 2, top 3. Here he comes down into triangle, and I can tell you at the moment he's 0.44 down on Alex Coles. So Alex Coles is still leading the way. Look at the onboard on that in the bottom there. That's amazing. You see the speed. They're going up the straight there. Fantastic. Through the speed trap now. He's 122 miles an hour through the speed trap. He gets it round fallow. So he's nearly there. He's going round Museum now, looking very good indeed, but he's 0.49 down on Alex Coles, heading to the finish now, and he does a 46.01 to go second.
Yeah, great effort from John Varley, but an absolute killer of a run from Alex. He was almost a second quicker than his qualifying run earlier this afternoon, so a great effort from Alex. And I would expect Will Hall on the line, as he'll be lining the car.
Was it Matthew?
This sounds like Will Hall. Oh, this is Matthew indeed. So Matthew, current British HillClimb champion, will be lining up on the start line, and he'll be putting his visor down, pushing the launch control button on the steering wheel, focus on the light, and he'll launch off the track. And the car just stalled, so he's only gone past the start line. Not the 4 wheels have crossed the start line, so he'll be able to rerun. Those things can be a bit tricky to launch off the line. Matt Ryder will be trying again. Let's see if he can run. And off he goes. Good time at 2.12. Matthew Ryder into the first corner. And he goes round, no problem. Burst of power between his left-hander, carries the speed through. Down into Fletcher's into the braking triangle, and he pushes that car all the way through. Really clean through there, onto the entry of keepers. Into the middle of the track he goes. Uses the power of that V8 at the back all the way. 700 horsepower pushing him through. Let's see what speed he can do. 116 miles an hour at the end of the City Straight. That's not the quickest we've seen, but he's going to carry that speed all the way through Museum. He's so far 4/10 quicker than anyone. And he's going to be going through the finish line of 44.67. And that gives him the top position in that runoff.
Now, is Will Hall to run, or do you think he's not going to run? I'm not sure, but at the moment, Matthew Ryder is, in fact, we're not sure yet. We'll confirm in a minute. At the moment, Matthew Ryder leads the way in that runoff with a 44.67. Alex Coles is amazing second, 45.48. Jonathan Varley, a 46.01. Stuart Bickley, 47.61. Tom Weaver, 47.97. We've got a bike runoff here, folks. We've got the bikes. We've got Matthew Modridge is on the hill now. So they're going to put in 10 or a dozen bikes, aren't they, for the fastest bikes. Matthew Modridge, the first runner. He's on his Suzuki TL. We're going to look at him now coming down to Triangle here. He's 71 miles an hour through that first speed trap, and he's on his way up towards Keepers. I don't know if they'll let them go in different, well, there may be one bike at a time, we'll see. At the moment, he's going very well indeed. He's on the Cedar Straight. This takes a little bit longer than these big single-seaters, obviously. He's coming up towards the speed trap. He holds it together there. 77 miles an hour through the speed trap. That's an impressive looking bike. And we're getting a look at another bike coming, which we don't have the thing for.
Yes, that's Rich PT, who qualified for this runoff with a 61.18 in the Asvana. So a good run for those guys. And then quickly after this, we'll catch Cameron Williams coming into our view now.
Yes, it is. It's all happening fast and furious, actually. Have you got the finish times there? So Matthew Mogridge did a 60.6. Rich Peaty is just finishing now with 60.69. And then Cameron Williams is halfway up the hill, and he'll be followed by Marcus Bisson in the KTM.
Yeah, Marcus Bisson now just launched off the start line, coming into our view at Triangle. Hard on the brake onto the entry of Triangles. Nice start from Marcus Bisson. Marcus qualified with a good time, just under the 60, just about the 60-second mark, I think. I'm just trying to look at the times that I have on my screen, but I'm not sure about that time, so don't hold me. Onto, he's having a good run as well. 85 miles an hour at the end of Cedar Straight.
Okay, so he's not completed his run yet. Keith Haynes and the KTM comes into our view now. Here comes KTM. Keith Haynes coming round Triangle, heading up towards Keepers. We've just had a finish for Cameron Williams at 58.98. Keith Haynes halfway up the hill, and he'll be followed by Stuart Mills.
Yeah, Stuart Mills having a good run on the Aprilia Tuono as well. Made it to this runoff in the big Aprilia. Lots of horsepower for this machine. Right to this machine, beautiful sound from the V4 of that Aprilia Italian machine, and running all the way through on the second part of the hill.
So we just had a finish time for Keith Haynes of 61.46. We've had a couple of PBs there with Marcus Bisson and Rich Peaty, so well done to them. Guy Ursell is on his way to us now. Here comes Guy on the big Husqvarna. Looks good so far, very rapid rider indeed. But here he goes through Keepers, and just left the line is Dave Norris.
Yeah, Dave Norris in the KTM in this class, the single. I think that will be the twin cylinder as it comes into my view. I can just double check this. Yeah, this will be one of the twin cylinder, and good to see those guys running at the top of the order. And we'll be coming into view as well will be Dave Pitt.
Yeah, so we've got three on the hill at the moment. Guy Ursell just about to finish. Dave Norris is about halfway up the hill. And then we'll be looking at Dave Peat on the KTM. We're rattling through these. 59.54 for Guy Ursell. Who's leading at the moment, Benoit?
I'd like to tell you, I don't have the information.
Okay, fine. We'll go with that. Dave Norris, anyway, he's already going round Museum now, heading to the finish. Dave Pete is heading up the Cedar Straight, and then we'll be looking at Paul Jarrett, who's just left the line. 59.25 for Dave Norris. Dave Pete is approaching Fallow now. He's going through the speed trap at 83 miles an hour, looking very good. And here we get a look at Paul Jarrett.
Yeah, Paul Jarrett, one of the quickest of the riders on that KTM. Really impressive. Pulls a wheelie, exiting triangle, and keepers left and onto the right-hander. And you can see it's not straight for those riders as they lean forward and on the side of the bike and onto the heavy braking at the entry.
So at the moment he's heading up around into Museum now. He's heading up towards the finish. He was 49 seconds up to there, heading up towards the finish now. What can he do? Paul Jarrett, very quick, 58.4. Is that the quickest one we've seen?
Yeah, Paul Jarrett, I would expect, has been the quickest of all riders this weekend. He was about almost a second quicker than anyone here. So good run for those guys, and that brings the action to a conclusion here at Loton Park. So a big thank you to all our spectators that have made it here today. Give the guys that will be coming back down the hill a round of applause for those two great runoff that we've had, whether they were on 2 or 4 wheels. And we'll be happy to have you here at Loton Park on the 17th and 18th of May. And if you've been watching online, well, you can catch the first round of the British Hillclimb Championship next week at Prescott. And we'd expect, Chris, you'll be on the mic.
No, I'm not. No, next week it's Owen's turn next week.
Ooh.
Owen Cool and Lloyd Hackett, I think. And I'll probably be on my camera. And I'm on the following British round and various other events. But no, that will be Owen Cool next week with Lloyd Hackett. And possibly, I don't know if Chris Druitt's back in action, I'm not sure. But the next stream is next weekend. So if you've enjoyed this, watch the live stream from Prescott next weekend. We thank you for attending today. We hope you have a safe journey home. Thank you to all our marshals, our timekeepers, our medics. They've all done a sterling job. Our clerks of the course, timekeepers, incredible job. So thank you again. My name's Chris Ponsford. Your name is Benoit Legendre. And we're going to leave you now. Have a safe journey home, folks. We hope you've enjoyed your weekend, and thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great one.
Well done, Benoit. Well, I'll tell you what.